overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have joined us at Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insights, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I made from the state, so if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, we just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often begin early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Many Nigerians are displaying talents in different corners that rub off on Nigerian positively. As we mark Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, let us look at indigenous firms and individuals that need government support to drive the message of nation branding. In the strategic position of Africa lies Nigeria. When the map of Africa is juxtaposed with the structure of a gun, Nigeria is placed in the trigger position. Is this divine? Perhaps. Again, Nigeria, with over 200 million people with about $400 billion gross domestic product (GDP), has enormous resources and talents, much of which are yet to be tapped. In today's news talk, as we celebrated our independence anniversary, we thank God for His mercies. I am Bayo Olaoye. Indeed, many amazing Nigerians within the country are in the diaspora, and several local firms are pushing the frontiers, flagging Nigeria's flag in spite of socio-economic and economic challenges. Those who have elevated their skills are undeniably rewriting the poorly told narrative of the country through their talents, investments, and innovations. Nigerians are really displaying their talents in various fields, from sports to music, literature, fintech, fashion, startups, agriculture, entertainment, and industries. These individuals and industries have impacted the nation as they have become ambassadors of the Nigerian spirit, embodying resilience, creativity, and a drive to succeed against all odds. Today, we celebrate them. For instance, in sports, many individuals like Kanu Wako, J.J. Okocha, Daniel Omakochi, Victor Osimhen, Chioma Ajunwa, Blessing Okagboe, Mary Iyale Omagbemi, Asisat Oshuala, Tobi Amusa, Emmanuel Amunike, and many more are flying the Nigerian flag high. They have become inspiration to Nigerian youth with their immense contributions to Nigeria's sporting landscape. Many youths want to be like the achievers, but they are constrained by infrastructure for training, funding, exposure, and mentorship. In recent years, Nigeria has emerged as a key player in Africa's booming tech scene, which Lagos often described as the Silicon Valley of Africa. Startups like Flutterwave, Paystack, and Andela have not only garnered international attention, but have also provided a platform for young developers, engineers, and entrepreneurs to showcase their skills. Yet, for every success story, there are countless others whose ideas never see the light of day due to lack of funding or access to global markets. The entertainment industry, which emerged without much government support, is another successful story that government needs to leverage to enhance Nigerian brand. The Nollywood industry, said to be worth $10 billion, and which is promoting the Nigerian culture and image, can grow further with government assistance. Like the fashion industry, local companies favorably competing with multinationals with the array of products. Local companies like Rita Foods, Emzo in the pharmaceutical sector, Innocent Motors in auto industries, Abashu Factory, Kanu Leather, and other hubs have put Nigeria on the global map, proving that Nigeria has the entrepreneurial zeal and creativity to compete with multinationals on international space. But in many instances, some of these startups and established ones which can push Nigeria brand with their ideas are choked with unnecessary taxations, regulations, poor infrastructure, poor electricity system, and policy reversals that create burden on them, thereby hindering them from more employment and global competition. Sometimes regulatory authorities wait on the sidelines for any shop to be open to tax them without considering their status. These local companies have entered the space dominated by multinationals and having over 3,000 employees. Apart from indirect employees, these local companies are pushing the products from Nigeria, exhibiting our Nigerianness. It is interesting how Right Foods, a local firm, is favorably competing with multinationals with its array of products. With the importance of the private sector in unlocking the full potentials of Nigerian economy, generate employment, feed Nigerians, and calm tensions of agitations and insecurity, the players in the private sector need support in promoting Nigerian innovations and Nigerianness instead of stifling them. Government can support the private sector, especially the startups, with tax rebates, The Nigerian band should be robust, rugged, attractive, and reputable. I am Bayo Olaoye.
We are not playing because Ebin Power, Ebin Power. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still vote now on a protest, not to be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because Ebin Power,
The cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating cost and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy coupled with the devaluation of the naira has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, hungry the wire people.
President Tinubu, they can help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
You cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still live work now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. Why?
The whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced, most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forest scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega. I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godi Odidi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
But if you don't, you'll find an excuse. And that excuse for you this morning is to watch the show SOUQ Business Landscape. For SOUQ Morning to you, welcome to SOUQ News Television, our maiden show for today. Before we get on, I'll let you know my name is Hans Mba. I'll take a short, quick break to go get my cup of coffee, and when I return, we'll jump right into the headlines. Stay here.
to Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Been a fan of Rush. Yeah, I had to quickly rush my cup of coffee. But never mind about that. Guess who's on the show today? It's none other than Dr. Idahosa Osamanze. Hello, Doc. Like we say in our other world. What's up, Doc?
Good Nigeria. Great suit this morning.
One more.
Okay, now.
And a lovely morning.
A lovely morning to you.
You look good. You look sharp and up.
I don't know about that.
Guys, you must attest with me. Doc looks fantastic this morning. He looks really immaculate in grey with a shade of blue. I tell him all the time, but I have to confess on air so that you share with me.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to the business of the day, which is Business Day, Nigeria. Why Naira stability hinges on 2 million barrels per day of oil. Nigerian government is counting on oil to help shore up the battered Naira as it is described. I don't know why they would call it that, but hey, it is what it is. Industry operators say it's a must to decisively ramp up oil production and 2 million barrels to get to 2 million barrels. How feasible is this? Or is it just, as usual, words on the paper to sell?
Well, I may not say it's words on paper to sell. We already know that the challenge with the stability of the rate of Naira has a lot to do with the inflow of foreign exchange.
right.
And as long as the quantum of foreign exchange that is coming in into the economy is not matching up, like they say in international trade, the balance of trade continue to tilt in favor of import against export, you continue to find that you will not have enough to actually make your next importation. So this is a problem. So if we are able to actually meet our OPEC target of 2.1 million barrel per day.
2.1?
Yeah, so that
1.8, 1.4.
Yeah, but that's what we currently do, because that's just reducing because there's a certain point in history, OPEC actually gave us 2.3 million barrels per day. And if we are able to actually show up production of crude, that of course will mean a lot of money. But
that are giving us those numbers because they feel we have the capacity, or they just throwing it around that you must do this, you must do this number.
Yeah, but I think it's against what is declared that you are currently able to do with your capacity. So they ramp it up to ensure that there's some stability in the market, also looking at what reserve that you have and see to sustain you for XY number of years. So I think that's the criteria as it is, because you can look at a small country like UAE, they're doing like 3 million barrels per day, sometimes in Saudi between 9-11 million barrels daily. So and that really is helping the economy to grow, and I really wish that we're able to actually meet even what OPEC has given to us to do those 2 million barrels per day, and then we have enough exchange. But again, the snag that is there right now is the fact that, of course, NNPC also has agreed to sell crude to Dangote at Naira. So it's like giving something with the right hand, collecting it from the back right hand. So that for me is the scenario that we find ourselves, and I would do hope that those who are monitoring the economy, especially from the fiscal side of Nigeria economy, need to do real much to drive down the cost of buying foreign exchange, and I think that will be of a good help to our economy. Although I listened to the CBN governor say, defending the reason for rate hike, and said, oh, that will help control inflation because it will pull more money out of the economy. But if you go to the street and ask average Nigeria, they don't really know where that money is, where the money is in the economy. We do hope that things get better.
Where is the money is the question. Okay, about Independence Day, this next headline: how Nigeria's 18.3 million out-of-school children cripple economy. How Nigeria's 18.3 million out-of-school children cripple economy. This is on page 31. But Doc, what's with these numbers being thrown around? Because people have said this for a long time. These numbers, are they verifiable? Do we have, because research has taken the back burner in our climes right now?
Yeah, I don't know. However, these figures are aggregated. One may want to say, okay, what factor that is used is the projection that you find in terms of enrollment in school, and then of course against the number of beds. How the migration factors are also factored in is a big problem that one really would not know. So how authentic that figure is really yet to be desired. But my real worry is the fact that why in this age and era should people be talking about children out of school? It's unbelievable.
With free education? At that level?
Yes, of course, at that level. Why would children be out of school? I say to people, take for example in Lagos State, why would there be a single individual in Lagos State who is out of school? When, of course, for example, they have made provisions for books for primary school, it is tuition free. So there's more to this equation of people not getting to have their kids get to school. And I think it's also a factor that government really needs to work hard on, see how to get people really organized, take people off streets, and we can have children who stop hawking in the streets, and then markets are properly designated. that it could become a criminal offense. That, of course, the police officer should enforce this. Any child that's seen on the street hawking, they should be taken to the remand center homes. And I think that's the best to happen. So that if the parents are not able to really take care of these children, then the government can own them and keep them in remand home.
Like it's done in the West.
Oh yeah, and properly educate them and make them responsible citizens, rather than leave them to be roaming the streets, and then of course becoming a source of worry to society as they grow up.
All right, CBN is serious about fair, efficient markets, says Cardoso. Look, I have no idea what this headline means. Maybe you want to shed light.
Yeah, but what's efficient market, where of course the forces of demand and supply actually determine the rate and the price of what your company is selling. And that is what it is. And the government is saying, look, we don't want to intervene, we don't want to support it. We want to allow it to float and ensure that people who are guessing dollars, they really need it and is for the right reason and for the right purpose. So you are saying that the forces of market actually is able to help determine the prices of dollar. But I think where we are at the moment, talking about the efficiency of the market only will become efficient if other macroeconomic indicators are themselves very stable. And I think that's where CBN really need to work. And I think the past governor of CBN tried in that regard really to see how government can intervene in building a strong base. For example, in the agricultural sector, there was this nicer loan that was given to people to be able to do farms so that they can produce things that they can ship outside. And I think we need to really find a way to get investment in the real sector so that the economy is not just depending on just oil alone. And those who are doing some little things now, we see how to ramp them up. I understand that, for example, cashew nuts alone, there's a gap of over 19,000 tons that the foreign market needs from Nigeria. We are not able to meet up with that figure. We are still, of course, there's a gap also in terms of palm oil, and that even we have to import palm oil, for example. Things like ginger, things like are things that the world needs, but we also are not able to produce in such quantum that we can actually also ship outside. Just imagine that all we're doing is these agricultural products alone. That alone will help us really strengthen, because you can only talk about fairness when, of course, the forces of supply and the forces of demand are equal. And if the forces of supply is weak and demand is huge, then of course you know that it cannot be in favor of the people. And I say how to show up the supply side should be really what CBN should be focusing on, really.
But Doc, really, how is CBN serious about this market? Because it's just thrown out there. It hasn't really said, okay, it's from this angle, or this is what we're doing, and this is what we did last, this is what we have been doing. It just says we're serious about this market.
I'm really worried about CBN way of seeing the cost of high inflation by putting it at there's so much money in circulation. Yeah, in theory they may have that in their book, but you're going to look at it. If you actually see what's the figure that we are bandied for the money in circulation, if you divide it by our population, which is about 220 million people, you see that it's really not a big deal. But what you have, even if you dollarize it, you see how much that is equal to in dollars. So you find that the real problem for me is not the money in circulation. The real problem of inflation here is the fact that the costs is driving higher. And these are as a result of external influence and factors which may not completely be under our control. But how do we respond to this external shock? I think is to be able to create a local economy that is functional, where people are actively engaged, and then productivity is high, people are able to actually consume and spend some money on luxury.
Productivity has to even come up a bit before we talk about it being high.
So I think that's the real challenge, that what you see is that a lot of people really don't have disposable income. People don't have disposable income. There's absolutely no middle class anymore. So you have about just 10% who are doing excellently well, that has the money, and then the rest of the 90% that are absolutely very poor without money. And so what you have is that even as you continue to increase rates and take money off circulation, the real people you're actually punishing is the 90% that has no disposable income.
Sad. Coscharis secures $4 billion to provide power solutions to businesses. Catch that on page 29. It's a good read. Do you have a comment on that? Coscharis is because this is such a huge thing for him for the company to do.
Yeah, investing in the energy sector is the right thing to do, and for a private individual to have taken in that initiative. And I think we need so much of those interventions. And those whom God has blessed really in Nigeria should do more. Believe in the system, invest in the system.
Right.
And that will help us address the real issue or the gaps that we see in terms of trade deficit. So if individuals that God has endowed with resource try to put those money in this economy and see it work. But we also pray that the system itself we provide a level playing ground for this chap to be able to make profit, because the real reason for any business venture is to make profits and if possible to maximize it.
Yes. Has Insurance Group revenue surges 80% in 2023. Has Insurance Group revenue surge 80%. That's huge. Catch that on page 30. Is insurance still a thing, Doc?
Oh my God.
In our climes and in these times.
There are a lot that is happening in insurance. You just imagine, for example,
80% is a lot.
Yeah, it's much. You imagine that we are in the season where, for example, we've increased third-party insurance from 5,000 to 15,000. That's about 200% increment. That alone. And then you come and look at it. Health insurance is becoming really very popular right now. A lot of people are getting into HMO and the rest of it. So,
and it's made cheaper, rather affordable is the word. For individuals.
For government workers, it's becoming almost like a law now that regular people have to get involved in it. So they're pulling money out of civil servants' pocket. And so you can really see it. So there's a lot that's happening in that sector. It's growing, but I think it needs to really do better. And we also pray that they are also putting this money into investment that will really help the sector to develop, as it were. But here at SOUQ, they are doing excellently well.
That's great. Doing well is great.
Good luck to Tony and his team.
Right? Shout out to Tony, like Doc says. All right, we're on to Business Daily. Look at a few headlines from Kenya Business Daily. Treasury boss declines U.S. envoy job amid Adani deals. Gated communities denied approval. Rights in Tattoo City Road. There's a road going on and they've been denied rights. The next one. Fresh produce exporters hit by airlines withdrawal. So Kenya's horticultural farmers, Doc, this is something would be nice for you to speak on. The horticultural farmers out in Kenya and fresh produce exporters are facing a lot of loss at the onset peak season that's currently going on, after several international airlines withdraw their flight services.
Well, that's just quite unfortunate for Kenya.
And they're saying it's due to low returns. How can they be talking about low returns now? What were they doing before?
Yeah, but you see, it's Kenya has been in the news, probably for the wrong reason in the recent time.
For the wrong reasons.
And this is resulting from the falling expectation of the Kenyans, who massively supported their current president to succeed.
You have to always go around to Ruto.
That were made, that of course he had what it takes to turn around the economy. And now they are in their period of their bed punk, because a lot of reforms and policies that of course the new government is putting in place tightening the situation for a lot of Kenyans. That's why you see the protesters and the rest of them now even clamoring for a change.
So everything has to be tied to Ruto. Everything.
So somehow, because it's the management of that economy that is actually
spilling over.
A huge challenge. So how are you able to if people are airline will come to your place?
True.
If there are passengers to be carried. So if nothing is happening at your airport, for example, people don't have capacity to travel anymore, and the traffic is low or weak, you wouldn't expect that the airline should come and stay there and be wasting manpower and resource. So these are the things, because if the economy is booming, a lot of people are willing to travel, and then of course the airline will be making brisk businesses. But if there is no passenger, it will be of no use that you buy an aviation fuel to carry just 2 people inside your flight, and this is the big challenge.
And it's a huge loss for this.
And that means also that if you have only very few people who are flying that route, the cost of airfare will increase, and definitely that even would make the produce itself to be uncompetitive.
The main worry is actually the perishable goods.
Yeah, that's
the main worry.
That's what it is. People are shipping those fruits out of Kenya to other parts of the world, but now it's again going to have impact on the Kenyan economy, because at the end of the day, you are not earning so much as you ought to. So the economy again suffered.
Yes.
So wish Kenya well, and indeed most African countries. It's just nice that we have to put our acts together and see how we can grow an economy that is very strong.
A few more headlines. Interest paid on domestic loans rise. So taxpayers fork out an additional 89.4 billion shillings in interest payments on the government's domestic debt in the year ending June 2024, reflecting the elevated interest rates on doubt securities and increased local borrowing for budgetary purposes in this period. That's still what it's on. Safaricom targets 500 million shillings on critical assets. Safaricom targets 500 million shillings on critical asset listing. So they project this said amount in savings annually if a proposal to classify fiber optic networks is as a critical infrastructure is passed into law, saying that there's a lot of disruptions, and they say these disruptions are caused by road constructions and building constructions.
Yeah, this is part of the weakness of most African states. Urban planning,
very low, very poor,
so poor, because we don't even envisage things that will happen. And that's why you see across
best case scenario, worst case scenario.
Yeah,
factor it in.
So you keep breaking road
at will
to lay cable, because we are not even thinking of tomorrow. It's quite unfortunate that we are not as visionary as we should be to be able to see what's going to happen. And I think most African states really need to be building new modern cities. out of where they currently. You see,
no, that is a far cry. That is a that is a tall order.
It is not.
I think so.
I did that in Kaduna and successfully well, built a completely modern city with all basic infrastructure put on the ground. That's possible.
You know, I said that because it's in the individual to make it happen. It's in the individual that's in charge to make it happen.
You see, the function of government, as it were, is to be able to see tomorrow. So we already project that this place we are in is already oversaturated with people. And then we are saying, where are we going to put the next set of human beings? And we are seeing empty lands.
You migrate, you move to those areas.
If you see how UAE,
that's always it. That's always
developed.
The GCC is always a point of.
It's something that you need to look at it. They organize like a festival, international city, completely outskirts of UAE, far into close to Oman. Government built new roads to that place, constructs new rail to those areas, ensure the electricity is in there.
You make it inviting.
And they set it as a center. Now the worst of it is that they not even use their ability to build it.
You come.
Let me tell you, there is a new area. We are going to have an event here. This is where everybody is moving toward. And by the time you meet, people are building their houses. Expo 2021, we were there. You have Nigerian pavilion built by Nigeria. And about 193 countries were in that place. Everybody had their own pavilion.
Amazing.
What do you do with the pavilion after the event? You carry it away.
You leave it there.
You leave it there. So you become a new city. So these things are possible.
They are actually.
If we are really progressive in terms.
They are, but it still doesn't stop it from being a tall order.
Yes, it's a tall order here. In short, yesterday I was just talking to my wife, looking at all the shenanigans that is happening around our elections in Nigeria, and I said, look, we are really not serious people. From River to Akwa Ibom to Benue State this weekend, not to even talk about Edo last weekend. It's a shame.
It is a shame. It's still SOUQ Business Landscape on SOUQ News Television. We will take a short break, and when we return, we'll jump right onto the next publication. Don't go anywhere.
Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us. Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have rejoined us. Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I make from the station, if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global not are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii. You just want to get away. What happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interest that's against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. A few more headlines as we wrap it up on the show today. Financial Times, China demands school teachers hand in passports in sign of Xi Jinping's grip on society. A deal for Telegraph nears. So the owner of New York Sun is close to striking a deal to buy Daily Telegraph for a whopping $550 million. Gulf Times, employment in Qatar's non-energy private sector hits record, says QFC. Starlink, Qatar appoints a CEO to lead company into the next phase of growth. Quickly through Financial Express, Bangladesh. Nifty's MCAP share on NSE at 25-year low. 60,000 acre salt pit, land available for industry and housing. On that note, it's bye on SOUQ Business Landscape. Thank you, Doc, for being here.
It was a pleasure.
Yes.
Great week it will be for us.
It will be that. Thank you so much. My name is Hansen Bar. Stay tuned at 8 o'clock for early exchange with our lovely anchors. Until then, bye for now.
Dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera. The Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program organized by the Lagos Island local government had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the Local Government Chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo reporting for SOUQ News.
Lagos came alive with a dazzling fusion of music and fashion as the all-white group made its triumphant return for its 8th edition. Fashion designer A.O. Afrique chose the iconic Freedom Park for the event with the theme Groove Meets Fashion. People flocked to the park from outside the country and different walks of life, adorned in pristine white ensembles, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle.
Chebi, person from Ghana na Ghanaian abi, person from Togo na Togolese abi, person from Zambia na wetin, person from Mali nko, Malian score, Naira Mali ni, oya person from Holland na wetin, Hollandia you got.
It was a radiant spectacle that transformed Freedom Park into a vibrant atmosphere of music, style, and culture. The event delivered an unforgettable experience for attendees. The display of lights and visuals created a magical ambience that complemented the music and fashion perfectly. Attendees showcased their unique interpretations of the all-white dress code with a touch of Ashoke, Ankara fabrics, and more. From minimalist chic to bold avant-garde, the fashion statements were as diverse as the crowd itself.
The whole fashion scene and the African attire is that, apart from the fact that African is have taken over the world in entertainment, I believe that it's going to rule the fashion industry global-wide.
Beyond the music and fashion, the event also showcased A.O. Afrique's latest designs, a blend of Ashoke with a mixture of trendy Gen Z style and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces in tie-and-dye and batik and Ankara fabrics.
One of the things I try to do for him, and he knows that, I'll buy his design and give it to people in the US to wear. And we don't cherish what we have. You go to a church, you go to a mall, and you are dressed up, and they come to you and say, look, where did you get it? That's how we've been marketing it. And it's really a good success for him. And I know the story is this.
Oh, I've been waiting for ya. I've been waiting, I've been praying for ya. Hey, where will you find me, my love? Don't be scared, baby, because I know ya. See, where will you come? Find me, baby, I'm not lost. I don't want to wait for long. I don't need to wait till rumors stay tough. I can show you, go. If you want to know, baby, you're lost. I don't want to wait for long. I don't need to wait till rumors stay tough.
Oh, so good. This night has been a pleasant one. What has been the high point for you, and why? What do you think this night has been able to achieve that perhaps other editions of the all-white group did not attend to?
To me, every moment is high. Every moment is a high point. You don't enjoy an event in 5 minutes. You see it or two, and then you can now finish. So I walked in, the beginning is good. I walked in, the models are good. That's fine. I will just say that the next edition, maybe we'll have more models. Maybe we'll have maybe we'll have some other designers come join in. So the runway will not be his own designs alone. We'll have other designers come. maybe we'll have something that we can bring in from international press to see what's new. So I think it will. Knowing Agbo is a crazy guy. Knowing him, I know he's going to sit down. He's going to call me like tomorrow and next and say, so, yeah, start writing. What do you think? And how do we do it? So next year, I hope to see a bigger, better, way of doing it. So to me, it keeps getting better every year. So that's what I say.
Tonight it's all about AO bricks designs, even that celebrate African fashion, African music.
6 or 7 years into all-white group, we added fashion into it, where we showcase through runway at every event. So this gives us courage because our designs are unique. It gives us courage, it gives us inspiration and motivation to do this year in, year out. And it has helped the brand, and it has, changed the lifestyle of so many people. And I am happy to see that our designs are appreciated, welcome, and then turned into a dressing style of so many people. Just like worshiping. I thank you, everybody. I thank you, our fans, for believing in us, for keying into the little things we do, and also for helping us grow. Thank you very much.
As the event drew to a close, Star Kids, one of the up-and-rising dance groups comprising children and teenagers, gave an energetic dance performance, with the crowd dancing to their favorite tunes. This created a sense of unity, and it was truly inspiring.
I'm coming here for the very first time, and I'm wowed by what I saw here today. And for those who are unable to make it, they missed greatly. And let me follow the words of Donald Trump. They missed greatly.
That's a good one. The all-white groove was once again proved to be more than just a party. It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
No country is safe or secure. And in 6 years' time, it may be very difficult. I am a realist where might is right for Nigeria to say that we are going to be safe and secure. 6 years is no utopia.
Indeed, there are many factors that contribute to a nation
attaining total security. Such factors include food security, economic security, energy security, and the security of the territorial boundary of the nation. Nigeria as a nation has not been successful in attaining security at any of the level above. The issue of insecurity is one that is inflicting pain and hardship on the people while successfully crippling the economy. Speaking at the Founders Day event during the King's College Old Boys Association week-long event, retired Major General T.A. Gagariga highlighted strategies that can be used to quell insecurity, placing emphasis on border security.
But if we want to achieve a secure Nigeria by 2030, there are some little things we can do to establish, and that is in terms of border security, and that is what? Improve your border control measures, increase your border patrols, introduce surveillance and technology, introduce drones, and then introduce biometrics. These are some little things that we can do within that six-year timeline that we would achieve national security. Indeed, one aspect that causes this border insecurity is the ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement, which allows everything from human beings to animals to cross.
General Gagariga posited that insecurity would have been a thing of the past if successive governments had consolidated on the strategies adopted by their predecessors. According to him, the amnesty program was a good initiative. Gagariga also stated that illicit weapons finding their ways into the country can be tracked.
As at the time when the amnesty program started, weapons were tracked. For if you can recall, the weapons were destroyed in Enugu after they were being retrieved from Port Harcourt, Benin, and Calabar. Those are the three collection centers for the department. So they were those were, and then for every weapon you brought, there was a particular incentive that was given to the person bringing the weapons. And then amongst the incentives was actually the capacity building, capability development program. That's what we do now in the Amnesty International framework.
In attendance at the event are the Emir of Kano, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, former Minister of Finance, Munsa Mukhtar, the Managing Director of Sahara Group, Tony Udeowie, among so many others. The President, KCOBA, Dr. Leki Oshuniyi, took all those present at the Founders Day event down memory lane about the college.
Translated, it means the king drove me here. Construction began almost immediately after on this ground, so that by September 1909, King's College was ready for its first set of students. And the first assembly was led by Mr. Lomax, who was conscripted from the survey department to come and lead the assembly because Mr. Dunlop, Mr. Charles Dunlop, was unable to make the trip, and another principal had to be employed. So Mr. Lomax led the first assembly on the 20th, Monday the 20th of September 1909. So Mr. Lomax left in January 2010 and was replaced by Mr. Hyde Johnson. I go through this history so that the present boys may know why we commemorate this date and hold it forever in their memories.
It has become more urgent for Nigeria to find a way around insecurity for economic activities to thrive in the nation. Ifoma Ugunze, reporting for SOUQ News.
The parts of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Exchange this morning where we shape policy and advance development. I am Blessing AJ. I'm so excited to welcome you to another edition of the show. Thank you for always being committed to tune in and joining us on the show. Today we'll begin looking at teachers globally, not just teachers in Nigeria. By the way, in case this is your first time of watching the show, we're reaching you live from Lagos, Nigeria. So this is not just about teachers in Lagos or Nigeria. It's about teachers across the globe, because 5th of October was World Teachers Day, and it's a day set aside to appreciate teachers for the invaluable contribution that they make in shaping lives every one of us, if you've ever been through the four walls of an institution, have one teacher or the other that we owe, maybe not all, but some of what we are today. It could be that math teacher who told you can do it. Don't think that maths is difficult. It could be the English teacher. It could even be the physics or chemistry teacher that told you, yes, you can do it. And today you're a scientist, but still in your heart, you think about that teacher who could help you see the value that you can bring to the world. And there are other discussions that will be coming to the front on the show today. But let's get you now to a place where we swing around the world and update you on current happenings. And that is our newsroom, where David Chedu is sitting pretty. Yes, a man, but he sits pretty this morning, waiting to take you around the globe. And after that, we'll look at teachers and what they're doing in shaping the minds and the lives of people. Stay.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am David Chidu. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, has disclosed that the federal government has approved 820 billion naira for the completion of two major road projects, the Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria Kano dual carriageway and the Bodo Boni Road in River State. The contract awarded to Julius Berger will see the rehabilitation of 82 kilometers of dual carriageway and construction of bridges across the Opobo Channel. Umahi emphasized the government's commitment to fast-tracking these projects, which are crucial for improving national infrastructure. The Bodo Boni Road project, now valued at 280 billion naira, is expected to be completed within 12 months, while the Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano route will span 164 kilometers with a total cost of 740 billion naira. This development is expected to boost economic growth, improve connectivity, and enhance transportation infrastructure across key regions of the country. The Nigerian stock market witnessed a significant decline, losing 539 billion naira in the past week. The all-share index dropped by 0.95%, closing at 97,520.54 points, with the market capitalization ending at 56.039 trillion naira. The consumer goods sector led the activity chart, accounting for 46.68% of total turnover, with 1.341 billion shares traded, worth 106.1 billion naira. The financial services and oil and gas sectors followed, showing consistent trading activity. Key companies such as Guinness Nigeria, UBA, and Japan Gold contributed 59.47% to the equity turnover. However, 45 equities appreciated in price, while McNichols PLC, Fidelity Bank, and Dangote Sugar saw the most significant declines. The volatility underscores ongoing economic challenges, particularly in the consumer goods sector, with companies like Flour Mills of Nigeria planning to delist from the exchange. And Nigeria's electricity distribution companies recorded a substantial 46.96% revenue increase in the first 7 months of 2024, collecting 887.86 billion naira, up from 604.15 billion naira in the same period in 2023. This rise is linked to the increased electricity tariff for Band A customers who enjoy up to 20 hours of power daily. Despite ongoing consumer complaints about high tariffs and inconsistent power supply, the DISCOs achieved a 79.7% revenue collection efficiency. The federal government's tariff hike, which initially raised the price per kilowatt hour to 225 naira, was later reduced to 206 naira 80 kobo after public backlash. The revenue boost has led to calls for increased investment in power infrastructure to enhance supply and reduce reliance on self-generated electricity. With continued improvement, 2024 is set to surpass previous year's records in the sector. And oil prices declined slightly on Monday following last week's sharp surge in over a year. Brent crude fell by 0.4%, settling at $77.74 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate dropped 0.27% to $74.18. The surge, driven by fears of escalating Middle East conflicts, saw Brent jump over 8% and WTI gain 9.1% week on week. The rise followed concerns that Israel's retaliation against an Iranian missile attack could impact oil supply. However, analysts, including Philip Nova's Priyanka Sachdeva, cited technical profit-taking as a factor in Monday's price decline. Despite ongoing tensions, analysts downplayed the likelihood of direct attacks on Iran's oil facilities. OPEC Plus, with millions of barrels in spare capacity, also reassured markets with plans to increase production from December. Combined with China's uncertain economic recovery, the group's output hike is expected to mitigate potential disruptions and limit further price hikes. And that's the news update at this hour on SOUQ News Television. Many thanks for watching. Now it's back to Early Exchange, where the pair of Blessing Eche and Femi Ayodele are standing by to continue the conversations. I am David Chidu. Good morning.
Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us to Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have rejoined us. Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I make from the station, if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global North are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, you just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
Once again, the winner going home with 6.5 million naira. Capacity trading abroad and solid infrastructure worth 20 million naira is congratulations, Abdullah! Which means after
thanks to Women's Day. So I'm going to start from Mr. Governor, because everything started from my winning the Lagos State Merit Award. The transformation started from there. So I want to say a very big thank you for that kind of initiative. It has totally changed my life. I want to say a big thank you to the Lagos State government as well, and to all the people that have gone on before me. I would say thank you, and I also want to say thank you to the Commissioner for Education. Thank you for coming at this point, the former Commissioner for Education. Thank you to my principals, my directors, all those people, my parents, because I come from a family of teachers, and most especially thank you to my students. Without you, I won't be here. The plan I have right now is to be more of a mentor. Now we've gotten to this point. I think right now is to be more of a mentor, so we can have more teachers doing the same thing and beyond. So I think that's my plan basically now.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, so the video you were watching before, I had to say, hold on. There will be time for that, because there's something that I want to point your attention to as we talk about teachers today, because it was World Teachers Day on 5th of October. And so that video was the award ceremony where the teacher for the academic session 2023-2024 was awarded. You see how elated she was. First, she was so emotional. I think that's how teachers get when they see that eventually the effort that they put into shaping lives appreciated. First, I need to introduce to you my twin on the show, the one with whom we shape policies and advance developments together. Femi Ayodele is in the studio. If you ever thought that I was running silly on the show, well, I played a trick on you. Now, yeah, you get to meet Femi this morning. Good morning, Femi.
Good morning. How are you today?
I am great. How are you?
Obvious you can never walk alone.
No.
And I'm wearing a color similar to that.
Okay, yes. Femi, only you know what you're saying. I do not want to interpret what you mean by that.
It's Monday.
The fans of the people you're referring to.
If you're going to
wait for you outside the gate.
That's another debate. Let's talk about teachers now. Yeah, it went well, quite productive. It's busy as well. Our job is 24 hours, and we just have to work offline, and that's what it has been. Yesterday was World Teachers Day, and we're extending that
Saturday, actually, 5th of October.
We're extending that conversation today to find a way to look at the roles of teachers when it comes to nation building. There's always this generosity that teachers have their reward or rewards in heaven. But that's the takeaway from that report. There are teachers who have been rewarded here on earth. You don't need to get to heaven to meet your creator before you get the reward for your labor. And I think that narrative is there. It's a practice every year where you reward the teacher of the year, those who have spent their times in shaping life, just like we are shaping policies.
It's really a practice every year, because it's not...
the award ceremony.
Or in every state that we get to see such award ceremony. But let's get back to that ceremony again and really get to see some highlights of it, and then we'll come back. Today.
Once again, the winner going home with 6.5 million naira, capacity training abroad and solid infrastructure worth 20 million naira is, congratulations, Adjola!
I have to to give thanks to women still. So I'm going to start from Mr. Governor, because everything started from my winning the Lagos State Merit Award. The transformation started from there. So I want to say a very big thank you for that kind of initiative. It has totally changed my life. I want to say a big thank you to the Lagos State government as well, and to all the people that have gone on before me. I would say thank you. And I also want to say thank you to the Commissioner for Education. Thank you for coming at this point, the former Commissioner for Education. Thank you to my principals, my directors, all those, my parents, because I come from a family of teachers, and most especially thank you to my students. Without you, I won't be here. The plan I have right now is to be more of a mentor. Now we've gotten to this point. I think right now is to be more of a mentor, so we can have more teachers, same thing and beyond. So I think that's my plan basically now.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Celebrating educators across the globe, World Teachers Day, celebrated annually on October 5th, is a global occasion to honor the invaluable role teachers play in shaping the future through education. The theme for World Teachers Day 2024, Empowering Educators, Strengthening Resilience, Building Sustainability, underscores the need to provide educators with the resources, support, and professional development necessary to foster both social responsibility and environmental awareness in students. This initiative was established by UNESCO in 1994. This day commemorates the signing of the 1966 International Labour Organization (ILO) and the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization (UNESCO) recommendation concerning the status of teachers, which sets international standards for teachers' rights, responsibilities, and working conditions, emphasizing the critical importance of educators in society. World Teachers Day recognizes the dedication and commitment of educators across the globe.
Makes you feel special in some kind of way, that all your hard work is being appreciated. Yeah,
I feel great. I feel happy. At least the teachers can at least one day in a year rest and have sweet memories of how they have nurtured their children, see their children grow over the years.
Teachers are not just knowledge transmitters. They mold the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and innovators. This day serves as a reminder of the challenges teachers face and the need for increased support in their profession.
It speaks for itself. You don't have to be a teacher to know that teachers are not appreciated. I mean, if you ask most of the students behind me now, if they want to become a teacher, most definitely, all of them will tell you no. I mean, it just shows that teachers are not appreciated, not just in Nigeria, all over the world. So we are one of the most underpaid workers in the world.
All the world, teachers are not always being celebrated properly, because looking at Nigeria contest, African contest, and also the world contest too, teachers normally complain that they are not always being respected properly or taken care of.
Like I always say,
and the government needs to get more textbooks. We have textbooks, but you know, a textbook we wear and tears, so we need replacement for the one that are not available again, and we need more classrooms because we have the population is there, so they should bring more classrooms, more schools, and probably if there will be more like homegrown food, because we understand that due to our vicinity or our surrounding, some people, the parent couldn't offer them food, enough food. So, you know, without eating, these children, they can't concentrate on education, on learning. So government can assist. I know that the previous government did something like that, and we pray to the present government too, they should continue with that. They should provide full homegrown food for these children.
It also highlights the essential role educators play in nurturing creativity, critical thinking, and the love for lifelong learning. The school and educators across the world celebrate this day with enthusiasm. Students and staff come together to acknowledge and appreciate their teachers' tireless work and commitment.
Of course they should. They impact knowledge on we students, like the coming generation. Of course they should be celebrated because of all their hard work impacting knowledge on us. Enough for their knowledge or them impacting knowledge on us. We wanted to become doctors, farmers, engineers, pilots. It can never be. Because we need the knowledge from the teachers on us, so also can be able to become what we want to be, become.
Because they help us to be a good person in the society. They help us to build our generation, and they help us to build our future. Like the president now, but it's not because of the help of teachers. That's why he become the president. That's why it's good to. That's why the teacher is said it's good to be celebrated.
Without teachers, you cannot learn or read or write. They make us studies, and they have to be celebrated.
Teachers help us grow into better people. They make our life better. They impact knowledge into our heads.
Schools hold various events such as heartfelt speeches, students' performances, and personalized gifts to demonstrate their gratitude to their teachers. These celebrations highlight the impact teachers have on shaping young minds and fostering a culture of respect and admiration for the teaching profession. World Teachers Day 2024 is a significant occasion that not only celebrates the vital role of teachers, but also raises awareness of the challenges they face. With this year's theme focusing on resilience and sustainability, it is clear that empowering educators is crucial for building a better future, whether through local celebrations, global events, or individual acts of appreciation. World Teachers Day encourages us all to recognize and support the invaluable contributions of educators worldwide.
Happy Teachers Day! We love you, our teachers!
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, Mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development. Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have rejoined us. Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I make from the station, if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global North are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, you just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter and more informed.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well, ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojuberge end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment. Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have rejoined us. Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I made from the state. So if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global not the major polluter in the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, you just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed. Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Apologies for the interruption in the course of the conversation, but we'll get straight in now to the talk on World Teachers Day, and the theme for the year 2024 is valuing teacher voices, because it has become important to listen to the cries of teachers on their plight, and also to improve the welfare of teachers so they can effectively deliver on their duty. We're joined this morning by two wonderful educationists, and we have Olusukomi Okbeifa, who is a teacher, and we also have Dr. Peter Oguduru, who is an education researcher, leader of the international award-winning Nigerian teachers community. These two educationists are joining us virtually this morning as we talk about World Teachers Day 2024. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Blessing. It's my pleasure to join you on the show.
Okay, it's nice to have this wonderful gentleman with us as we look at education this morning. So Saturday was World Teachers Day, and the theme is valuing teacher voices. Taking an assessment of the working condition of teachers in Nigeria, the contributions of teachers to improving lives. What would you say has been it for teachers? Are we still in the era of the teacher's reward is in heaven? I'm going to start from Olusukomi, who is a teacher, to get us view in this.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, I am Olusukomi, and it's my pleasure to be here again. And happy Teachers Day to me and my colleagues out there. Yes, starting with the question. Our reward is actually in heaven, and I agree totally on that, because there is no amount to give teachers that can actually pay us. So you need to give us millions and millions, and then keep on increasing it, because that is where our reward is. And thanks to different organizations that the one you just shared during the course of this program, how that teacher, my beautiful friend Adiola, got rewarded. An angel went to heaven to bring down that reward of 6.5 million naira for her, and a project 20 million naira for our school. So our reward is actually in heaven, and we need an angel to bring it all the time. Government, corporate organizations, parents, students we teach is there. So teachers' reward, yes, I agree, it's in heaven. However, we don't need to go to heaven to go and bring it. We are not in a hurry to go to heaven to get it out as well. We need government to attend to us. We need parents to give us our respect. We need our voices to be heard in society. We need to be part of policy making, and then you see that teachers actually accept. Thank you.
All right, so let me get some word from Dr. Peter Oguduru. So Olusukomi just said that it seemed an angel went to heaven to bring the reward when the Teacher of the Year was awarded recently, and we saw the private participation in that award ceremony. What would it take to actually make the rewards of teachers happen here on earth, rather than us saying that the teacher's reward is in heaven? What do we need to look at to understand the roles teachers are playing?
Well, you cannot reward a person whose work you do not appreciate. So what you find in our country is a situation where the people who run governments who formulate policies for education space are obviously individuals who are yet to agree completely that education is the bedrock of development, and that in its absence you cannot guarantee accelerated development for any society. To make our case worse, you find us in a situation where the people who run the system in terms of policy making and the implementation of those policies are people who well, when I say implementation of those policies, I'm looking at the people who are at the very top, like directors in ministries of education and similar agencies. What you find is that most of them are training their children abroad. and giving their children the opportunity to get the best education possible, and running a system back home that is decrepit. And so they do not wear the shoes, and therefore do not know where the shoes pinch. So as we speak, the teachers that we have in our country, Nigeria, most of them are definitely not very happy with the quality of remuneration they are receiving, with how they are treated, with the level of recognition they enjoy. There are a few, probably maybe about 1% of teachers working in the international education sector who are appreciated by the employers who run those schools, but that's just you can count them on your fingers, and that's not very representative of the schools we have in Nigeria. So where we are is a very dangerous place, because most teachers today in our country are people who are just transiting. They are not holding teaching jobs because they love to be teachers. They are just staying there while they are looking for better opportunities, both within and outside our country. And as soon as those opportunities come their way, they abandon their classrooms and go and pick up those opportunities they consider to be more remunerative. And that's not where we should be. So we need to get more serious and accept the fact that truly education is the bedrock of development. And all the noise we make in Parliament, in Abuja, and in other corridors of power, those are not the things that will move Nigeria forward. The way to move forward is to recognize that education is indispensable for opening the minds of people, especially young people, to recognize their roles in society and find the energies, the skills, the knowledge, their values to be able to contribute effectively to the development of their societies and to guarantee, harmony within society. For now, that is not where we are as a people.
Well, I'm glad you joined us once again, gentlemen. The essence of having a special day like this for a conversation that has to do with teachers is also to look at issues that teachers globally they face in terms of challenges. I'd like to make reference to what the NUT said a few days ago about the shortage of teachers globally and also in Nigeria, making reference. Now, let's start with Olascomi for you to give us a picture in terms of welfare. How is Nigeria faring when it comes to the attention that ought to be given to the welfareism or welfare of teachers, and also give us a picture of what a teacher goes through in Nigeria in the course of duty? The first thing that you emphasized on is shortage of teachers. I would like you to react to that as we specialize on a day like this to make things better for teachers. Your take.
All right, yeah, thank you. Sincerely, this is a very sensitive part when you talk about what teachers actually go through, especially regarding their welfare. I mean, Doctor had already analyzed us into 3 categories. We have those ones who are just earning very poor. I mean, you see teachers in this country earning less than 40,000 naira in some schools around. You see those who even earn 25,000 naira. I mean, these are friends that I can mention their names and say, go and meet this person, you will know that that's the truth. Then we have those who are just in between. We can manage to survive. And then we have, yes, very few ones. I mean, less than 1% also in some top schools, especially private organizations, private schools, where, yes, they're a little bit financially free to an extent, actually, even with that one. So in terms of remuneration, I can say that 2/3 or more than 2/3 of teachers in this country are not well paid. And even with the government, I mean, look, something happened in 2020, I guess. It was during the tenure of Buhari then, where he promised that teachers' salary should improve. And I was privy to that document to an extent where some committees sat down and then they agreed that this following allowances should be included in teachers' salary alone. I mean, up to now, it still remains a paper. If the paper has not even been swept away in the office where the meeting was held, nothing of that. I mean, if that salary that was suggested by the committee, if it had gotten out today, many people will be struggling to enter teaching. I mean, medical doctors will be dropping their jobs to enter into teaching because it was very fast. But we do not see that. It's only by mouth. Now, so government teachers are there, okay, languishing in poverty. Private school teachers too, the same thing. Now, let's look at the workload and what we do. We do a whole lot. You can imagine the population of the young ones we have in Nigeria and check how many qualified teachers we have. According to TRCN, I think we have barely above 2 million teachers that are qualified. Now, these ones are the ones that have TRCN. Now, not that they are teaching. Many of them are even lecturers. Many of them are administrators. Now, so we have around 1.5 million teachers in the classroom with the teeming population of students. Get to a typical public school in Lagos State, you will see nothing less than 150 to 200 students to a teacher. Now, how do you effectively teach? Now, if it comes to survival with fittest, the teacher is stressed. I need to shout on the top of my voice to be sure that I'm heard. I need to mark heaps of notes from class A to B to C. A teacher is taking nothing less than 2 or 3 classes with about 600 students around every day. You can imagine the stress such a human being will go through. You can imagine standing in front, having to shout. You need to prepare your lesson plan. You do not sleep. You know, you go through that stress over and over. I have this recommendation at a particular time, and I think I still stand by that. If you really want to survive as a teacher, you need to just hold your destiny in your hand by just doing about 5 to 10 years in the classroom and just pack your load and leave because of the current situation. Quoting my student, they will say, you cannot come and go and die. Yes, that's the reality, because a whole lot of things are involved. You cannot just do that. So in terms of workload, it's getting too much for teachers. We do not have enough motivation or something attractive enough to bring people into the job. Kudos to Lagos State government at a particular point that brought in so-called experts, those who did not study education, into the field, and at the point that they got them trained. But today now, we don't even have that. The population is increasing and we are not filling the gap. So financially, teachers are not well paid. Of course, it's always there. In terms of workload, it is there too. In terms of resources that we use in teaching, we do not have it enough. Look at the screen now, and we can see that teacher there now using whiteboard in 21st century, having to copy. That is not the way to teach anymore in 21st century. There are 1,001 ways of teaching that will send learning or knowledge down into the knowledge head of the student. But we do not have that anymore. We don't even have that at all. And that's even one of the best we can have. Go to some schools, they do not have roofs over their head. They do not have board there. The environment where the teacher is working to is not even giving us the vibe that we are working well at all. We are going through a lot of psychological stress because we are teachers. So a whole lot of things. The welfare of teacher, as far as I'm concerned, in this country, put everything together, is still zero. Is still zero. And as we say, our destiny is just in our hand. We are the one just looking for solution to our own problem. I remember this teacher talking about how many students in Nigeria will say that he or she wants to become a teacher. You hardly see any. I was in a church where a pastor was even praying that nobody will pray that your child will become a teacher. And I was like, wow, that's an insult on my profession. But that's the reality, because nobody wants to go through that stress.
All right, let me get to Dr. Gigo. I'd like to make reference to UNESCO recommendations when it comes to the ratio of teachers to students. It's about 35 pupils to 1 teacher. Give us a picture of what we have in Nigeria as regards the ratio of teachers to pupils or students in Nigeria. And then that could be a point for you to also give us further picture as regards some of the challenges being faced by teachers in Nigeria.
Well, if you paid attention to what SOUQ was telling you, you would have picked the information to the fact that, especially in the public school system, our classrooms are overcrowded, and this is across all levels, up to university level. In the university is even worse, where you find 1,000 students in a lecture hall where there's no amplifier. And so then if you come to primary schools and secondary schools, you find similar dangerous situations where in a classroom you find 150 students, 100 students, 120. But we have a very privileged class of children who are also in the school system. And that area we classify as international schools, where what we know to be the appropriate environment for young people to learn is in existence. So you find at primary school level, 12 children, at secondary school level, 25 children. We are not necessarily saying that merely having that type of teacher-student ratio guarantees effective learning, because at the end of the day, we must also realize that what delivers learning. It's not necessarily the quality of the classroom in terms of brick and mortar or the chairs or you know, even the books that you provide. The teacher is at the center of what happens in the education space. So if you don't have qualified teachers, you are not going to get excellent results. But those teachers must be working in environments where it is possible for them to make effective contributions. So it's difficult for a teacher who is attending to 100 students to be able to help every one of them effectively on a daily basis, because how much time does the teacher have in a typical day, on a typical day? So he reports for work at 8 and he closes at 2 normally. And so you have about 6 hours for the teacher to do his work. And his 6 hours are available to 150 students. Divide 6 hours by 150, and you see that in terms of personalized attention, which is required in most of the subjects, especially in STEM subjects like physics, chemistry, and biology, the teacher is not able to do as much as he knows he should do, because the teacher-student ratio is very unrealistic. So that problem has remained, and it's going to get worse because we are not building more schools in line with our population growth rate. Nigeria is a country where about 6 million children arrive this country every year. And that's more than the population of the country called Norway, is more than the population of the country called Finland, is more than the population of the country called Iceland. It's so many countries in the world do not have populations that are up to the number of children we bring into our country via live births. So we are sitting in a very dangerous place. Our classrooms are overcrowded, and we haven't provided the technology required to actually make it very easy for the teacher to probably manage to cope in spite of that. Because yes, if that's the only way we can move forward, then you can use technology to mediate and get something that comes close to learning. But unfortunately for us, most of the public schools do not use amplifiers. So the teacher is shouting, and that makes the job very tiring. So the average teacher, I lead a teachers community of over 400,000 teachers, and you know that. That's the largest teachers community in the world. And our teachers every day are complaining that the job they do is very tiring, and many of them are looking for the slightest excuse to exit the classroom, because apart from the fact that they are not well paid, they are also being asked to do much more than they have the capacity to do. And I think that our governments across the country at all levels are not being realistic. We are moving in a direction that will certainly give us what we are not looking for, and prevent us from getting what we are looking for. So when you talk about crime all the time, a lot of bandits all over the place, hospitals not delivering, doctors not giving you good quality service, engineers not being able to fabricate anything, all of those problems in one way or the other are connected with the fact that we haven't paid good quality attention to education, and more especially hiring, as SOUQ mentioned. Even in churches, pastors pray to for their members for them not to end up as teachers. And the best girls in town do not want to marry, do not want to have teachers as boyfriends, and would not want to marry them, certainly. And I tell you, the average teacher, one of the things that makes us very sad is the fact that our children do not want to become teachers. It's just like the job of a policeman. So these are sensitive jobs that are being done to help society to survive and flourish. But unfortunately, our own children haven't seen how we have struggled over the years to be able to put food on the table, are very unwilling to step into our shoes. And I think that we need to do that very urgently.
Look at the state of primary schools in Nigeria. They seem to suffer more than any tier of education in Nigeria. So in Nigeria, the councils are saddled with the responsibility of establishing primary schools and also remunerating primary school teachers. At the 2024 celebration of World Teachers Day in Abuja, the NUT president actually did reiterate a call to the federal government to review the policy, giving that responsibility to the local government council, and asking that it be transferred to the state governments. Olusokomi, what do you have to say about the state of primary school teachers and primary school education in Nigeria?
Thank you. So it's really an unfortunate situation that we pay little or no attention to the real foundation. I think there's this theory that once you can give a child real foundation with literacy and numeracy in the first 3 years, that's from year 1 to year 3, that's primary 1 to 3, the child can succeed easily along the line throughout the university. And many of us that are a little bit intelligent or bright in schools today, you will realize that you were given proper foundation in your early years. Unfortunately, when you go to primary schools, aside the fact that the teachers are not well taken care of, the environment is such that you should be sure that there is no way education can actually take place here. Now, if the solution actually is that state government or federal government or whatever government will take over and do it well, I think we should just do that. However, I think that is not where the problem is. It is the fact that we're not intentional in giving the right kind of education in this country. I think if this responsibility is given to the local government and the right resources are given to them to manage, then somebody just needs to monitor this effectively, and you discover that education is dropped down there. Once you destroy it at the foundation, we don't really get it properly anymore there. Now, this crop of children now from the policy, they don't repeat anymore the way it used to be when you write an exam and you fail, and you ask to go back because they believe that it should be universal basic education now. The first 9 years, you don't fail. So they get pushed to secondary school, the junior secondary school like that. And then with poor foundation, the teacher in secondary school to junior secondary school will roll them on and on, throw them to senior secondary school, and then before you know it, either they drop out because they cannot cope with reading and learning and numeracy, or they continue and manage like that, and then we drop them into the society. So the point there is this: we just need to be intentional with our primary education. And if it requires proper monitoring, can we get down to it? If it requires taking it away from the local government, because that's been a cry all this while now, teachers are not well taken care of. I remember several times we had to go on strike in the FCT to be sure that the primary school teachers are getting their salary because they are not collecting their own under the same for students of us in secondary school then. So if the solution is taking it away from them, can we be intentional about it? If that's not the case, can we give them enough resources in the local government and then monitor that this one is well dispersed for effective education?
Hey, sir, I'm going to Dr. Peter now. How do we make it right here? According to UNESCO recommendations for teacher welfare, it recommends good remuneration that should be commensurate with the qualifications of the teacher. It also recommends good working condition and other benefits for the teacher, including development as they go in their practice. Now, the president, President Bola Tinubu, reiterated the nation's commitment to teachers' welfare at the 2024 celebration of World Teachers' Day, where he said more will be done in policies to help teachers in terms of access, development, and also welfare. What can we do to get it right? Talks like this happen every year when it's time for World Teachers' Day. Where is the place of private participation? Now, you made reference to one of you made reference to one of the reports that was played where the award ceremony, I believe is Olasukomi, we saw private participation in that award. Sometimes we also see members of the public or some private organization donate buildings, infrastructure to improve education. But where can they come in improving the welfare of teachers?
Well, I know we have this attitude in our country where we want the private sector to come in and do and do much more than they are doing and probably solve all our problems. But you see, education is a public good. We shouldn't be distracted by always trying to shy away from their responsibility. Countries around the world that have moved forward and have created fair, equitable, and just systems are generally societies, countries, nations that have left the education, the supervision of education the welfare of teachers in the hands of government. I do research in education globally. The next time I'm traveling, maybe I should take some of you along, and we go to Finland. I was in Finland, long ago on a sponsored research project by an American, organization. And what you find in Finland is that government is 100% responsible for education, because when they got to the early 1970s, they discovered that the way to guarantee sustainable development, which is more or less the theme of this year's, World Teachers' Day, is to ensure that every citizen has access to good quality education, and that education should be available to everyone, no matter who your parents are. And in that society, what you find is that if you are the child of a minister of that country, and your father has probably a gardener, the child of that gardener studies in the same classroom with you, because their society has been configured in such a way that you don't travel to go to school. You study in the classroom nearest, in the school nearest to where you live. And every school is the same in terms of quality of teachers, quality of infrastructure, quality of learning that is being orchestrated in the classroom. And so this whole idea in Nigeria where we think that education is a cost rather than an investment is a very bad idea. And that's why government keeps thinking that private sector should fund it. Private sector people are profit-oriented people. Even when they give you money, by way of sponsoring anything in education, they still strategize to ensure that they extract something out of it. Sometimes they want to use those platforms to sell the products that they manufacture. That's not what you want. The government should take responsibility for the provision of good quality education, because when you make it happen, you are not doing anyone other than yourself a favor. When you have highly educated people in society, when you have learning taking place at the rate it should take place, you are helping the government, because governance is easier when the citizenry are well educated, are people who can think for themselves. But I think that the reason why these people don't seem to care is probably because they are so selfish that they don't want us to have education to become so evenly distributed, that everybody has good access to it. That way, they and their families will continue to run the affairs of Nigeria and then keep all the money that belongs to all of us in their private pockets, which is very unfortunate for us. So, my sister, what I'm telling you is that let's stop encouraging the government, to keep trying to get the private sector to take over their responsibility. It's not going to work, because education is not a service that gives you immediate profit. Private sector people have been set up to run businesses that bring profit. And every year they have to explain to their investors what they have used their money to do. And the best language that investors understand is the language of profit. Education doesn't deliver in that fashion. The education you are giving to a child today is going to pay you back probably in 30 years' time, when maybe it comes up with an invention that benefits society. And sometimes it takes up to 50 years before that individual becomes fully, mature in terms of using his gifts to benefit society. Private sector people cannot wait for that long to get their benefit. But government should wait to get the individual go through the entire system. They keep funding it, because it doesn't matter when the child is ready. Whenever the child is ready, whatever he or she is able to contribute to society goes to the full advantage of every one of us. So that the model I would prefer is a model that makes Nigerian governments at all levels take their full responsibility for education, fund it, train teachers well, pay teachers well. Whatever the private sector does is just a jara, as we say it in Nigeria. It's just an addition. But private sector cannot take all responsibility of funding our education, and you sitting down there waiting for good quality education to be available to everyone. That is a very unrealistic expectation.
Interesting. And now let me bring in SOUQ now. Let's talk about the recruitment process, because you can't have a solution without revisiting the root of the problem. Now, you're aware that the crop of teachers you have now, there are people who didn't plan to be teachers. Maybe perhaps due to unemployment, they are taking up teaching profession, and it's turning that profession to like a second profession. Now, glory or the prestige associated with teaching to be restored, what kind of incentives do you think should be put in place to help attract the right set of people into that profession? And then this trend of having people who have lost out in one profession coming to teaching profession to ward off the issue of unemployment. How do we checkmate that trend?
This is really dicey, and we just need to be very realistic about this. And let's start from the foundation of the whole thing. When you talk about recruitment actually starts from the process with which we get students into the Faculty of Education. These were people who wanted to study medicine, wanted to study engineering, law, and other courses. And because of their cutoff, they find themselves in education. Now, out of about, let's say, 1,000 students in the Faculty of Education, I can tell you that only 2% want really to become teachers. Now, by the virtue of the fact that no job out there, some of these people find themselves in there. Then that's one category. Another category of people are those who actually study whatever they studied in school, and then they try to look for jobs everywhere, especially courses that will tell you that you can work anywhere. And the next thing is that, okay, I can be a teacher. That's it. Now, here is again in teaching, education, we have these gaps. We don't have enough teachers around, and that's the truth. And then we have people who are willing, either by choice or by chance or by force, who want to come in. Now, can we go through the process a little bit and look for how to encourage them and use the model Lagos State used sometimes around 2011, 2012, even though I do not really like it in the fullness, where they encouraged so-called experts anyway. That means those who studied other things. I mean, either you study mass communication to come and teach English language, you study real biology, like they call it a biology science, okay, to come and teach biology in school and other things. Now, when they got them into the system, before they even entered, they got them into a crash program of like maybe 1 year where they got them trained. And when they came in, they were asked to also go through postgraduate diploma in education. And let me tell you, go and check Lagos State Education today, teaching today. If you see teachers winning awards today, Adiola, for instance, you saw there, came into the same scheme. We have people like Soji Megbon, we have people like Odusonya and the rest of them. All these are fantastic young guys that are doing fantastically well in Lagos State now. They came through that scheme. Now, although that scheme also edged some of us who studied education out because we couldn't get the job, we were thrown away that, okay, we were not given enough training as teachers. Now, if you can bring all this together, do it properly. Those who want to come into teaching, give them the right training. Those who are already there, give them the right training. And do not stop with training alone. Can we please up the salary a little bit, that is better, to make it very attractive enough that people are actually the ones dropping their salary, dropping their CV? And can we have a policy to also peg teacher salary in private schools, that no matter what you are doing, if you are going into teaching business or education business, school business, your salary to your teacher at this particular level must not go beyond this. I mean, let's set a particular standard. There's no way you will be a medical doctor and then you don't think because you're a medical doctor, you are going to...
So that teachers can have a good pay structure, and that would just be encouraged so much more of the people who are feeling maybe jam form or wanting to study to say, okay, I want to become a teacher. And the narrative of people praying for their children not to end up as teachers may just change with a standard pay for teachers. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being a part of the conversation. We've had Olusukomi Okpeifa, who's a teacher, and Dr. Peter Oguduru, who's an education researcher, speak to what Teachers Day, the plight of teachers, and how teachers' welfare can be improved. No wonder the theme this year, valuing teachers' voices.
My pleasure of joining you
sure,
this
gentlemen.
morning. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, we're due for a break right now. When we return, to be time for us to look at blockchain technology. What are the uses? Countries are now adopting blockchain technology for fiscal transparency. And one country in Africa that has done this is Guinea-Bissau. We'll talk more about that after the break.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, now let's get into some technology matters that has to do with finance too. And that is the use of blockchain technology for fiscal functions or fiscal purposes. Now, I mentioned before we went in that break that some countries are beginning to use blockchain technology for fiscal transparency due to the nature of the technology itself. One country in Africa that has adopted that is Guinea-Bissau. Looking at blockchain technology, what it entails and what it can do in terms of financial management. We'll be having a blockchain expert speak to the issue this morning, and is joining us virtually. Andrew Obe is a blockchain expert. Andrew, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's good to be here this morning. How are you doing?
Well, I hope you are too.
Yes, I'm doing awesome. I'm doing great.
All right, in here because we also have Sam Oroju, who is a public and international affairs analyst. He'll be speaking to that aspect, which is the use of blockchain technology for fiscal transparency. And also, there's a second issue that we'll be looking at the second half of the show, which is what the IMF chief has said regarding the growth of the GCC, which is expected to rebound, as the IMF chief says, risk remains. So if you're wondering what is GCC. It's just cooperation countries, about 6 of them. But the IMF has made some projections regarding their growth. We'll look at that after we talk about fiscal transparency. Good morning, Sam Rodi. It's good to see you this Monday morning.
Thank you very much indeed. Good to be here.
Oh, we're happy that you're here. Let's get to Andrew first. Blockchain technology. You know, when we hear that, sometimes it seems like something very complex. I believe it's complex, but I know you can just decipher the whole thing and make it as simple as possible. Exactly what is blockchain technology and what are the uses of blockchain?
Okay, in layman terms, first of all, thank you also for having me here. Now, in layman terms, blockchain is simply a decentralized ledger, a decentralized way of storing data. You know, the traditional means of storing data is having the records of your data stored in a central server and probably backed up somewhere. Now, but blockchain decentralizes this record such that records can be stored across thousands and even millions of computers that are connected over a network. So blockchain is simply a record system that is decentralized. So I believe, for example, you guys have a database and probably centralized. Now, but with blockchain, you can decentralize such records. So any place where records are being stored, any form of record can be stored on the blockchain, records of supply chain, financial records, medical records, what have you. Any form of record can be stored on the blockchain. So the blockchain is simply a record system that is fully decentralized. And by being decentralized, it makes it transparent and immutable.
All right, Andrew, glad to have you joined us once again for this conversation. You are the tech expert here, so it's good you've provided that introduction and background to the conversation. But Guinea-Bissau is making history as one of the first West African countries to introduce these tailored towards maintaining fiscal transparency. I'd like you to shed light on why do you think this is not likely embraced the way it ought to if we're recording a few African countries embracing this technology? And how can these be tailored towards achieving transparency in civil service, in issues related to wages, which is what this country has done in recent times? How can that be something that can be largely embraced as far as African nations are concerned?
Okay, thank you for that question. First of all, we need to understand that this is an emerging technology, so adoption will grow over time. So it's not going to be rocket science because it's an emerging technology, but it's actually a commendable thing that Guinea-Bissau have done, right? Setting the pace for other African countries to follow. Now, blockchain, because of its unique way of storing data, guarantees transparency and immutability, such that data that are stored on the blockchain cannot be tampered with. Now, we are going to see, because of the demand on governance for transparency and a more transparent government that people demand, we're going to see governments of several other nations begin to look in this direction. And that is what we have consistently encouraged. But, you know, because blockchain takes away some level of central power, it's not going to come very easy. It's not going to come very cheap. It's going to come as a result of a lot of public education on what this technology, the potential of this technology, because some people still associate blockchain with scam and blockchain with only cryptocurrencies. But blockchain is beyond that. Blockchain has application in various industries. Blockchain can be applied in supply chain. In fact, one of the very important areas that blockchain can be applied is in election records, right? If we have blockchain being applied in our elections, we will have greater transparency and efficiency of data, and we won't have issues of electoral malpractices and the rest, because that data on the blockchain cannot be tampered with. Data on the blockchain are public, and everybody can view the data that are being recorded on the blockchain. Other areas that this, like Guinea-Bissau has shown, is in the area of wage bill management, which is one of the areas many countries struggle with because of corruption. And we saw that in the report that their wage bill, which used to take over about 84% of their tax revenue, was drastically reduced to about 50% right now. Now that shows you how important blockchain can be. And blockchain can also enhance and simplify auditing process. Auditing process can be simplified as a result of blockchain. And that is what Guinea-Bissau is going to be experiencing right now. A lot of money is being spent to audit reports in the traditional way. But with blockchain, all these costs can be cut down. And imagine the over 34% that have been saved as a result of this application in Guinea-Bissau can now into other areas of their economy in developing their education, their healthcare, and all other sectors that need fund. And I think this is a commendable step that the Guinea-Bissau government, in conjunction with IMF, has taken. And we hope to see it more in other countries. Thank you very much.
All right, Sam Marujo, let's look at Guinea-Bissau's move to ensure fiscal transparency. So before the adoption of blockchain technology in Guinea-Bissau, now it was revealed that as of 2020, when the project was first designed, 84% of the state's tax revenue went toward paying public employees in Guinea-Bissau. Now that has dropped to 50% because Guinea-Bissau aims to use blockchain to actually do a lot of things, not just for tracing what is being spent, even for ghost workers and so many other aspects of governance. What do you think about what Guinea-Bissau is doing vis-a-vis the complaint of African countries in terms of prudent financial management?
I think with the introduction of blockchain technology in terms of public administration in Guinea-Bissau, which began 2020, and if you look at the benchmark results that were just released from the IMF, who is an enabler of that project, it shows that there's a high level of transparency in the deployment of that technology, particularly in terms of the payroll, which has been able to save about 34% of what was used in terms of managing payrolls and wages within the system. Therefore, if you look at the concept of open governance, open democracy, I think this is the right way to go, using data as a means of projecting transparency in government. And I'm sure this hasn't taken firm root in West Africa. IMF, as the enabler, I'm sure they're going to sell this package to some other African country that can use that initiative in terms of open governance, open democracy, in enhancing transparency in terms of wage administration and how monies are spent in the public sector. And I think it's welcoming, and I think it's a good initiative by the government of Guinea-Bissau in terms of fiscal responsibility, fiscal transparency, fiscal accountability, which on the long run will benefit the citizens, where money is saved from some other department where blockchain technology is used to see how you can control the management of wages, administration, and some other within the ecosystem of providing fiscal responsibility.
All right, let me bring in Andrew here now. I'd like you to give us a proper understanding of what it involves when you need to put in place a system driven by blockchain technology, perhaps towards wages or whatever might be the motive, but give us a picture of how it works. And then, do you foresee any level of resistance if this is going to be adopted in other nations? In terms of infrastructure, what are some of the things that need to be put in place? How expensive or affordable it is when it comes to the adoption of a system driven by blockchain technology?
Okay. One of the major resistance that nations will face, and I think even Guinea-Bissau has faced, is in the area of technical expertise. Having people who can develop this technology. Trustworthy people can develop this technology, because if even though blockchain is secured, it's a secured way of storage, if not done properly, right, we have seen that corruptions can also be done using blockchain technology. So, but one of the areas governments need to focus on is in the area of what? Technical expertise, getting the right people to get these things done. And I think the private sector is doing a whole lot. There are a lot of, speaking for example, like in Nigeria, now there are a whole lot of experts in Nigeria who understand this game and are able to use it to deploy it into several sectors of our economy. So one of the key areas is in the area of technical expertise. Another area would be in government acceptance. You know, there's always a resistance to change anytime something new is coming. And we're going to see a lot of government, probably government officials, resist these things. And that's because the older generation do not understand fully this technology. So because the older generation that are in government may not fully understand this technology, they may not accept or adopt it at first. Right, I was part of a team who wrote to the National Assembly, for example, in Nigeria, as to the application of blockchain in our election. But because of we don't have, we are not properly educated on what blockchain is, you see, there will be this resistance upon the first approach. So, but I believe that this is going to improve over time as blockchain education improves. Another thing would be in the education, blockchain education in mainstream. So we need to see blockchain education and blockchain awareness being carried out more, so that people will be more aware of the importance and the value of blockchain technology. So I think these are just the key areas where we see some resistance right now.
While you were speaking earlier, you mentioned that blockchain can be used negatively. What are the areas that blockchain can be used negatively? And do we need a sort of regulatory framework for blockchain to work in Nigeria? In Guinea-Bissau, we've seen the progress they've made with blockchain. In Nigeria, there's still a struggle transiting to e-governance. So what should be in place first before adopting blockchain for governance?
Okay, you see, when it comes to, because blockchain records are immutable, so any record that you store on blockchain cannot be changed. So it means if from the foundation we don't get it right, it means records are already wrong. And if you don't get the right people in place for this technology to be adopted, for this technology to be implemented, things are already going to go wrong. So even
blockchain on records being correctly wrong, what would that mean, and what will be the implications?
Okay, if data integrity is already tampered with, then there is no transparency. If data integrity is already tampered with from the beginning, then there's no transparency.
I just wanted you to clear that. You could continue on the things that should be on ground first before the adoption of blockchain technology for fiscal transparency and other aspects that blockchain could be used for development. Regulatory framework.
Okay, one of the regulatory, I think governments, even though blockchain is decentralized, then there needs to be regulatory framework that protects citizens as against the harmful use of blockchain technology, so that blockchain technology actually reaches its full potential and its full capacity. So they need to, government needs to put a regulatory framework so that individuals do not manipulate the system. So there still needs to be regulatory framework. Even in Guinea-Bissau, I know that they have regulatory framework to protect the adoption of blockchain technology in the nation, so that individuals don't hijack this process, because we've seen, for example, in Nigeria, blockchain technology being associated with terrorism financing and several other corrupt practices, money laundering and the rest. These things can be associated with blockchain technology if we don't have proper regulatory framework. And one of such regulatory framework could be KYC being done by participants on any blockchain network. So if KYC is being done, we know who is transferring what and who is receiving what. So proper KYC also needs to be done. This kind of regulatory framework would ensure that blockchain is not being used for other corrupt practices.
Andrew, what a way to just wrap up that conversation, because time will not permit us to go further. We must thank you for sharing your and your ideas regards this development. Let's hope that the issue of transparency can actually be achieved and other nations will adopt this technology. Thank you so much for taking time to have this conversation with us.
Thank you for having me here.
Let's get back to Sam now, who is right here with us in the studio. You heard Andrew talked about the need for transparency and to ensure that you have a form of regulation. What are some of other issues related to the adoption of technology and the issue of regulation in Africa? Does it not bother you if you're talking about a kind of technology that is in the vogue in the West, and here in Africa, you're just having one or two nations just adopting it? How do you feel?
I think it's corruption as a major impediment to adoption of technology, and Africa, more often than not, when you talk about technology penetration and corruption, has become a major issue. Therefore, most African countries are finding it difficult to provide a regulatory framework, like Blessing mentioned earlier, so that we can adopt new technologies which will enhance accountability, transparency, and government. So that's one of the major impediments. But the case of Guinea-Bissau, a small country on the west coast of Africa, taking that initiative, I'm sure within the ECOWAS sub-region, government and the IMF, they begin to encourage the adoption of this technology to enhance transparency, particularly in terms of wage-based payment. If you look at this from the perspective of Nigeria, with a large wage bill, particularly at the federal government level, if blockchain technology is deployed, the issues of illegal payouts to people due to corruption might be reduced drastically. So therefore, it's not about the issue of technology itself, it's the environment, the ecosystem that supports the adoption of those technology to enhance transparency in governance. That will be the key challenge for most African leaders.
All right, let's get to the second leg of the conversation, which is the last for today. It's about the GCC region. You have the IMF scoring, the Gulf region, scoring them high when it comes to unemployment rate, inflation rate. Does that not sound remarkable? What do you think is playing out in that region?
It is remarkable. About 3 days ago, when the IMF chief, Georgieva, on the sideline event of the Gulf Cooperation Council ministerial meeting, his opening remark encouraged that the GCC country, that's the Gulf states, or you might call them Arab states, have been doing remarkably well in terms of the level of employment, the low rate of inflation. These are driven essentially by tourism, trade and finance, where in the last 1 year, there's an encouragement from a 4.2% growth to an estimated 4.4 economic growth in that area. So therefore, the IMF was saying that if the Gulf Cooperation Council ministers are able to fine-tune their policy framework in a sustainable manner, then that region will continually be at the pace of economic growth and development. Beyond the energy sector, which is a major driver, tourism, trade, and finance has become a major ecosystem that is driving economic growth in that region. So that's underscore some of the fiscal and monetary policy that the Arab states have been able to put together in the last 2-3 years that has sustained this growth.
Now, if you look at the 6 countries that are part of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, you find Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. And like you rightly said, it could be referred to as the Arab states. They have one thing in common. They have oil, and they are very key when we talk about energy for the world. In spite of the progress that they have made, which the IMF has also talked about, saying that there's economic rebound in that region, but there are risks. One of them is geopolitical tensions, which seem to be emerging around that region, the Middle East area, which some of these countries are very close to. What are your thoughts on this risk that the GCC countries seem to?
Actually, the IMF have mentioned the political tension, particularly within that region. In spite of those tensions, the figures or the numbers are looking very good. That tension will continue to exist within that region, but that is not to say it will impact negatively on the 6 Arab states. That projection will go into 2025 in spite of the tension being witnessed in the Middle East. Therefore, that tension will not remarkably affect those growth potential that will lead to a rebound in the economic growth of that region.
One thing that the GCC countries have been able to achieve is cooperation, the existence of a free trade zone in that area and a common market. Does this political tension have the capability of interfering with the economic cooperation that exists in that region?
I don't think so personally, because if you look at the outlook that was projected by the IMF in that ministerial conference that just took place about 3 days ago, why the tension exists, it doesn't have a significant implication for the growth that has been foreseen in that region. But then, beyond the energy sector, there's a growing improvement in tourism, in trade and financial instruments that region has continued to leverage on in terms of the economic development. So, by and large, the tension in the Middle East is not likely to affect what goes on in the Gulf state. And those projections were actually done even in this ministerial conference that just ended about 3 to 4 days ago.
Now, still talking about the potential risk, one of the risks identified by IMF has to do with the fluctuation in oil prices. In fact, I would love to quote IMF here. Fluctuations in oil prices and production could reduce financial buffers and have negative spillovers to the non-oil economy. So she talked about or make reference to the issue of the political tension and the potential risks to the economy of that region. Let's look at the fluctuations in oil prices, which may erode what you call the financial buffer some of these nations should have. That region is also known for oil production. Now, with this advisory from IMF, how do you think this region can manage this looming danger, the fluctuations in oil prices and the impact on their economy?
I think essentially that has to do with the diplomacy and see how they can play in their broader nation states that are engulfed in political tension. But mind you, what IMF is saying here is essentially beyond the energy sector, which is the mainstay of those economies. But they are saying that with improvement in tourism, trade, and financial services, in spite of the shocks that are likely to come from the energy, in line with the political tension in that environment. Once tourism, trade, and financial service is sustained, then the economy will grow by 4.4% in 2025. The growth rate from last year to 2024 has been sustained at 4.2%. Therefore, in spite of these challenges, the outlook does not foresee any danger that these figures are likely to drop, while taking cognizance of those tensions. And I think the Gulf states will act as a buffer nation in terms of providing diplomatic imperative for some of the other Arab nations, particularly the Middle East, that is engulfed in a political tension. So they will have what you call the balancing act to be able to sustain their economy. So they want that tension to escalate to a point that will jeopardize its economic growth in that region.
Now, another challenge is the diversification economic diversification in that region, which the IMF actually also advocate. There seems to be a challenge with diversifying away from oil dependency in that region. Apart from countries like the Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates that have been able to do that in recent time and still on that track, trying to diversify away from oil dependence. Fundamental issues with diversifying the economy of the GCC.
I think the GCC is already in that threshold in terms of diversification beyond non-energy sector, which is a mainstay of those economies. So they have had a very robust development strategy in place for tourism, for trade. You have the trade zones in those regions. You're talking about new financial sector where a lot of bond stocks and financial services are going into that environment to see how they can leverage on the financial buoyancy of those Gulf states, particularly UAE and Saudi Arabia, who has continued to provide the leadership in terms of the diversification, which I underscore in that ministerial conference, which ended about 3 or 4 days ago.
All right. As we wrap up, just like you said, the GCC regions, they've been able to make some remarkable diversification by taking advantage of what we call the non-oil sector, the non-hydrocarbon economy. Talks about tourism, hospitality. What are the takeaways here for African nations? Most African nations, they are all dependent. The economy is driven by oil and gas sector. And here you have a region who has taken advantage of diversifying with non-hydrocarbon sector. What are the takeaways for African nations here?
The takeaways simply means, one, beyond your mainstay, which is the primary product that we take outside for exploitation, it's good that we must look inward into some other sector, a non-oil sector, particularly tourism, which has enhanced the growth in the Gulf region. On the other hand, too, we need a responsible and visionary leadership to move away from this traditional means of earning to new other sector that can grow the economy, taking advantage of tourism, trade, and financial services. Then Africa as a continent must look inward to support themselves in this other sector so that we can grow the economy and enhance economic prosperity for citizens.
Despite being in a zone or in an area that is volatile, so to speak, and prone to geopolitical tensions, these 6 states have been able to manage themselves out of it. What do you think has been part of the reason why they've been able to manage out of it? Is there any lesson for other countries or other regions to learn?
I think essentially it's about visionary leadership, a committed leadership that take cognizance of the welfare of their citizens. I think that's essentially the major driver. So you look at some of the literature, particularly in UAE, visionary leadership has led to those growth. So if we take it home here, we need visionary leaders who can take the initiative. Then if you look at the 3C of leadership, we talk about competence, capacity, and perhaps compassion or courage to grow those economies. We help our systems to move in the same direction like the Gulf states.
All right. Well said there. It's often said that everything rises and falls on leadership, which is what you've done to summarize what can be done in the African continent to replicate the kind of success that the GCC have recorded in terms of tourism and hospitality. Sam Oruji, I must have to thank you for sharing your thoughts on this story and for being here as always.
Thank you.
All right, that's the show today. We thank you so much for making our time to watch. You can do more by just sharing today's content and also leaving a message. What's your contribution? What's your take on the GCC? What's your take on even the adoption of blockchain for governance, for fiscal transparency? And what can be done to improve the welfare of teachers? These are the issues that have been discussed here today. we'll take it over now to you so that you can let us know what you think on them. I'm Blessing H. The show returns tomorrow, 8 a.m. West African time, and Market Insight is built for 11 a.m. here on SOUQ News TV. There are so many more that will come after Market Insights. All we ask is that you stay, and please, if you have a radio, I'm very sure if you do not, then of course you can maybe download an app through which you can listen to radio, or maybe get one. You know, there's this trend that some people carry along, and the reason you need this is so you can listen to the I 104.9, the place where business makes bits. See you tomorrow.
And it's still a special day and a special month to celebrate teachers. So one way or the other, I want you to do a recap of teachers who have helped in shaping your lives. This would be a good time to remember them. Perhaps you place a call to them, send them messages, for you're a product of the teachers who you've encountered in your life. So let's take this opportunity to celebrate them. Don't forget our previous conversation and the one we just had. You can do a catch up on all our social media platforms, on our YouTube page. Just search for SOUQ News TV. There you find all the conversations we've had today. Don't forget, Early Exchange will always return bigger and better tomorrow. I remain Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
I do this. So it's an opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
Looking back, you know, my village is nice. I mean, urban, or it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, you know, in the community. And so, my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, you know, in the family. So, usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, you know, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, you know. So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You know, you can wake up at 5, you know, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University where I am now, when I walk out, you have this what they call these gardeners, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. The question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. For the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. It used to be called St. John's. But by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. And from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education. In the then Bender State, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua, you have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esa Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. We were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. Today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM. Must have written JAM about 3 times. You write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bender. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bender State University when it was created, Ambrosali, now Ambrosali. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me. You know, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. Well, at that time, it was, you know, it was something that it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Wole Soyinka, then, and of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat, you know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I also reread that work again when I was writing my master's, you know, thesis. You know, so the other part of me which was in it was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for you know, Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. You know, that's what it was leaving. It made about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, you know, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and you know, those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and you know, allowed the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of, you know, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. E.C. Mamadou. He's now a German resident. You know, he graduated from Ife, National University, then the University of Ife, and he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one I recovered were The Dialectics of Nature by Friedrich Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. You know, science and its relation to social life. So, that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-Durin, also by Friedrich Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So, by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, you know, and all of that. So, when I left ECOMA for Lagos, you know, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, you know, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, you know, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary. You know, even though I was squatting, you know, at that time. And what we did by, you know, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership. Writing minutes, you know, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, you know, period until I entered the University of Lagos, you know. Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in UNIMED, but he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyekpe, you know, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, you know, during that period. So we resuscitated the union. I brought the union back by, you know, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And you know, there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Mado Jutimi Phillips. At Atlanta, died, God bless his soul, you know, to become the union president. I ran, after Mado Jutimi, I think I ran for the presidency, you know, and again, I lost to Papa Chris Anyanze. It's also late now, you know. That led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, you know, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falana. You know, so, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, that was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. I was the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results when it was eventually released, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I deployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north. And so we deployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We redeployed back, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time, and in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Enno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, and my chairman was taken away, Beko was taken to Katsina prison also. We were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University, and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of SENCOD, many prominent people, Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SENCOD, of that center. Orelokpe, who is in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, to train in the SENCOD Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, and rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, it's liberating. It's about, how to transform the society. And it's about, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, a detailed volume on globalization and the fringe players. The way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You must at each point in time define, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of birth, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? It means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, help to fight them. You have to subvert them so that people can, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. If I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. It doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own. And the social measures, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even his 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, SOUQ was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfremu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitution making, you have what we call there's what we call people's-led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down a constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I thought it was almost about 50%, of resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrees, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was a problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. You know, it was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, you know, to the states. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, you know, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, you know, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Kwerimadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. You know, creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, you know, more powers should be devolved, you know, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. You know, electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. You know, and which other one, railway, is now concurrent. You know, so for me, that's some, you know, some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. You know, largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, you know, system, the polity. You know, therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, you know, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, you know, should exercise some measure of autonomy, you know, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, I mean, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, you know. So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, you know, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, you know, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, you know, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, you know, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, you know. Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, you know, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, you know, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. You know, the question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, you know, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, Those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. State had, Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today, They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If if you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other, sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not, prioritized. So that has created problems, between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy, happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, but creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget, because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university, because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all, except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria in Nigerian universities, I mean, were very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like B.J. Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI, because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are living in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance. Governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said, happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the Economic Community of West African States (ECOWAS) corridors have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway extension points continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The NPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the NPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amato, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product (GDP). Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafor, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the ports. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofor, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Post Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
This fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The volume is really low.
Good morning and once again welcome to Market Insights here on SOUQ News Television, Lagos. We're hoping that you had a good weekend. It's the start of a new trading week, or if you like, the start of a new business week, and we are all about giving you everything that you need to know with regards to what the market looks like and the granular activities, the naira and kobo of it all, as it does concern you and most importantly, your wallet and or your bank account. Welcome again. My name is David Chiedu. Today we're going to be looking at the rising cost of healthy feeding in this part of the world. We'll get into details of that particular conversation, but not before we take a look at what happened last week on the trading floor of the NGX, and that ended Friday, the 4th of October, 2024. So at the end of last week day of trading on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, a total of 320,700,958 shares in 8,763 deals, corresponding to a market value of 6,021,557,886 naira 27 kobo were traded. Compared with the previous NGX trading day, that was Thursday, October 3, Friday's data showed 19% improvement in volume, 11% decline in turnover, but 2% improvement in deals. Now, the current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is 56 trillion naira. In the aggregates, 119 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 33 gainers and 21 losers. Seplat's Petroleum Development Company led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 4,964 naira 70 kobo per share, followed by Associated Bus Company going up 9.82% in the positive. Livestock Feeds went up plus 9.7%, and Cabriton Offshore Support Group went up 9.62%. On the losing side, Eterna came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 10% at 27 naira per share, followed by PZ Cussons Nigeria going down 9.49%. Regency Alliance Insurance went down 8.89%, and AXA Mansard Insurance went down 7.08%. United Bank for Africa, UBA, recorded the highest volume of 36.7 million traded shares, followed by Sterling Bank at 23.6 million, Ela Lakes at 23.3 million, and Lafarge Wapco at 16.7 million shares. And that's what it looked like on the trading floor of the NGX last week as it ended Friday, October the 4th, 2024. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get straight into the conversation, the rising cost of healthy diet, or COHD if you like, and we will be assessing the impact on the economy. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's still Market Insight this Monday morning, the 7th of October 2022. Many thanks again for joining us. We're talking about the rising cost of healthy diets this morning and assessing the impact. Eating healthy these days has become a struggle for very many Nigerians, especially those who have subsistent means of income. Being able to feed is one problem. Now, feeding but not eating healthy, or but not feeding healthy, has its own implications. The gap, as it were, keeps growing. Now, the national average cost of healthy diets in Nigeria has increased by 46.2% in 8 months in the year 2024. Headline inflation and food inflation, according to a report by the NBS, that is the National Bureau of Statistics, and the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. It revealed that the national average cost of a healthy diet increased to 1,255 naira per adult per day in August, from 858 naira earlier reported in January, and 786 naira reported in December last year. Now, the question is what the implications are for the average struggling Nigerian citizen. That's perhaps what you're asking now. Well, we'll discuss that and more on the program this morning. So we're being joined by an economics lecturer at the University of Lagos, as well as a research fellow. He is also a research fellow, at the Institute of Nigeria-China Development Studies, the University of Lagos. Dr. Ajiwon Oluseya joins us this morning on the program. Dr. Oluseya, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me this morning.
You hear me loud and clear? It's great to have you joining us, Doctor.
Can you hear me as well?
So first of all, we're going to start with, the numbers which we are seeing right now. It's being reported by the National Bureau of Statistics, right? And they don't particularly fill us with that much confidence. According to them, the average cost of healthy diet has gone up to 1,255 naira per adult, from 858 that he was much earlier in the year. As a matter of fact, in Lagos particularly, you need to have over 1,600 naira to be able to feed properly. When I say properly, to have a healthy diet. The same goes for the two other states that have high numbers, that have racked high numbers over the months, talking about Ogun State and River State, where you also have to have over 1,600 naira and 1,500 naira respectively. So essentially, it means that if you do not, and this is, addressing the Lagos context right now. Of course, we're going to talk about it from the general perspective, but in a city like Lagos, essentially what this means is, for the average poor person, or if you like, for the average low-income earner, who barely struggles to make a living, if they're going to feed well, going by this particular indices, they need to have at least 1,615 naira or 1,642 naira, as the case may be. What do you make of these, Doctor?
Like you said, to eat an appropriate meal, the BRS is 1,600 naira in Lagos, and you cannot be eating just once a day. At least on the average, people are supposed to eat twice a day. So we are talking about over 3,000 naira on feeding alone. And when you multiply that 3,000 by 30 days, that gives you 90,000 naira. And the minimum wage in Nigeria is 70,000 naira. And we are just talking about food alone. We're not talking about all other things, transportation, accommodation. You still have to take care of, your clothes, you have to bathe, you have to wash your mouth. So there are so many expenses. So when you look at these expenses, fix the income, then it's a critical situation that calls for a critical analysis. The way things are, when people are actually shouting that a build power, it is a fact, and this will definitely have implications on the kind of life people will be eating, because the moment you don't have money to eat healthy, then you just start eating any and anything that comes along your way. In fact, it's so critical that some people might not even be able to get a meal a day. So that is the situation we found ourselves. Some, it might be only gari that they'll be able to soak in a day, and that's just keeping alive. And the repercussion of that is going to be in the near future, because a man that is not eating healthy, by the time you start having children, it is definitely going to affect the children is going to give birth. So when you are not eating healthy, you will not be healthy. And when you are not healthy, the offspring that will come out of you will not be healthy. And once you are not healthy, it is going to affect your productivity. So this can create a perpetual cycle of poor people. Because once you are not healthy, you cannot produce properly, you will remain poor. And so are the offspring coming out of you, you remain poor. So this is a critical situation that needs, a proper diagnosis.
All right, Doctor. Now, some of the main drivers, according to the NBS, some of the main drivers of this are legumes, particularly legumes, and then others, nuts and seeds and starchy foods or starchy staples and vegetables as well. Now, on a month-on-month basis, according to the NBS, this has declined by 0.8% compared to the previous cost in July. Can you give us a sense of, what this means in real terms or in practical terms economically?
And when you look at what is happening in the country, you understand what that means. For a while now, Nigeria has been battling with insecurity outside, the transportation cost that has increased. this has seriously negatively affected agricultural productivity in Nigeria. And so once demand is more than supply, we all know that the prices will rise. So there are three things affecting us in this country. Number one is the issue of banditry, and especially in the north, because that's the food basket of the country. Then number two is the issue of transportation costs, because of the subsidy removal and the exchange rate liberalization that has changed the price of petrol from 180 naira to almost 900 naira. You can see the impact of that. So transporting the food from the north down to the south or to the west, has definitely impacted the price of the food. And another problem similar to that is the issue of climate change. See, we are in October now. By now, we are supposed to be saying, oh, the rain is already going. But as it is now, it's still raining heavily. So, which is sending wrong signals to the farmer. Because, the farmer would not know when should they plant, when should they do this and all those. So, the climate change is affecting food production. The fuel price that has increased the transportation of those food from the north down to the where it is needed is affecting, the food price. Also, the banditry in the north, which is limiting, the farmers from doing what they know how to do, are the three major effects that is affecting the food production in Nigeria. And like I've been saying lately, if this is the harvesting period and prices of food is still as expensive as we are witnessing, then what will now happen when we are out of harvesting period? So the road ahead is going to be very, very rough. And my advice to people is we must try to cultivate all the available food we have. What I mean by that is we must not waste any food resources in any way. We must make sure that we save, we use what we have well. Because if this is harvesting period and prices of food is as expensive as we are witnessing, then we can imagine what will happen when it's no more harvesting period. And I don't want to say more than that.
Dr. Olusheye, we'll quickly take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation. This is still Market Insight, by the way, here on SOUQ News Television, and we're talking about the rising cost of healthy diets in the country. We've been talking with Dr. Ajuwon Olusheye. He is an economics lecturer at the University of Lagos. The conversation continues shortly. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back to Market Insight. Many thanks for sticking around. We're still talking about the issues regarding the rising cost of healthy diets, which is becoming a problem. Eating is not just the issue right now. It's eating and eating well, or feeding and feeding well, has indeed proven to be quite the Herculean task, especially in recent months. Since the turn of this particular year, we're now down to the final quarter of the year. And according to the NBC, they seem to have put out the report saying that Nigerians aren't particularly feeding as well as they used to feed, simply because they cannot afford to buy or to get healthy meals, which right now sits at 1,615 naira. If you live in a city like Lagos, 1,642 naira if you live in a city, or if you live in places like Ogun State, and 1,500 naira, over 1,500 naira actually, if you live in a place like River State, which all three states, as you were, are actually the highest. But of course, in other parts of the country, most particularly the northern region, you have it ranging from between 1,200 and 1,250 naira, as you were. But it doesn't preclude the fact that Nigerians generally have quite the larger concern at this point in time when it does come to not just feeding at all, because anybody can ingest anything, but whatever you're ingesting that doesn't constitute a nutrition in your system is where the problem is. As I mentioned earlier, it does have its own implications. I'm not the health expert, but of course, you don't need to be an expert to know that if you do not have or constantly have balanced meals or healthy meals, you may or may not be setting yourself up for long-term health implications that might not be totally palatable for you. We're still with Dr. Ajuwon Olusheye. He's an economics lecturer at UNILAG, that's the University of Lagos. He's a research fellow at the Institute of Nigeria-China Development Studies, University of Lagos. Dr. Olusheye is still with us. Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Now let's earlier you touched a little bit on some of the issues with regards to income, touching on the minimum wage, which for all intents and purposes not very many states have implemented them as yet. The new over 70,000 naira minimum wage, as you were. Now let's talk about the implications of this on households. Much earlier, I talked about subsistence income earners, the ones who go day to day, more or less making what they consume on a daily basis. Those ones, and we've seen what the World Bank says about the percentage of Nigerian middle class being pushed into, the lower income earning bracket, as it were. So essentially, the hitherto poor people are getting poorer, and the ones who we could consider as comfortable are now in the bracket of poor. So it's been downhill over the last year and a half. And but right now, seeing as we're talking about this particular issue, it does come right back to the primary unit of society, which is the household or the family, as it were. So, in your view, Doctor, what are the implications for household budgets and expenditure patterns? Where do you see this going for us, especially with the advent of the new minimum wage, which experts still say is not totally commensurate given the reality of things?
With the reality on ground in Nigeria, there is no way anybody can successfully live on the minimum wage as it is with the prices of things in the market. Like the explanation I gave, if the minimum wage is 70,000 naira and feeding alone is taking more than 90,000 naira in a month, so automatically there is no way anybody can live on that minimum wage. Because if to feed one person, you need like 90,000 naira. We're not talking about transportation. We're not talking about accommodation. So what is actually happening is that the middle class people have actually been pushed, to become poor. So it's like the middle class in Nigeria, that fabric has been destroyed. And if the middle class are now poor, what will now happen with the lower class? The poor people, I mean, they are now far, far poorer. And all these have implications, for the country in terms of, the socioeconomic life. But I don't want to go into the field that is not mine. I just want to stick to that aspect of economics. But the truth is this: when people don't have enough money, there are two things that people are bound to do. One is to look for other means with which they can survive. And if those other means are not available, then the next thing is to go into crime. So it's what you call it's sure banker. Because the way it is now, once what you are earning is not enough to sustain you, then the next thing is you start looking for alternative. And we need to ask ourselves honest questions in this country. Are there alternatives? Because people can say, oh, start farming. When you are telling people to start farming, people living in Lagos where there are no bush and all those things, where do you want them to be farming? Then people that are not even settled, people that are hungry, how can you expect them to start farming? Because you are running around how you are going to feed now. Somebody is telling you that you should go and farm. Because if you start farming now, at least whatever you farm, it should take minimum of 3 months before you can start, harvesting it. So if, there are no alternatives and people are to survive, then the next thing people is going to resort to is crime, which will further worsen the situation of things in the country.
Doctor, let's stick to that particular train of thought. Still talking about income, as you were. It's shrinking more or less almost on a daily basis. And some experts that is, have attributed what's going on right now to some of the government's fiscal policies over the last year and a half or thereabouts, saying that at the core of it all, its delivery has been faulty, and it wasn't supposed to be to start with, or it wasn't necessary to start with. While some others have said that, listen, these policies are great, however, it's the failure of execution that has been the problem so far, and it's plunged Nigeria to where they find themselves, Nigerians rather, to where they find themselves. What are your thoughts personally, Doctor?
What is happening in the country, I will say we are not having problem of policies or the problem of implementation. The problem we are having is accumulated effect of what has been happening over the years. It has come, to roost. It's sad because, when you look at the situation of things in the country, you will see that most of the problems that brought us to our knees in this country, they are still there. So it's not about, because honestly, when I look at the economic policies of this current government, I'm in support of it. I'm in total support of it. But there are some things that we are looking at that is giving us concerns. And those are the real issues. Because if we look back, when people in government were embezzling money and just spending money anyhow, nobody was talking then as much as we are supposed to talk, because it's not affecting us. Now it is not affecting us. Everybody is now talking. So we don't need to wait until we are seeing the effect of what is happening before we start talking. We should start talking once we see what government is doing that is not appropriate. We are not supposed to wait. Look at us as a country. We have, we have at least large amount of crude oil in the country. It's an aberration for us to be importing fuel. And over the years, that's what we've been doing. Now, even up till now, we are still importing fuel. We hope very soon we'll stop importing fuel. These are the things we are supposed to have paid attention to. that we are not paying attention. Now, because the price of oil is now so high and all those things, government, cannot make do with all the subsidies that they were doing. Everybody is now shouting because it's now biting our pocket. But all along that we were seeing what was happening, nobody is talking. You see, another thing is, up till now, we are not holding our governors accountable. All attention is on the federal government, which is wrong. We need to pay attention to both the federal government, the state, and even the local government. All these things are, things that we need to pay attention to, that will force those in government to do appropriate things. For instance, look at the current situation and see the country is very, very broke now. But when you see the way people in government are spending, it's as if all is well, when we can see that all is not well. So these are the situations that we need to be shouting. How can you be telling us to tighten our belt when those in government are loosening their belt? Those are the issues we need to pay attention to. The situation in the country is critical. Everybody needs to understand that. We need to tighten our belt. But it's not only the masses that needs to tighten their belt. Those in government too need to tighten their belt. Because you can't say, oh, tighten your belt while you are loosening your belt. It doesn't work that way. And that's why there's a disconnect between the masses and the people in government. Because they can't find them trustworthy. What they are doing is not telling us, it's not showing good representation of the in the country. It's as if you are just deceiving us and robbing us, to cater for your own largesse, your own large life. We can continue to be, punishing, suffering while you are living well.
All right, Doctor, you are spot on when you talk about Nigerians focusing more on the federal government as opposed to making an all-encompassing, accusation, so to speak, whenever they want to make such accusations as to who's responsible for what they're going through. And true to that, the item that's agricultural development is on the concurrent list. So therefore, the state government as well have a role to play. But we're going to get to that in a little bit. Let's also talk about the flip side of the fiscal policy, talking about the monetary policy. In your view, do you think the CBN's recent actions, when I say recent, I'm talking about perhaps in the last year or two, you think their actions have contributed to where we are right now? Now, just very recently, about 2 weeks ago, we saw another raised MPR.
You see, there is a disconnect between the monetary policy and the Nigerian economy, with what I can see, because monetary economics believe that once there is inflation, what is causing it is there is too much money in the circulation. But we need to ask ourselves the honest question in Nigeria, that are we actually having the problem of too much money in circulation? Because we need to ask ourselves, what actually brought about increases in prices of things in the country? It is when we do this proper romancing that we'll be able to understand if actually the problem we are having is too much money, or the policy of government. Because it is the exchange rate, the removal of subsidy on petrol, that brought about increase in prices of things. And if that is the issue, then you cannot use monetary policy to solve real problem, the real center of the economy. So, but when it comes to monetary policy, they have to do what they have to do. As far as monetary economics is concerned, once there is increase in prices, It means there's too much money in circulation. And once there's too much money in circulation, then you have to make use of the tools in your hands to reduce the excess liquidity in the economy. But like I said, we need to ask ourselves, the problem we are witnessing, is it actually about too much money in the economy, or the impact of the policies of government?
Now, that's also what a lot of both experts and non-experts alike are asking, because in the CBN's assertion before the raising of the MPR, they seem to, I mean, they are the professionals, that's the CBN's team led by Mr. Cardoso, have said that this is going to bode well for Nigerians, perhaps maybe not necessarily in the short term, but they actually said that one of the reasons is to drive down inflation. Looking at what's happened globally, particularly in the likes of the USA and other parts of Europe, Nigerians, and well, not just Nigerian experts, globally as well, there was some expectation that we will see a dropping, or a dovish stance, but instead the CBN chose to go the other route. So are you saying now that what the CBN has done is directly linked to what we're seeing right now, and they shouldn't have in the first place? Is that what you are asserting, Doctor? All right, we'll take a very short break. When we come back, we will continue and then, of course, consequently round up the conversation. If you're just tuning in, this is Market Insight, and we have been talking about Nigeria, the inability of Nigerians to afford healthy meals, because as I mentioned, it's one thing to eat at all to start with. It's another thing, another kettle of fish to eat healthy, and the latter is where Nigerians have a problem. So we are indeed assessing the impact of this generally. Our guest has been Dr. Ajunwa Olusheye. He's an economics lecturer at the University of Lagos. When we come back, the rest of the program this morning. Stay with us. Welcome back to Market Insights. Going back to the conversation, Dr. Olusheye is still with us. Doctor, can you hear me now?
Me too?
Yes, I can hear you, Doctor, loud and clear. I was just following up on what you mentioned earlier about the CBN's decisions and they doing what they feel is best. But, to reiterate, they had said, that's Mr. Cardoso and his team, that their action was essentially geared towards driving down inflation, as he weighed inflationary pressures, if you like. But looking at it from a wider lens, what happened in the USA with the Fed cut and, how it affected other parts of the world, particularly in Europe, the expectation over there and even down here was that the CBN was going to toe the route of the US Fed, but instead we saw the converse. So following your assertion and what the CBN's team led by the governor has said, would you say that they should have done it the other way around as opposed to how they did it some 2 weeks ago?
I will not want to give a yes or no answer to that question, because you see, the CBN might have some informations at their disposal that I don't have. But what I am going to say is this. This is not the first time the CBN is increasing the interest rate, and they need to ask themselves the honest question. From the last time they increased the MPR, was there a reduction in inflation? And if there's reduction in inflation, is it the monetary policy that brought about that reduction in the inflation? Because if they honestly assess this properly, then if what they arrive at is that, okay, their policy is working, then fine. But if not, then they need to start asking themselves that the route they are going, is it the appropriate route? Because you see, industries needs credits, and the rate at which they are getting that credit will determine their investments. So if you are increasing the interest rate, is it actually in the overall interest, or in the interest of some people? Because the only advantage I can see is that people that can bring cash into the country will be able to have, higher returns on their money. But those that are actually manufacturing, interested in the real sector, will it favor them? So we need to ask ourselves, which one is better? Is it the real sector or those that are bringing in liquidity? I'm not saying that liquidity is not important, because if there's no liquidity, it will affect the real sector. But we need to romance this properly to look at the direction with which we are taking. Because overall, we must say, okay, we need more liquidity now. But if we get that liquidity and the real sector has been, and the life of the real sector has been squeezed out, then of what benefits is the liquidity? What will the liquidity do? So these are the things that the CBN needs to give an honest answer to. It's not just about, because to me in Nigeria, I believe, the monetary policy is about 10%. The banking sector is just controlling about the 10% of the liquidity in the country. The remaining 90% is outside the bank. So if that is the case, of what impact will the interest rate and all those things have on the real economy? These are the real issues that the central bank needs to actually analyze properly to channel the way forward for them.
All right, now let's move away from there to something slightly tangential. Subsequently, we're going to talk about how to deal with all of these, but let's go on a tangent a little bit. I think about a month or two, the FCCPC, that's the Federal Consumer Protection Commission, as you were, there were reports that they wanted to clamp down on the market, especially on extortionist pricing and, price gouging, basically. Which got many talking, even though they later refuted that particular report. But however, the conversation continued anyway as to whether or not price control is what was needed to help Nigerians in the aspect of affordability. What are your thoughts on this, Dr. Olusheye?
That advice in the first instance, because it's not practicable. There is no way government, we've passed that era now. There is no way any government can come and enforce price control measures in the country again. The market is more sophisticated than, any price control. Once any government tries that, it will just drive all the commodities into the black market, and at the end of the day, the price is even far worse than the way it is. So instead of going the route of price ceiling or whatever, price control, the best thing is government should be looking at the supply side. How can we increase supply? Because definitely once the supply increases, it will reduce the price. But thinking about price control, we are no more in the 70s, so I don't know who brought that idea, but cannot work. We passed that era in the world. It can't work.
Right. Okay then. Thank you very much, Doctor, for that one. It takes my mind back to when former President Muhammadu Buhari came in the 80s, his first coming, that is, like we like to call it, where he tried to do that, and then the enforcement essentially saw saw horsewhip wielding soldiers trying to carry out that particular order, as you were. Well, it didn't turn out well, that particular policy. Let's talk about addressing this one head on as we come to a close, as we pull the curtains on the show this morning. Earlier, you talked about holding the government, the state governments to account, and I corroborated that by mentioning some of the items on the exclusive and concurrent list. In this case, we have state governments controlling agricultural development issues, as you were. So what do we need to do at that level, talking about the subnational, to address these issues head on, so that, you know, in our own little way, Nigerians can be able to afford certain things, especially in the context of the conversation this morning, healthy diets. That's one. Two, with shrinking income, as you were, also still talking about the subnational level, and then perhaps you can stretch it to the national level. How can they be addressed? How can it be addressed? How do we make sure that, you know, one and the other meet each other halfway and give Nigerians a better standard of living?
Actually, when you see what's happening in Nigeria, you know, every state has their own Ministry of Agriculture, and they have this, I can't remember, you know, this is what you call OSADEP, like the OSADEP Osun State Agricultural Development, whatever. So the government think that solely the issue of the state government think that solely the duty of agriculture should be handled by this unit, you know, the state agricultural development program or whatever. But the situation in the country now is critical. So the state governments need to be physically present, not just through that unit. They should collaborate with that unit and ensure that more is being done on the forefront of agriculture, because we cannot continue, you know, the way we were and expect different results. To expect different results, then we must do some things differently. And when you look at the issue of food scarcity, you see, that is where the state government needs to come in and do more than what they are doing currently now. Because it's not just about providing fertilizers, tractors, and things like that. They need, you know, to actually go down to the farmers to understand what is happening and see how they can come in more than what they are doing now. Well, we've said that there is the issue with insecurity, there is the increase in the price of fuel, there is the weather, what's it called? So government needs to look at all this and see what they can do. For instance, you know, our weather forecast, they should be able to be passing those informations across to farmer timely to let them know that this is the situation of things. If you need to plant, this is the appropriate time to plant, this is the appropriate time to do this and that. They need to push out those informations the more. Let it get to the hand of the farmers. Then the fertilizers, the tractors, you know, are they ensuring that those things are getting to the farmers early enough and enough of what they need and at what price? You know, all these things are what government needs to start looking at, because the way the world is going now, you know, the states, there's nothing stopping the states from actually going into farming themselves. That, okay, it is this local government that owns this farm here, is this state government that owns this farm here. So because we need to do more to actually increase the supply of food in this country. If we don't do that, if we are looking at, okay, these are the policies, or, you know, this is the way government should operate, the situation here now is critical. And when the situation is critical, it requires critical solution. So this is not, you know, using the usual method. We have to make sure that, you know, we think out of the bucket of the box to do the appropriate thing to lift Nigeria out of where we are now. Because you see, what we are seeing now in the near future, the consequences of not eating well will start manifesting on the country in terms of sickness, spending more, you know, on the hospital bills, people not being able to be other productive as much as they want to. Then at the end of the day, is that what you want? So these are the real issues that, you know, the state government, the local government, and at the national level need, you know, to start asking themselves what needs to be What have we done? What else can we do? Because that is the real questions we need to be asking ourselves. What have we done? What else can we do to move, to actually reduce the food supply problem in the country?
Thank you very much, Dr. Olusheye, for joining us on the program this morning. We do appreciate your time. Dr. Ajun Olusheye is an economics lecturer at the University of Lagos, a research fellow at the Institute of Nigeria-China Development Studies, also UNILAG. Many thanks again, Doctor, for joining us this morning on Market Insight. We have been talking about the rising cost of healthy diets in the country and assessing the impact as you were. This came on the heels of the announcement, or the report rather, released by the National Bureau of Statistics as well as the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, where they said that the average national cost of COHD, talking about the cost of healthy diet, has increased to 46.2%. And then narrowing it down to our city right now, the city which we're in, Lagos, that is, you're going to need an average of 1,615 naira to have a healthy meal, not just any old kind of meal, but an actual healthy meal, which would take into account the legumes, the starchy condensates, and the rest of them, basically, that would give you the required, or give your body the required nutrition, as it were. And that is, increasingly difficult every other day for Nigerians. I mentioned earlier, citing the World Bank survey or the World Bank's report, the middle income households have gone down under. They've gone to being poor, while the poor ones are, well, nowhere to be seen. Income is shrinking on a daily basis, but the government, as we know them to be working on it today, are doing as much as they can to see that the situation stabilizes, the situation is much better, and Nigerians can have a better lease of life. Both the fiscal policies by the federal government as well as the monetary policies as well. Now we've heard our guest talking about fixing the supply side of things, or sector, and also, talking about the subnational governments being available, being present, assessing the situation rather than folding their arms and expecting all the intervention to be carried out by the national government, or the government at the center, as it were. And then, of course, the CBN too, talking about the monetary side of things. He has spoken about what they did with the MPR 2 weeks ago, and what he feels should have been the case. Of course, talking about doing it the other way around as opposed to what the CBN has done. But we're hoping that all of these will coalesce into one huge step forward for Nigerians and Nigeria as a whole. And we're gonna see something, shift. And then, of course, being able to afford things, the basic commodities would be easy for every single Nigerian. That's it on Market Insight. We'll take a quick look right now at the currency market as we close the program this morning. At the official market today, Monday, October 7, we saw the Naira trading at 1,672 Naira to the dollar, 2,227 Naira to the pound sterling, and 1,868 Naira to the euro. That's all on the official market. On the parallel market, the Naira dollar trade is 1,670 Naira. The pound sterling, 2,270 Naira. And the euro, 1,870 Naira. That's what it looks like on the Forex market. And that's where we pull the curtains down on the program today. Market Insight, thank you very much for joining us. Do stay tuned for the news update at 12, SOUQ Sports at 1 p.m. and the major news bulletin later on at 3 p.m. Again, thank you for joining us. I am David Chiodo. Market Insight continues tomorrow morning at the same time. Have a good day.
And fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency, and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the chief executive officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome to News Update on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komolafe. The federal government has handed over 15 compressed natural gas CNG buses to the governor of Ekiti State, Abiodun Oyebanji, and unveiled 7 conversion centers in the state. The CEO of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, Michael Oluwagbemi, revealed the CNG sector in Nigeria has attracted investment of over $175 million, leading to the creation of thousands of jobs for youths and technicians. Oluwagbemi emphasized the benefits of CNG, including reduced transportation fares and job creation. He commended the management of the conversion centers and urged commercial operators to consider converting their vehicles to CNG. Moving on, the Director General of the National Youth Service NYC, Brigadier General Yushau Ahmed, has announced that the anticipated increase in corps members' monthly allowance has yet to be implemented due to a lack of sufficient funds. Following the federal government's approval to raise the monthly allowance from 33,000 naira to 77,000 naira effective July 2024, the NYC shared this news on its official Facebook page. However, corps members were disappointed to find that the new allowance was not disbursed in September. In a statement, the NYC DG explained that the delay is due to the government's failure to release the necessary funds. He also noted that while the salaries of NYSC staff were increased several months ago, those changes have yet to be implemented, although a specific date for the new allowances rollout remains uncertain, but reassured corps members that efforts are on the way to ensure they receive the increased allowance as approved by the government. Away from that, Lagos State government has urged the Dredgers Association of Nigeria to collaborate with authorities in addressing the issue of illegal operators on the state's waterways. Tensions between the parties had escalated following a January ruling by the Supreme Court, which placed control of waterways under the authority of the federal government. During a stakeholders meeting led by the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Ekundayo Alebioshu, the government emphasized the need for a united front to clean up the sector and resolve pending issues between the state and the dredgers. Alebioshu pointed out the threat posed by unlicensed dredgers to the environment and legitimate businesses within the industry and assured that the state government would crack down on violators. Representatives from the Dredgers Association of Nigeria pledged their support for the government, urging swift action against unlicensed operators. And Africa Airlines have witnessed a substantial 10.1% increase in international passenger demand in August 2024 compared to the same period in 2023, marking significant growth in the region's aviation sector. This positive trend signifies a continued recovery and a growing confidence among international travelers across the continent. The International Air Transport Association IATA report for August 2024 revealed that the capacity of African airlines as measured by available seat kilometers has risen by 7.3% year-on-year, demonstrating the region's effort to accommodate more travelers. Also, the load factor for African airlines has improved to 77.8%, indicating better utilization of available seating. And lastly, the Canada Revenue Agency, CRA, is gearing up to issue the new Advanced Canada Workers Benefit, ACWB payment on October 11, 2024. This payment is part of the Canada Workers Benefits CWB program, offering financial relief for low-income workers and their families across Canada. The ACWB is designed to provide eligible individuals with up to 50% of their Canada Workers Benefits in advance, offering crucial financial support when needed. The payment scheduled for the 2024 benefit year includes disbursement on July 12, 2024, already issued October 11, 2024, and January 10, 2025. Eligibility for the Canada Workers Benefits CWB is contingent on meeting specific requirements related to income, residency, and other factors. To ensure timely receipt of the ACWB payments, individuals are encouraged to file taxes early, sign up for direct deposit, monitor payment dates, and review income and residency criteria annually. The application process for the ACWB does not involve a separate application. The CRA automatically assesses eligibility for the Canada Workers Benefit when individuals file their income tax and benefit returns. If eligible, the CRA calculates the benefits amount and begin issuing payments accordingly. Many thanks for watching. Support comes up at 1. Please stick around. I am Grace Komolafe. Good afternoon.
Well, Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaye Akishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaye Akishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to 2 commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the 2 commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period of teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobi Obiagbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Badejo, Demola Badejo was the secretary. I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Ndubueze. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at the NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoyoko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoyoko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, savor the breeze, eat fruits, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see, they are like ponds. in those days, I could remember if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses, comfortable houses, small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then, Electricity Corporation of Nigeria, ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Fọlọ́runṣọ́ got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawadin Street. She was working at Lutz as a nurse then. And this man went to, she thought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Fọlọ́runṣọ́ people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal, was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Morocco, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Morocco was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. He had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first body of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl, on the eve of her wedding, she died without having any issue. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadriola Yakishimoi. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali. And he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first chief imam of Morocco. And his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Baile of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olayakshemoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mandela. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that debt, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think possibly for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, you know? I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now, we are appealing to the present Lagos State Government Sanwo-Olu to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that will, as usual, people will say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to they have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they throw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Babako. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, that the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. You could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, he cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. The initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the president in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police would arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls the said government? Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives of me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? And so and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy will see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, but you 2, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was, I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Morocco, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. Let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember. I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could he have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Afatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were all cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, be an oba, be a ballet, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves otumbas, even taking the post of oba or bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, you said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person who said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do. But yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, we should be focused upon. Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they will come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that he should come and collect loan In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend, Tokubolo Ontoba, was the one covering the Don Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of showing us joy in then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with Shodun Oshoemo. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let Shodun Oshoemo become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifu became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, Olondoba, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo? I said, they have not started Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
In the midst of men, deliver me.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onofuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onofuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad being an author noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Have him as my in-law because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching me. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Say your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Hey, your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Hey, your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Be here on a Monday morning after a very, very interesting week. And so I would say, hello, sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits. Welcome back as we come with the gist and the update from the MPFL to the EPL, the major leagues, and a build up to the African Cup of Nations qualifiers. And of course, the CAF Confederations Cup just released the draws for the group stages of the competition, with Enyimba International of Aba going to face Egyptian sides Al Masry and Zamalek. We'll bring all that details to you on the program today. But first, let me let you know that the top card. I had a back and forth with Charlie Montero, who is the top guy. I felt like anyone who gets to open the show with the top guy. But either way, got two cards right here. Welcome back after the weekend.
Back after the weekend.
Yes.
Eventful weekend, I would say. Both across the Premier League, in the MPFL, and even the Bundesliga, we saw wild shakes. So Bayern Munich go and draw. I mean, at Eintracht Frankfurt. I mean, it was a very wonderful weekend. I wouldn't take any of those matches away. I like mouth-watering clashes, and yeah, Charlie Montero here is a Monday morning, and I'm delighted to be here.
Well, let's let you know that the Super Eagles of Nigeria camp for the 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifier double-header against the Mediterranean Knights of Libya open. And so the Super Eagles, led by coach Augustine Eguavoen, are to be based at the 4 points by Sheraton Hotel in Ikote Ekpene, and that's providing a comfortable and convenient environment for the team as they prepare. So Eguavoen, a couple of days ago, unveiled his squad. The list released by the Nigerian Football Federation on Saturday features some familiar faces, but key absences includes newly
Tosin.
Or would you say Osimhen is newly joined? Well, he is a new player for Galatasaray, and then forward Victor Osimhen and Orlando Pirates defender Lisa and are all ruled out due to injury. So on your screen, you see the squad list: defenders, goalkeepers, midfielders, forwarders. So strikingly, Stanley Nwabali, Maduko Okoye, and Maso Basige. In defense, you have Bright Asai Samuel, Bruno Onyemachi, Calvin Bassi. These are what do you call them now? Regular faces. Ola Aina, who plays from the back, until we see him sometimes overlapping to certain position. And of course, assistant captain William Chustekong is back with the team. Likewise, Semi Ajayi in defense. And we now have Benjamin Tanim. These are, regular names. For midfield, we have Alexi Wobi, Arsene Yusuf, Saadele Bashiru, Frank Onyeka, Rafael Onyedika, Wilfred Ndidi. And forward is Ademola Lukman, Samuel Chukwueze, Moses Simon, Kelechi Iheanacho, Taiwo Monier. Now, the question the begs for answer is, some of these players are not in the right form. They're not at the point where you could say they're the best legs available, for Super Eagles, including Chidera Ejuke, So if you take a look at it from all angles, would you say we've got a great team? Austin Eguavoen would not want to change the winning side. He might not want to upset the balance that's been created in the team, but we're also without Victor Osimhen, like I mentioned, and some persons have been out, like due to injuries. So taking a look at the squad, do you think we're compact the way we are?
Well, yes. From my own point of view, I feel like, yes, we do have all, sides of the field covered. Every position has, representative that you would always want to say, he can do or can deliver the goods. Now, looking at our forwards, even though we say Victor Osimhen is not available at the moment, we know that we have, strength in our we have strength in Ademola Lukman, and also we the boy of what's it called? I'm forgetting his name. The other Victor Boniface. He's also a very good striking option up front, and we also have Onuachu. So I feel even Chidera Ejuke, who you mentioned, he's been delivering the goods at Sevilla, even though not week in, week out, but he's still a top striker when given the opportunity. I'm very sure that he can deliver. But I feel it boils down to what Eguavoen, the tactics he has in mind, the philosophy he has as a coach or as a tactician. I feel if he can put these boys together, they will be able to deliver for him any day, anytime.
Well, that might just be some sort of doubt, but then just to confirm to you that that game will be played on the 11th day of October at the Godswill at Babio Stadium. 5 p.m. is the time slated. We saw how the previous African Cup of Nations qualifiers played out. We've won one game, I think, drew the other.
Yeah.
What do you make out of that? I mean, with this team now, you would have expected, you look at the local league, Ahmed Musa, who scored, so didn't get a call. But then, I mean, let's just keep that aside. Some exclusion for local league and the fact that they've been pushed to the CHAN competition, getting a coach and asking Eguavon to supervise them. I mean, is that the way to go?
Well, professionally, no. I feel they should be able to infuse these boys. We have talents here in the MPFL.
Yeah.
We have local talents that we can use playing in the local leagues. I wouldn't want to call them local leagues per se, but I'll just call them our own leagues. And I feel when given an opportunity, those boys can really perform. But without taking anything away from our league or without any disrespect to anybody, I feel if given the opportunity, boys from our local league can actually go out there, show the hunger and desire that they have, and actually get the results I feel he's the coach, he's the one, he believes and he trusts these players that he has been able to assemble. So it's left for the players to, back their coach up and do the deed and give us the result at the end of the day.
All right, so we're expecting a full house as we count down to the double header. Both the Confederation of African Football has appointed Malawian referee Philip Nkanaga to officiate the Super Eagles of Nigeria 2025 for African Cup of Nations qualifying match against Libya, the Mediterranean Knights. And so Nkanaga will be supported by his compatriot Clemens and Kanduku and Joseph Yoti, who will serve as assistant referees 1 and 2. Additionally, Botswanan Kabeswe Dintwa has been named as the fourth official for the Super Eagles against Libya. In addition to the match official, Kala Nasser Adam from Ghana will serve as the commissioner, while you have Isaka Bubakar from Niger and Maiwa, while they will take on the roles of referee assessors and broadcast venue manager. So the whole match, the Super Eagles will embark on the journey to face the some openings in Benin on Tuesday, October 15. The away fixture will present a different set of challenges as they'll be subjected to playing on an artificial turf. I don't know what you make out of that.
An artificial turf any day or any time. I've played on an artificial turf. I tell you that it's very difficult, especially to monitor your runs, to make runs, to accelerate. It's very slippery.
Yeah, especially when it's a bit wet.
I was going to say that if there was an event of rainfall, heavy rainfall, it's going to be a struggle for the players. And I don't know how they would manage it. They will have to look for sharper studs or different football boot patterns to actually thrive in that. But I feel they should have the expertise to be able to maneuver that challenge.
The Super Eagles of Nigeria captain Ahmed Musa marked his return to the NPFL by scoring twice for Kano Pillars, a club he first joined in 2009 and then briefly in 2021. After that stint, you recall that had to return to Kano Pillars. We talk about it here in 2024 October, and we also told you that he was coming with Abdullahi. The pair had come in as free agents owing to termination in the contract. Talking about Ahmed Musa's contract with Sivasspor in Turkey. The 31-year-old proved an instant hit. I mean, banging 2 goals, scoring a brace when the MPFL champions played in Kano. And so if you take a look at the video, Kano Pillars, you see the 2 goals which he scored. Well, the first one I had described as a good goal, but the other defense were napping when Ahmed Musa stole the ball and found the back net. And there you have the build up to the first goal with Ahmed Musa making that rounds, coming forward and just finishing up with his traditional number 7 jersey there for the same as Gida, who were very pretty much in shape. And of course, they had lost to Abia Warriors. And you will be expecting that, they would play like Wounded Lions, and that they did when they played in match day 5 of the Nigerian Professional Football League. And there you have the second goal with him stealing, the ball and trying to make it 2. And that's the way the scoreline ended. Great stuff from, Nigeria's captain. If this guy is scoring, he's still very much in how do we describe
scoring form?
Scoring form, you know, and Sunshine Stars had nothing on him whatsoever. Meanwhile, the NPFL Matchday 5 clash between Aimba and Katsina United was suspended due to floodlight issues. And you know, we've talked about it. If they have light issues, we can burn them out standing night. I mean, just, you know,
lights.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But then before the incident, Aba Elephants were leading by 3-0.
Yeah.
The game was concluded with the scoreline unchanged this morning. But then there was one goal, one screamer, you know, that was scored by Aimba's striker, you know, from out there. You know, if you watch the angle, you realize that, I mean, there's a lot of goal scoring opportunities in the MPFL, but then the conversion rate seems pretty really small, you know. But then that was Aimba, you know, finding the back of the net in that particular game. Beautiful goal there without any iota of doubt. The game, however, was concluded today, but then the scorelines unchanged against Katsina United. So great stuff from Aimba in front of the packed stadium, you know, coming out to support them. To you see Yemi Olero getting really riled up and excited. But then the work has only started for Aimba, because I mean, there's a lot in front of them. But Ikorodu City continued their winless run as they lost to Plateau United. You know, it was sad outing for them, I'd say. Sad outing without any mincing words, because Ikorodu have been, you know, on the radar. A lot of sponsorship, new entrants to the MPFL. There's a lot of expectations for them, you know, on them, but then they're unable to, you know, deliver the goods. With a young team, I mean, we've talked about
it. We cannot overemphasize the need for experience in that side at the moment. They need people, or will I say players, that have the experience to calm the situation, you know, just be able to control the game, because that's what they lack. They lack the ability to control the game. You always see them on the back pedal. They are playing against the football because they don't have the ball. They need players that are able to keep the ball, you know, string in or have a spell of possession, you know, and win the match in their own favor. Because you can't have them always playing behind the ball, because when you are behind the ball, you definitely concede goals. You have to play on the front foot to be able to get anything out of a match. So I just feel they need to, you know, once the next, you know, transfer windows comes back around, they need to get experience. They need to get players that have played in the MPFL that, you know how to maneuver their way around.
Anyway, Remo Stars, who were top of the league for some weeks, suffered their first defeat of the season, and that's at the hands of Para United. Now, if you see the way that goal came, the only goal in the encounter, the solitary goal that came from that match, I think you would have expected Gumo Dede to, you know, fix things up. How do I describe it? He had a chance to equalize. You know, it feels like some sleeping, you know, on the parts of Remo. Quara United were able to just trick. I mean, just see the view up there. And sadly, they dominated a couple of times on, you know, that front foot. But then Remo Stars they picked up a red card in the 49th minute. It's Fasad, you know, getting that red card. But then Shola found the back of the net in the 62nd minute when they were 1 man down, you know, reducing the number of players on the pitch to 10. Gumo Dede now will struggle, you know, to see if he can improve on the statistics that he has built upon from day 1 to match day 5. And without mincing words, still, you know, very much one of the best things that have happened in the MPFL when you talk about, you know, coaches who have put in work, who got a great team, but losing to Quara, not the best of results for them.
Well, not the best of result at all. I mean, we've coming back from the, you know, from a run. They had a streak of winning all the time. You know, I would say that was the surprise of the weekend for me in the MPFL fixtures, because I never expected them to lose. But you see the way the game played out. They never really took control. They never really, you know, took the game by the scruff of the neck and really asserted their dominance, being that they've dominated the game from the beginning up to this point. So I just feel that it's going back to the drawing board for them, trying to work out their errors and identify their mistakes, and, you know, look for a way to get positive results from the game.
Well, at the Adokwe Mesemeka Stadium, Rivers United continued their unbeaten run. They defeated the promise keepers Aqua United and Aqua. Well, they lost to Aimba, a long goal, and then losing again to Rivers United. Fairly unpacked stadium, I would say. We've seen Finidi George continue to show dominance in the NPFL, and you'll be wondering why Imba let him go. 2-1. That game ended, and Rivers United seemed like they were headed back to the top. But then look at the state of the stadium, look at the state of the turf, look at the emptiness of the pitch. Just feels as though nobody was coming to flow. But then beautiful goal coming from Rivers United, taking advantage of all the goal scoring opportunities that presented itself. Talking about S. Mayo in the 31st minute, Apollos equalizing in the 46th, and then Udo completing the routing in the 86th minute for Rivers United. And you'd have to give them that credit. Wow. That was a screamer. Screamer there. Crazy stuff. Anyway, we'll move on and let you know that Heartland finally picked up an emphatic win after 5 games. Finally, Emmanuel Amunike finding the right footing here. I mean, Dan Anim Stadium lit up. They have struggled. I didn't even give them a chance. But I talked about the fact that I would want to see what Heartland would be doing and how they respond. I don't know if you saw that scoreline.
I didn't see that game particularly, but I saw the highlights, and I was like, they really tried to assert their dominance. Sorry to use the word again, but they showed what it meant. The hunger, the desire to actually.
Well, don't you think Niger Tornadoes were a great test for them?
It is. Any team from the top of the table is a great test for them. But I like the determination they showed. I like the character they put on, and I really appreciate it. It's because we always talk about how the MPFL has improved. Talk about how more intense rivalries, how they take the rivalries now, and it just shows that yes, the league is improving, but we just need to keep on working on some minor things. We talk about the state of the turf there. It's always difficult. I mean,
the followership of the games.
You see almost an empty stadium. I just feel like there are a lot of angles or a lot of places that we also need to improve. The game is improving, the rivalry is improving, and we just need to get some little things right. And obviously, you can see that they enjoy themselves.
All right, from Port Harcourt, would work our way to where you had a derby, and that was what Okulora, social media influencer, described it as an Igbo land derby. Well, it was an Oriental derby. Abia Warriors were away to Enugu Rangers, or Rangers International Football Club of Enugu, at the Cathedral. That's what the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium in Enugu is called. And they were unable to do a double, as a 59-minute free kick was all Rangers International FC required to pick up maximum 3 points. And then if you take a look at that, initially there was an offside. A goal was scored by Enugu Rangers, a pull-up from the left wing, and we saw Enugu Rangers striker very great goal there, but it was scored an offside, and Enugu Rangers responded almost immediately after that offside with a superb free kick after a foul was committed on one of his strikers there. But then you'd imagine, the love and the camaraderie that exists between coaches, and the excitement having come from a league loss, against Remo Stars, and then they go on. Abia Warriors, coming from the back of a win against Kano Pillars, would have been looking to beat the current champions, but Enugu Rangers have continued to dominate. That ball hitting the woodwork there, in that particular counter. But we saw them come back strong, and dominate the game after that win. Flying Antelopes, you need to give them the kudos. But it's still mind-boggling, or I'm still bewildered, after watching these guys play, the energy they exude, and, the runs they make, and then the coach is saying, oh, this isn't, a team that would contest the NPFL. So you take a look at, that goal there, which eventually was an offside.
He did look offside.
He did look offside, but then we didn't have the angles correct. This is what you would expect from multiple camera angles. But here's that free kick that led to the only goal, and the 3 points win or 3 points match win for Enugu Rangers, delivered beautifully.
Oof.
It was mind-boggling, to stay.
I mean, we have places like this spread across, teams in the MPFL, and it's quite surprising why Austin Ekwavo would not at least get one person or one player out of the multitude of players that we have in the MPFL. And we cannot overemphasize how much the quality of the MPFL has improved. And it's lovely to see, and we can, get highlights like this and enjoy the game. I mean, for a footballing nation, I think Nigeria has come a long way as a footballing nation. We have really passed the stage. We should start to implement VAR. We should start to implement we should start to involve the multimedia aspect of, football, and just give it an all-round look, or let's say a face beat in. Make it, yes, make it more, lucrative for everybody in the industry. And
I feel that's what Lobby Stars are also doing. They parted ways with their coach Eugene Ababe, but ended up beating Shooting Stars by a long goal. And if you watch that game, you realize that Lobby Stars are trying to get into the thick of things. We hear from the media department that the Apaku Stadium, the indoor and all that is really ready, is getting ready. But then if we go back to that game, talking about Lobby Stars, and Shooting Stars, you realize that, it was a keenly contested fixture.
Yes, it was.
Despite the fact that they didn't have, the coach had parted ways with them at that point. Talking about Ababe, but they have now engaged the services of Daniel Amokachi as technical advisor, and they've also asked all the backroom staff to be relieved of their duties. But it's good to know that they could, win this one, and you've seen that they're also trying to contest for the league. I remember when it felt like they were the ones who were going to win, I think about 2 seasons ago, but that didn't pan out. Congratulations to them against the traditional style of Shooting Stars. I mean, it's a big deal. So, Daniel Omokachi coming into the fray for Lobby Stars. What do you make out of that? Technical advisor.
Well, it brings, a wealth of experience, a wealth of knowledge. Haven't played the game, haven't been on the pitch, haven't experienced different coaches, in the journey of his career, haven't won trophies. And I feel his experience will, play a major role in how they develop, how they improve, how they understand the game. Because obviously, as a technical director, you should know where your team is lacking. You should know the areas you want to change, or the areas that need changing, or the areas that need improving, and identify the players that you need to fill up those gaps. And I feel as a player, he knew what the players are going through, their expectations, how they see the game, and he will be able to bring his own wealth of knowledge and explain to them. So yes, they should be on the rise as it's, change in power.
Well, Ayuba gets Zamalek and Al Masri SC at the group stage of the CAF Confederations Cup. As we switch out to the Continentals, Mozambique team Black Bulls D after the draw was made at the Confederation of African Football Offices in Cairo. Neymba have been the most successful Nigerian club in CAF competition, winning back-to-back Champions League and Super Cup titles rather. That was between 2003 and 2005. But then the Super Cup success was the last time a club from African football powerhouse Nigeria have lifted a CAF trophy. So Algerian outfit CS Constantine, who boast the perfect record in Africa this season, are winning all 4 qualifiers. And inside Bravos Marquis will also face Simba, South African club there. Stellenbosch, one of the 6 group stage debutants, are in Group B with Renaissance Berkane, a Moroccan club who have reached the last 4 of the last 6 finals, winning 2. And so look at the draws on the screen. Zamalek SC, Al Masri SC, Aimba FC, and Black Bulls, the Mozambican team. So how do you think they're going to make it out of this group stage of the Confederation?
It's going to be tough. But the only Nigerian representative in that group or in the competition in CAF in general, I feel they should know that the whole country is behind them. They should know they carry the.
There's a lot of pressure,
Yeah.
likewise expectation.
Yeah. They should know they carry the hopes of a lot of Nigerians, and they should try and get it. They can't qualify from this group. If you look at the fixtures, Zamalek is not really an impressive team.
Enyimba has not really had a great run up or build up. Etofilante, a draw, and then I think it ended up in penalties.
Yes, it did.
For them to qualify. So it was slim.
It only takes one spark, and everything changes. So we should just hope that they have that motivation.
Around to have what it takes.
He would get it from somewhere. He has to. I mean, he needs to motivate the boys. If it's the tactics that needs changing, he should change tactics. He should just find a way around it. I mean, these boys are phenomenal players. We've seen their highlights. We've seen their games. They know what it feels like to score.
That we put up. Was great.
They know what it means to score, and this is you're playing for a club that has a history of winning. That is used to shining in continental football. So just go out there, represent the team, represent your country, represent the badge, and play football like you know how to, and compete for every ball, compete for everything. And obviously, if they are diligent about it, they should get away.
Well, match days will be November 28, December 8, December 15, January 5th, 2025, the 12th and the 19th. So looking forward to Enyimba playing on those match days. But then group winners and runners-up will qualify for quarterfinals. So 2 teams will be qualifying from the group stages, and we're looking forward to how that plays out eventually. We'll move from the continent of Africa to Europe, and first point of call will be the EPL, where games played simultaneously. Earlier, we had Nottingham Forest managing to secure a 1-1 draw against Chelsea, despite playing with 10 men, while Manchester United faced a tough battle against Aston Villa, which ended goalless. And then Brighton beat Tottenham Hotspur by 3-2. Now, Manchester United manager Erik ten Hag was under so much of scrutiny, but then Premier League giants showed resilience in their draw against Aston Villa, and we saw them displaying tactical prowess, both Man U and of course Aston Villa. Forest took the lead through Chris Wood, but Chelsea quickly responded in that game with a goal from Noni Madueke, and the game saw injuries to players from both teams, with Forest James Ward-Prowse sent off after receiving a second yellow card in the last 20 minutes. Tottenham Hotspur manager Ange Postecoglou called his side's collapse against Brighton and the Premier League probably the worst defeat since he's been there. They were 2 goals up after 37 minutes and heading for their 6th successive win in the competition, and goals from Brennan Johnson and James Maddison conceded 3 times in the second half as Brighton took 3 points. If we get back to those score lines from the fixtures, you'd see that we also had games previously on Saturday. Crystal Palace losing to Liverpool. I mean, that was done and dusted, but the scoreline doesn't reflect the expectations of a lot of people. Arsenal were able to beat Southampton.
And I said, me included. I didn't expect it. You would expect Liverpool to go to SOUQ Park and
dominate.
They did dominate the game, but they were not just clinical. A lot of coaches talk about 12:30 fixture, the early fixture. It's always a tactical one. It's always a dicey one. So, and going to SOUQ, it does put it there because it's coming from midweek fixtures and playing on Saturday by 12:30 under the sun. A lot of things come into it, and SOUQ Park is not as big. It's not the biggest stadium that you can get, in the tiny city of London, and it's just a lot. Well, I expected a lot of goals from that game. Salah, phenomenal.
Salah had to eat in Salah. Let's get back to the EPL fixtures real quick. You saw the game there involving 8-goal thriller involving Brentford and Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Astonishing.
Mad game, mad. The UK guys say, man, them came and they just put the whole of the team down. Leicester City beat AFC Bournemouth by a lone goal. Fulham lost at Etihad 3-2 in that 5-goal thriller. It was the same scoreline, but different sides sharing it.
I don't think you're not giving Fulham the credit. You said like. Did you watch the game?
Well, yes, they were able to come through, but I mean, you got to give Manchester City the credit of consistency.
I would give Fulham the credit for really taking the fight to the champions, because They scored first.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go to Etihad and scoring first.
We've seen against Arsenal. What happened?
The same, you cannot juxtapose it with City because City is a stronghold when it comes to European football. Then Fulham going there and almost taking a point.
City could have won, in the end.
You cannot.
But they took a point.
They took a point, yeah. But you can't. I love the way, the determination, and they were able to play together and really almost shock the champions. But the game is the game.
They just shook.
I just think the scoreline does not,
reflect the general outcome of it. Well, your thoughts, you're entitled to it, and definitely we want to hear what you think about that as well. All you have to do is leave your thoughts in the comment section, and would take the engagement from there. And so, from the English Premier League, we'd go to the La Liga, where Robert Lewandowski scored the first half hat-trick as Barcelona re-established their 3-point advantage at the top of the La Liga. A comfortable win at Alaves. Well, Real Madrid's home victory over Villarreal on Saturday evening had temporarily moved them level with Hansi Flick's side, but then the visitors, who suffered a shock defeat by Osasuna last week and always looked in control after Lewandowski nodded them in front early. That was Rafinha's curling delivery. Real Madrid's manager Carlo Ancelotti has confirmed that 2 of his star players were badly injured in the Spanish La Liga game against Villarreal on Saturday. So it saw Sevilla beat Real Betis, Real Sociedad, and Atletico Madrid in a 1-1 draw on Sunday as well. But then going back to that Real Madrid-Villarreal encounter, and of course we've seen Barcelona beating Deportivo, which is the biggest scoreline there on Sunday. What do you think Real Madrid is going to do to ensure that they put their house in order?
Well, they need to wake up and forget that Vinicius is a star player now. They should look into other, players they do have. Without disrespect, every player on Real Madrid squad list is a star player, yeah, and they just need to find that spark in them, because you find out
playing around with someone for a while and building your tactics
around the player,
tactical play around him.
They still have individual prowess to be able to change any game.
But then with Jude Bellingham still.
Jude Bellingham is a phenomenal talent, without taking anything away from him. But I don't. He has really exceeded the expectations last season.
Really?
Yes, he did. For a midfielder, 21 goals in a single campaign. Being the La Liga best player of the year. But now he's showing that there's more to his game. You see his hard-working ability off the ball. He chases every ball down. He gives you that all-round midfield vibe player. But they are lacking in the goals right now. Mbappe needs to stand up, get up his ass and really show that he is a champion from where he's coming, and he should show that he can score the goals. They are lacking quality in some areas, but you just start to see that they lost Vinicius and Carvajal in that game. I hope I wish them speed.
We do have the international break coming, so there's going to be a little bit of time.
And there's no time frame as to how much in them they have.
I think that will be assessed eventually. But then Bundesliga had Omar Mamouche scoring deep into stoppage time to earn Eintracht Frankfurt a dramatic 3-3 draw against Bundesliga leaders Bayern Munich. Defender Kimi J got Bayern off to a perfect start, opening the scoring from close range. So Mamouche continued his fine run of scoring, netting for a 5th successive league outing when equalizing with a drilled effort under the body of Manuel Neuer. So taking a look at some of the other fixtures just before you throwing your weight on this, we saw Stuttgart and Hoffenheim play a 1-0 draw earlier, but on Saturday we also saw Bayer Leverkusen play a draw with Holstein Kiel unexpectedly at home. That was mind-boggling. And Borussia Dortmund losing to Union Berlin by 2 goals to 1. It's not the kind of scoreline you expect from the Bundesliga, and that's why we said the weekend was very, very interesting and came with a lot of upsets. But then, for you, some of these draws for Bayern Munich and Bayer Leverkusen seem to have upset the
standing
a little bit.
Well, I like the fact that the Bundesliga is now starting to, wake up.
Not just one, but dominating.
And you see competition from every angle. 2 seasons ago, so Dortmund tried to steal the trophy away from Bayern Munich, and last year successfully Xabi Alonso and his boys did it. So it just tells you that there's no dominant team anywhere except for the La Liga, and maybe League On. But you see that football is really evolving. A lot of things are changing in football, and Bundesliga is not different from it. You see that there's no more giants in its fair, and I just love the way the game is developing, and just smaller, lower rated teams come to your home and they show you that you are not the owner of the house anymore, and they want to chase you out. So I feel like, yeah, football is developing, and it's good for the game, it's good for the all round atmosphere around the game, and it's good for the publicity as well. You don't know what to expect anymore when you go into a match day or a weekend fixture, and it's lovely to see that there's just a lot of dynamism in the game right now.
Well, Italy will be the next point of call with its beautiful scenery and great football history. Douglas Lewis cost the penalty kick for the second game in a row at Juventus, while Dusan Vavi scored his 5th goal in the week, but missed an incredible chance in the second half, minutes before Cagliari's equalizer. Thiago Motta's Juventus were held to a 1-0 draw by strugglers Cagliari at the Allianz Stadium on Sunday. They're taking the lead in the first half with Valovic's 5th goal in 3 games, but the Serbian could have made it 6 in second half when pounced on a rebound, but sent the ball, going wide with Simeon Scolet unable to get on the ball. And now it makes you wonder if all the big teams were struggling. Juve against Cagliari, would you pick that?
Well, it's a new look Juve, a much younger squad. I think the oldest in that squad will have to be Vlahovic, because and Douglas Lewis from the bench. Well, speaking to Douglas Lewis and conceding a second penalty for Juve, I just think is that transition coming from the Premier League and coming to the Serie A, because the dynamism around these two leagues is different.
But then I thought you had more fouls committed in the Italian Serie A.
Yeah, but for a midfielder, especially defensive midfielder, you expect that he'll know how to keep his hands, keep his wits by himself, and he was just too, I would say, radical.
Lackadaisical?
Yes, and he was too, well, I say he was too rough, let's put it like that. We know the Serie A is rough generally, but he just needs to calm down, enjoy the game, and take it all in. His transition period is starting to get rough for him, and it's sad to see, because he's an outstanding player. He was for Aston Villa, and unlucky really.
Well, we might not be able to bring you the French League on now because of one time, but let's take you to the world of tennis, where world number 6 Kokogov dominated and seeded Czech player Karolina Muchova to win the China Open, the HWTA title of her career, and the first since January. The American 4th seed struggled with her serve early in the week and was forced to battle back from a set down in her 3 previous matches en route to her first final since winning in Auckland at the start of the year. The 2023 US Open champion showed very little sign of the fragility as she claimed the 6-1, 6-3 win in 1 hour and 17 minutes. World number 49 Muchova, who's ranked as high as 8 before a lengthy layoff with a wrist injury picked up at the 2023 US Open. She had beaten top seed Arina Sabalenka and Olympic champion Zheng Wen in previous rounds, but was unable to match Goff's power and athleticism. The 28-year-old had lost her 2 previous matches against the young American, including the final of the last year's Cincinnati Open, and suffered defeats in 4 of her previous 5 WTA finals. In the men's category, we see world number 1 Sina recovering from a set down to beat Thomas Martin Ederi 6-7, 6-4, 6-2, while Alcaraz earned a 7-6, 7-5, 6-3 victory against Yubing Wu. Sina held the serve in an 11-minute 6 games to go 4-2 up in deciding the sector of his match before winning the next 2 games to close up in 2 hours, 38 minutes. We saw the world number 2 Alcaraz playing China's Wu, bellied his ranking of 560, but both players produced a very great game, blistering ground strokes, if I may, in a high quality first set, which, Wu started strongly. Dani Medvedev also made it through, battling to a 5-7, 6-4, 6-4 victory against Matteo Arnaldi in the 2 hours, 44 minutes play. He achieved the decisive break in the 9th game of the deciding set before going on to serve out. And then we'll play either Stefanos Tsitsipas or Alexander Mueller in the last 16. Novak, the big Djokovic. He came through a tricky stats against Alex Michelsen at the Shanghai Masters to win his first match on the ATP Tour since a shock 3rd round exit of the US Open in August. He lost the opening 3 games against America's world number 43, then bounced back to take the first set on a tiebreak. Djokovic, stumbled. We saw his victory in sight, but then forced in another tiebreak after letting the 4-1 lead slip in the second set before finally seeing of the 20-year-old 7-6, 7-3, 7-6. Great stuff, in the world of tennis. But then if you had to contribute, I want you to throw all of your contributions after we talk about NBA season, which just began, the preseason on Friday. And then, we talked about LeBron James on Friday and his son, being on the court at the same time. So it was a historic moment in the NBA on Sunday as LeBron James and his son took to the court for the time as teammates for the Los Angeles Lakers. A very anticipated debut. It unfolded in the second quarter of the Lakers preseason clash against the Phoenix Suns in Palm Desert, California. It ended in a close 118-114 loss for the Lakers. LeBron shined on the court, racking up 19 points in just over 16 minutes before sitting out the second half. But Bronny faced challenges in his debut, finishing with no points after 13 minutes on the court, where he attempted only one shot. What do you make out of all of this?
Well, it's in a phenomenal sight, an historic sight. You can see the face of LeBron.
Yeah.
Just surprised, astonished. It's a great feeling as a dad, having watched this, young guy come up, watched him through all the progresses of his life and, playing on the biggest stage.
So it's important that it's not whether he made points.
It's just the history, that is behind it. I mean, we saw Kobe, God rest his soul, trying to do the same for his daughter, but it's unlikely that they would play together. But just raising another champion, that feeling that you're able to do it in your own,
being on the side for his
so I feel it's a proud moment for him, but without taking anything away from the game, even though they lost by 4 points. But it's just good to see that something cheerful comes out of playing for sports.
Well, we'll move on then to the next segment of the show, which is Rumor Has It. Rumor Has It. Rumor. So Real Madrid had planned to sign England right back Trent Alexander-Arnold, who's 25 on a free transfer next summer when his contract with Liverpool expired, but the move might not happen, after Spain defender Dani Carvajal sustained a serious injury. We hear that Liverpool are progressing with contract talks for two key defenders, which is 21-year-old Jaro Konsa, and France centre-back Ibrahim Konate. Long time no hear from Konate. Paul Pogba is in talks with Juve, aimed at ending his second stint with the Serie A club and making a fresh start after his doping ban was reduced by the Court of Arbitration for Sports. Let's talk about that.
It's good to see Pogba, in the news for the right thing, or in good press, if you would like. I feel it is time for him for his career rather to take an exciting turn. Yes, I think he's doing the right path by trying to end his contract with Juve. I don't see a possible destination for him in Europe. But if I'm to speak out of sentiment, I would say he should come to Madrid, because that's where stars are made. Well, I don't see, a potential move for him.
What do you think is Paul Pogba still in form? Is he still in playing shape?
He would need a tryout. We cannot undermine his quality. We have seen it in.
But for me, Paul Pogba was never an outstanding player.
Oh, he was.
Really?
Yeah, I would beg to differ. He was. Did you watch him? Under Conte at Juve, he was blistering. He had the power, he had the shots, he had the dribbles, he had the run, he had the pass, which he still does.
But then
he just needs
with doping issues.
Doping issues and doubling with Manchester United and the whole Mourinho saga and all that. But I think his career needs a reawakening. Now I think he's doing the right path at the moment, but he just needs to prove himself. He needs game time under his belt. I hope that at the end of the day they would come to a reasonable conclusion for himself and for the club. Well, I just feel he needs football for every one of us to see his worth or remember what he feels like. I was going through a compilation of his stats and a comp of his playing career, and you see that he still has that flair. That he was very important to France when they made the finals of the 2016 Euros, and also eventually winning the World Cup. So I wouldn't say he's not important. He's very important for any side, complemented with Kante and everything. You know that he has the quality, he has what it takes. So quality never dies. regardless of age. We've seen that with Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, and the likes. You just throw in your coin for him, and you know that Pogba is a phenomenal player.
Well, West Ham are interested in bringing former Leicester Newcastle forward Isaac Perez back to the Premier League in hope the 31-year-old Villarreal player can improve their attacking options. That's what we hear. But we'll wrap up today's episode of Sports, SOUQ Sports. Yes, Sports and SOUQ Sports, however you want to describe it. With sports business. And it's important because it's money and in sports. Turkey is the latest market in which the Federation International Football Association, FIFA, has launched an invitation to tender for media rights to editions of the Men's FIFA World Cup. And so it feels like Turkey has a huge market that FIFA would want to explore. And then they've opened the media rights. So if you're interested and you're from Turkey or you've got the coverage, you should be, putting bid for that. The International Olympic Committee has followed up to recent media rights invitation to tender launch in sub-Saharan Africa with a sales process in Mexico. So you want to launch something in sub-Saharan Africa,
and you're taking it to Mexico.
You're taking it to South America. I have a problem.
It's always funny, when Africans, I don't know how they sit down.
Just allow us business.
Yeah. How do you sit down and negotiate that kind of deal? We saw when our players were trying to prepare for the AFCON, and they went to Saudi Arabia to set up camp. Why go Saudi Arabia? Why not play in destination where this competition is held? Why go to Saudi Arabia? Why not do it here? Bring the money you're going to spend there here and help the economy around you. But I don't know the idea or the logic behind those deals. But it's good to see his money.
It's good. If it had to do with temperature, weather condition, similar climates, I would understand.
Yeah.
Why don't you even go to the country? If the competition is in a month and you needed to set up camp, you could just go to a country close to the country, sharing the same, or go to the country and stay.
I would never understand the logic behind it, but it's a good deal. It's a good deal. At least the money is coming into Africa. They can take it to Jericho if they like, but let the money come here.
Well, having agreed a flurry of Premier League club sponsorships in the last month, we see Red Bull has turned its eyes to Australia, and they've signed an expensive new deal with National Rugby League, something that's a bit alien to the African continent as well. Rugby, American football.
I wouldn't say really.
A little bit. But
South Africa is very.
The Nigerian rugby teams, getting the track
Recognition,
the recognition, but. How many rugby stadiums do we have?
How many rugby players do I know? Let's start off there. How many rugby players do you know here in Nigeria?
So cricket was the thing, making those flashes, World Championship. At some point, we had the rugby team also, but then I feel there's a whole lot that can be done in promotion and branding of these teams. You can imagine Red Bull putting money in the Rugby National League. You could have brands. Red Bull is in Africa. Red Bull is in Nigeria. I dare say, there's a lot of consumption of that drink in Nigeria.
But then, speaking from a business angle, I don't think Red Bull will want to invest in, because Australia is very successful. Australia is very successful.
Why do you want to invest here?
What when you talk about the returns, what is the returns?
There is a market.
If it was football, I would say yes, because there's a market for football at the moment. I don't remember. I wouldn't say there is a group of people that wake up in the morning and say, I want to watch rugby games. Do you understand? Even in Africa.
No, but I'm just saying sports generally.
Sports generally, but then when there's no market for it, when there's no audience for it in that climb, I would not compare it to South Africa, of which we know is mixed race, and obviously a lot of the culture from the West have come into South Africa. So you would say, how many people want to put their lives on the line to play that game of rugby? It's interesting. We can also say the same for Formula One. How many African, riders do you know in the F1 series or F1? It's just something that is not peculiar to us as Africans. But we still need those things, sports rather, especially for the economy in general.
Well, you seem to know the business more than I right now, so I'm just going to let that slide. But I'm still a top class. It's been a pleasure, doing this with Charlie. So really,
well, it's my pleasure every time I come here. It's really my pleasure, and I would love to do this for as long as I can. We'll see you on Wednesday. I still remain Charlie Montero. Charles Jonah, as my official name goes, but Charlie Montero, as a lot of people love to call me around. And I will see you on Wednesday. Stay blessed.
Well, as we come down to some of the games that will be played today, rest assured that we'll bring you up to speed with how it panned out. Of course, the UEFA Women's Champions League will be back tomorrow. And we're also looking forward to the African Cup of Nations Cup and, the international break with all the games that will be happening. Until Wednesday, stay tuned to our social media platforms and let's get the conversation underway. We want to hear from you, look forward to hearing from you, and we want to engage you. And so if you feel up to it, come on, why wouldn't you? If you love what you just heard and watched, why don't you put your money where your mouth is, where your eyes is this time around?
Yep.
Put money in this show so that we can every day. Until then, bye for now.
Why the Igbo man, Igbo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, when we talked about, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that, let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. but let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine. I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place.
Oh, yes.
So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling.
Oh, yes.
But very soon budget will come to
Yes,
and then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Good to have me.
Welcome home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yes. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the Blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name. Because I love my country so, so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it. That's
Blackface Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not,
You know.
Maybe there was a common before.
That's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you're saying common didn't have that?
No, so they had to take out the sense, and it became common. So I hope that's not what happened.
That's not it. It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Naija, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions. Okay, so I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill. And there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists would not want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And You know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even invest in themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here.
Room.
And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listened to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
When
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House
so,
Entertainment. Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, you know, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. You know, they fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You know, you will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No, painful. We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
so when you came in,
Yeah.
what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, you know, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Really, yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before
we came. So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, I mean big deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Yeah. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88. Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu. You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music and all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started seeing that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also decided to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams, and with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man.
Please explain what Rap City jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City jams. Rap City jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there, and from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends there, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like, I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent, you know. So I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though.
You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra, we had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking, that was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting in Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway. You know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them. You know? And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's, you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him, then it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome. Yeah. So, personal question: your relationship with Innocent, right? Is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
the media
back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomorbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing squashed.
When there was we had
that, but they
mediation.
They didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about that?
I've not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, There's nothing to hide about it. It's just
Okay.
the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What
which
was
is
said
give
at the
me
meeting.
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon.
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now.
They've
How
not
long?
done
How
that.
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So,
really,
so the question now that,
you know.
that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you
Yeah,
didn't write the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. You know, that was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote,
of
right?
course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. See me when they play my video for television. You know, it's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of
get
whether
that.
there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process, and I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody.
The
Nobody
music
knew
was
us. But
massive.
the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New
International.
Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing,
right now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people,
That guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him
why?
in Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world, me to check my profile, say me better than the let them me got myself signed. Mediocre, time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Me, Man and Spicy Rocksteady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
but
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see who's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're all there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
person,
an agenda or a
agenda,
person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And I've see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Pat. So Ray Power history is a third anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a third anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he told me, I said, this guy not get the harmony. Made this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at, what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something. Something. VI.
Yes, yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When FaZe sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They put it off and
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with FaZe is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about FaZe. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed to take
you, the person that believes in you will tell you you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go, we plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's FaZe right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some, because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, ain't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2
and
years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula balloon.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I had made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
You're talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time
before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to go into the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now we they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way, or why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Take It Home.
Ateka couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There has to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know,
Okay.
Remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendell.
Mr. Wendell.
Everyday People.
I wrote a song, one of their beats.
So Arrested Development are still here. So Baba OJ died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
Are you sure it's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See,
maybe.
understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that our GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
No,
screen.
I'm
They
talking
still use
all
all those old
the
phones,
phones
and we were
are
ahead of
phones,
them.
But I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We're not supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information,
positive information,
good information,
yes,
helpful information,
yes,
which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
Isle 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blow my mind when I came
So-
here.
so-
I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
So
But I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. No, I don't want to get job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair? See the view? Can't tell it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music,
Yeah.
as someone that has done
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
40 years,
Yeah.
30, 35 years in the biz.
Yeah.
Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, survive and take care of your bills, family, and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go to a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language. You study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you. You can't do that. I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce
That was the
ourselves.
first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce
Come with a
ourselves.
bang.
And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
So
go.
do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like me. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just going to fall in place because people are going to notice your work and they're going to support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed.
Amedu
Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Obiabo. Thank you for being on Inside Life, SOUQ News Television, the I-104.9.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So, it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Nigerian women at home and in the diaspora have made remarkable impacts in their chosen professions, especially in the medical field, where they have made headlines. As we bask in the glow of their achievements, we take a look at one of them as we pay special focus on Nigeria's most outstanding and impactful women in leadership. Professor Rosemary Agu is a distinguished consultant obstetrician gynecologist at the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital and an associate faculty at Andran Labs, Birmingham, and Women's Hospital, Harvard School of Public Health in the United States of America. Graduating with distinction from the University of Benin in 1999, she pursued her residency training in obstetrics and gynecology from 2003 to 2008. Her dedication and expertise earned her fellowships from the West African College of Surgeons, the National Postgraduate College of Nigeria. She also has a master's degree in reproductive health from the World Bank Center of Excellence in Reproductive Health Innovation, University of Benin. As we hail Nigeria on this 64th independence anniversary, I am Bayo Olawiye. A prominent advocate for reproductive health, Professor Ago has led research activities, sensitization campaigns, capacity building initiatives, and public talks on radio and television. She actively participates in implementation research for adolescents and women's health and has authored over 80 publications and reviewed many journals. Professor Ago was co-investigator of the Increasing Women's Access to Skilled Pregnancy Care to Reduce National Perinatal Mortality in Nigeria, one of the implementing researching team. Proposals funded by the Innovating for Maternal and Child Health in Africa, a $36 million program funded by Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Canada, International Development Research Center, and the Canadian Institutes of Public Health Research. Professor Ago was a principal investigator of the Ford Foundation-funded Increasing Access to Youth-Friendly Services in hard-to-reach areas of Rivers State and World Diabetes Foundation Gestational Diabetes Mellitus Control Program in the Niger Delta region. Currently, Professor Ago serves as a faculty board member of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, the apex institution for the training of postgraduate medical doctors and dentists, and is the national president of the Nigerian Medical Women's Association in Nigeria. Married with children, she remains dedicated to advancing healthcare education and advocacy for a better world. Explaining what inspired her career choice and how she has been able to take her career to an enviable height, the outstanding medical practitioner stated that her career choice was inspired by her father, adding that she wanted to do computer science, but her father prevailed on her. Professor Ago pointed out that the journey so far had been great, as she loved her work with a passion to teach medical doctors and students. She described her career so far as phenomenal. She added that she had paid her dues, transiting from a baby doctor to a house officer, then a resident doctor, a consultant obstetrician gynecologist, senior lecturer, and later a professor, all within 20 years. Dedicated and intelligent, she became a professor in 2018. Professor Ago has become an inspiration to young medical practitioners, especially the females who are desirous making their mark in their chosen fields. When asked about the personal principles that sustained her growth, she replied that discipline, diligence, dedication, and passion were her strengths. An advocate of women empowerment, she stressed that Nigerian women in medical practice have made remarkable impact, pointing out that they were women who had done so much in the medical field in areas such as internal medicine, public health, and mental health. In spite of Nigerian women's increasing impact on nation building, Professor Ago believes that with more conducive environment and empowerment, they will record greater achievements. On the challenges facing the women in Nigeria, she explained that women were very different from men and that cultural and societal expectations have placed more responsibilities on their shoulders. Professor Agu urged Nigerian women between the reproductive age of 15 to 45 to go and get health insurance for at least 6 months so that they could get proper medical care and attention when they had issues. I am Bayo Olawiye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Thank you for joining us on the News Hour here on SOUQ News Television. I am Temitope Omole. Let's take a look at some of the major headlines. Thank you for joining us, and now the news in details. The Nigerian government is set to begin the evacuation of its citizens from Lebanon due to the escalating conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. The Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that while around 500 Nigerians have registered for evacuation, over 2,000 remain in the country, with many unwilling to leave despite the risks. In a statement, spokesperson Eche Abu Obey emphasized the government's commitment to the safety and well-being of its citizens. Emergency protocols have been activated and collaboration with various agencies is underway to facilitate the evacuation process. The Nigerian embassy in Beirut has been urging citizens to register and follow safety advisories, with arrangements being made to deploy a C-130 aircraft for the operation. The government has also reassured that no lives have been lost and encouraged all nationals in Lebanon to cooperate with the evacuation efforts as the security situation continues to deteriorate. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, has emphasized the importance of trust in the central banking, citing it as the reason behind the implementation of the Electronic Foreign Exchange Matching System, EFEMS. During a recent address to the Harvard Club of Nigeria in Lagos, Cardoso highlighted the need for transparency and accurate oversight in foreign exchange transactions, reinforcing the CBN's commitment to fair and efficient markets, acknowledging that leadership in central banking often requires difficult decisions, such as floating the naira, to restore market confidence and curb speculative trading. He also discussed the CBN's efforts to control inflation, stressing that while the bank has not yet fully met its targets, recent progress indicates a positive trajectory. He pointed to the decision to raise the monetary policy rate to 27.25% as a bold but necessary move to reduce excess money circulation and stabilize the economy. Cardoso underlined the importance of clear communication and maintaining focus on core objectives, such as price stability, to lead effectively through challenging economic times. Lekki Port, Nigeria's first deep-sea port, has officially received two advanced pilot boats, PC Jalingo and PC Nadia, from the Nigerian Ports Authority (NPA). This addition significantly enhances the port's operational capabilities, ensuring safe navigation for large vessels entering and exiting its channel. Managing Director CEO of Lekki Port, Du Ruagang, noted that the new boats will improve the port's ability to handle increased cargo volumes and streamline maritime operations. This development underscores Lekki Port's strategic role as a vital gateway to West Africa's trade network and highlights the NPA's commitment to fulfilling its concession agreement obligations. Operations Manager Mr. Yang Ziziong emphasized that the arrival of the pilot boat is a crucial step towards the port's ambition of becoming the leading gateway in the region. The expanded fleet will enhance navigational safety and efficiency, enabling quicker responses and improved vessel handling, ultimately serving more ships in less time. Dr. Obiora Madu, Nigeria Director General of the African Center of Supply, has urged an increase in the export of fresh and dried bananas and plantains from Nigeria. According to the United Nations Comtrade database, Nigeria's banana and plantain exports to the United Kingdom were valued at $45,000 in 2023. However, the global banana market is projected to grow from $140 billion in 2024 to $146 billion by 2029. Madu highlighted the need to enhance exports to align with global fruit production growth, noting that Nigeria's fresh fruit exports have lagged behind, with poor contributions from bananas and plantains. He aims to implement measures focusing on quality and infrastructure to improve the competitiveness of Nigerian bananas in the international markets. And in Katsina State, 200 local farmers have successfully completed advanced training in rice farming aimed at enhancing productivity. Organized by the South Korean Seymour Foundation, the training took place at the Katsina Old Government House Banquet Hall and focused on improving agricultural techniques for farmers from the Dutsima and Matazo local government areas. Alhaji Tuko Jikamshi, Director General of the Katsina Investment Promotion Agency, reported that before the training, farmers were producing between 2 and 7 tons of rice per hectare. Post-training, their fields have risen to over 8 tons per hectare, showcasing significant advancements in agricultural output. The Seymour Foundation is committing $5 million over 5 years to develop irrigation infrastructure, including boreholes and drainage systems that will benefit the villages of Makera and Radawa. Plans for a second phase of training this year aims to involve an additional 400 farmers and 200 extension workers, further enhancing local agricultural practices and improving livelihoods in the region. And now we bring you African stories right after this break. We start from ECOWAS, where the Economic Community of West African States has initiated the construction of a vital bridge over the Calvary River linking Cote d'Ivoire and Liberia. The official handover of the construction site took place at the Prolu border, signaling the commencement of this essential infrastructure project, which is expected to be completed within 24 months. The bridge, measuring 288 meters, is a crucial component of the prior Dakar-Abidjan corridor aimed at enhancing regional trade and transportation. Mr. Chris Apaya, Acting Director of Transport at ECOWAS, emphasized the project's significance for economic transformation, stating that it would reduce transportation costs, create jobs, and promote regional integration. The project also includes social initiatives such as developing markets and sanitation facilities to benefit local communities. The groundbreaking ceremony is scheduled for November 2024 to be presided over by ECOWAS Commission President Dr. Omar Aliou Toure, further highlighting the strategic importance of this bridge for economic collaboration and growth in the region. And in labor matters, the South African Department of Employment and Labor has increased the budget for its temporary employer-employee relief scheme TERS from 400 million rand to 2,400 million rand for the current financial year. This decision aims to support companies in distress and prevent employee layoffs amid ongoing economic challenges. According to Minister Nomakosana Meth, this provides financial assistance to distressed employers, allowing them to retain employees by covering salaries for up to 12 months. Employers only need to pay social costs like provident fund and medical aid contributions during the period. The need for this budget increase arises from significant job losses across sectors, with 22,554 retrenchments reported last year. Key industries, including mining and manufacturing, were notably impacted. By enhancing TERS, the government aims to stabilize the economy, preserve jobs, and offer support to businesses facing financial difficulties. Employers interested in the scheme can apply through the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation, and Arbitration, COMA, at no costs. And in health matters, Rwanda has taken a significant step in combating the Marburg virus outbreak by starting vaccination efforts. Health Minister Ben Unzarimana announced that vaccinations would focus on healthcare workers and individuals who have come come into contact with confirmed cases. This targeted approach aims to prevent further spread of the virus, which has already claimed 12 lives and affected 46 people since its detection in late September. The vaccination drive is backed by shipments of vaccines, including those from Sabin Vaccine Institute. With Marburg's high fatality rates, Rwanda's swift action is crucial in controlling the outbreak. The virus, transmitted through fruit bats and human contact, causes severe symptoms like high fever, headaches, and nausea. Neighboring Uganda has experienced similar outbreaks in the past. Minister Mzarimana expressed optimism, stating that the vaccines provide a powerful tool to halt the virus's spread. And in economy, Algerian President Abdelmadjid Tebboune announced plans for a $1.5 billion investment in shares of the BRICS New Development Bank (NDB) on October 7, 2024. This decision follows Algeria's approval for membership at the recent BRICS NDB meeting in Cape Town. Despite this move, President Tebboune expressed discontentment with Algeria's prior attempt to join the broader BRICS economic alliance, citing opposition from certain member nations. Tebboune emphasized the need to build a resilient national economy capable of withstanding global market fluctuations. He highlighted Algeria's achievements in achieving 80% self-sufficiency in wheat production and underscored ongoing efforts to improve citizens' purchasing power and reduce poverty. The president also pointed to plans for creating free trade zones with neighboring countries to enhance economic cooperation and reduce smuggling, aiming to foster a robust economic environment in Algeria. The Central Bank of Egypt, CBE, has announced the issuance of 2 billion Egyptian pounds in floating rate roll FRN Treasury bonds, set to mature on October 8, 2027. The interest rate on these 3-year bonds will be calculated using a formula that incorporates a benchmark and a fixed spread, offering an indicative spread of 35.0553% with quarterly interest payments. This move is part of the CBE's ongoing efforts to manage the country's public finances and attract investments. Recently, the bank also auctioned 50 billion Egyptian pounds in treasury bills, indicating a robust strategy to strengthen fiscal stability. With the issuance of these bonds, Egypt aims to diversify its funding sources while navigating economic challenges. These initiatives reflect the government's commitment to maintaining financial resilience and a dynamic economic environment. And now we move to the Middle East, where we bring you more interesting stories after this break.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. Tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Thanks for staying with us. We head to Qatar now, where ports have seen a remarkable 30% increase in transshipment volumes during the first 9 months of 2024, reinforcing the nation's status as a burgeoning regional trade hub. According to Mwani Qatar, approximately 1.1 million 20-foot equivalent units were processed, including around 522,000 transshipment containers at Hamad Port. Notably, the roll-on roll-off RoRo units and livestock shipments also grew significantly, with increases of 49% and 25% respectively. Overall, ports managed nearly 1.1 million, 1.3 million tons of general cargo and handled 82,296 RoRo units and over 430,000 livestock heads during this period. The port's growth reflects ongoing efforts to enhance Qatar's maritime sector and achieve its economic diversification goals aligned with Qatar National Vision QNV 2030. With state-of-the-art facilities and advanced technology, Hamad Port aims to further bolster logistics efficiency and promote marine tourism, solidifying Qatar's role in global shipping operations. Saudi Arabia has increased its oil prices for Asian buyers, reflecting heightened volatility in the crude markets due to escalating conflicts in the Middle East. State oil producer Saudi Aramco raised the official selling price of its Arab Light crude grade by 90%, setting the new price at a premium of $2.20 a barrel against the regional benchmark. This price hike comes as oil markets react to recent missile strikes by Iran on Israel, which have caused benchmark Brent crude prices to soar over 8% this week, trading around $78 a barrel, while traders remain cautious about the potential for supply disruptions. Concerns about sluggish demand, particularly in China, have tempered expectations. In response to these dynamics, the OPEC Plus alliance has paused planned output increases, delaying the return of previously cut barrels. This cautious approach suggests that Saudi Arabia may continue to export fewer than 6 million barrels a day in the coming months. Starting from November 15, 2024, the United Arab Emirates will exempt cryptocurrency transactions from value-added tax VAT, a move aimed at fostering growth and attracting investments in the sector. This policy eliminates the previous 5% VAT on crypto transactions, addressing challenges posed by the decentralized and anonymous nature of cryptocurrencies. The Federal Tax Authority, FTA, announced that all cryptocurrency-related activities, including transfers and conversions, will no longer incur VAT. This regulatory shift positions Dubai as a global hub for cryptocurrency, drawing in numerous blockchain businesses and projects. Notably, in January 2018, the United Arab Emirates has offered VAT exemptions for investment fund management and asset transfers. potentially allowing for refunds on previously paid VAT for crypto transactions. With over $30 billion in cryptocurrency inflows from July 2023 to June 2024, the United Arab Emirates ranks among the top crypto economies in the MENA region, underscoring its growing and diverse crypto ecosystem. And the President of the United Arab Emirates, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, has announced a $30 million urgent relief package aimed at assisting displaced Lebanese citizens in the Syrian Arab Republic. This initiative reflects the UAE's commitment to providing humanitarian support to the Lebanese community during challenging times. The financial aid is part of a broader effort by the UAE to address the ongoing struggles faced by displaced populations, emphasizing the nation's dedication to humanitarian causes. The relief package is expected to provide essential supplies and services to those in need, helping to alleviate some of the hardships caused by the displacement. This move is aligned with UAE's historical role as a regional leader in humanitarian assistance, reinforcing its mission to foster stability and support vulnerable communities in the region. And still in the UAE and Jordan have signed a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, SEPA, aimed at enhancing bilateral trade to over $8 billion by 2032. Signed during President Sheikh Mohammed's visit to Jordan, the agreement focuses on sectors such as tourism, real estate, renewable energy, and logistics. Dr. Thani Al-Zayodi, UAE Minister of State for Foreign Trade, emphasized that the SEPA would unlock growth opportunities for businesses and young entrepreneurs, strengthen the economic ties between the two nations. The deal follows a recent $2.3 billion railway investment project linking Aqaba Port with mining regions, part of a broader $5.5 billion investment package between the countries. Last year, non-oil trade between the UAE and Jordan reached $4.2 billion, marking a 38% increase from 2021. As the largest investor in Jordan, the United Arab Emirates investments exceed $4 billion, accounting for 14% of the kingdom's total foreign direct investment. This partnership underscores the UAE's commitment to expanding its global trade footprints. And still on economic matters, Vietnam is eyeing an impressive economic expansion of 7.6% to 8% in the last quarter of 2024, maintaining its full-year target of 7% growth. This optimism follows the release of positive third-quarter results, which showed a 7.4% year-on-year growth in gross domestic product GDP. This surpasses the revised 7.09% expansion in the second quarter, despite the challenges posed by the natural disasters last month. The country's economic resilience is attributed to strong final consumption, which accounts for almost 60% of the overall growth rate, rising by 7.02%. Foreign sales also remained robust with a 15.68% surge in exports. Sector-wise, services activity quickened to 7.51%, while industry and construction grew by 9.11%. With this momentum, Vietnam is confident of achieving its annual growth targets, demonstrating its ability to navigate global economic headwinds. The South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol and Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. have strengthened their country's relationship by elevating their ties to a strategic partnership. This move aims to boost defense cooperation and address growing security challenges in the region. During talks at the Philippine Presidential Palace, the leaders discussed tensions in the South China Sea and the Korean Peninsula, signing agreements on Coast Guard cooperation and nuclear energy. The partnership will enhance cooperation in security, infrastructure, and energy. South Korea has pledged to support the Philippines' military modernization planning to export advanced assets such as fighter jets and submarines. Both nations agreed to uphold an international rules-based order to ensure safe navigation in the South China Sea. They also signed a memorandum for a feasibility study on the Philippine Batan nuclear power plant to explore nuclear power as an alternative energy source. This visit marks President Yoon's first state visit to Manila in over a decade, followed by visits to Singapore and Laos. And to the market stories, Asian markets saw significant growth on Monday, driven by strong U.S. labor market data. The U.S. economy added the most jobs in 6 months in September, boosting investor confidence and easing recession fears. Japan's Nikkei led the regional gains with a 2.28% rally, supported by softer yen. Other markets, including Hong Kong, Australia, and South Korea, also experienced notable increases. The U.S. dollar hit a 7-week high against the yen, while U.S. Treasury yields reached 2-month highs. The positive market sentiment reflected renewed confidence in U.S. economic growth, with analysts predicting a soft landing for the economy. Traders are optimistic about future earnings, and the Federal Reserve's upcoming policy announcement is expected to result in a quarter-point rate cut. Crude oil prices stabilized despite regional tensions, while gold prices remained near last month's record peak. The rally underscores the market's focus on economic growth and its implications for future earnings, signaling a revival of U.S. economic exceptionalism. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced that the Bilateral Investments Treaty BIT, between India and the UAE has been implemented as of August 31st, 2024, signed on February 13, 2024. This treaty aims to enhance investment protection for investors from both nations, replacing the previous Bilateral Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement BIPPA, which expired on September 12, 2024. Key features of the BIT include a closed asset-based definition of investments, provisions for due process, and an obligation against discriminatory treatment. UAE investors are now required to exhaust domestic remedies for at least 3 years before initiating arbitration under the BIT. The treaty is expected to boost investor confidence by ensuring fair treatment and providing a reliable forum for dispute resolution. With cumulative investments of around $19 billion from the UAE into India, the BIT is anticipated to facilitate increased bilateral investments, benefiting economies and businesses in both countries. Let's now shift our attention to other parts of the world as we bring you world news. Don't go away. We begin from the diplomacy end, where the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi held crucial bilateral talks with Maldives President Mohamed Muizzu at Hyderabad House in Delhi, aiming to strengthen cooperation between their nations. This visit marks President Muizzu's first trip to India since taking office, where he was welcomed by both Prime Minister Modi and President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan before honoring Mahatma Gandhi. During his 5-day visit, President Muizzu seeks to enhance India-Maldives relations through discussions with Indian leaders and visits to key cities such as Agra, Mumbai, and Bengaluru. The Ministry of External Affairs emphasized the significance of this visit in revitalizing diplomatic ties, focusing on boosting bilateral cooperation in areas vital to the Maldives' development. President Muizzu reaffirmed his commitment to building partnerships with nations that play a significant role in the Maldives' growth, in a proactive foreign policy. As India continues to support various developmental initiatives, this visit is expected to strengthen people-to-people connections and mutual understanding between the two countries. China's central bank maintained its gold reserves at 72.8 million troy ounces in September, valuing its holdings at $191.470 billion. This follows a surge in gold prices, which have risen 28% this year, driven by U.S. Federal Reserve interest rate cuts, geopolitical tensions, and robust central bank demand. Global central banks, including China, are expected to slow gold purchases in 2024, but maintain levels above pre-2022 rates. Analysts believe China's central bank will resume buying gold when prices dip. Considering its long-term strategy, with forecasts predicting gold prices exceeding $3,000 per ounce, the People's Bank of China may reconsider its purchasing strategy to optimize its reserves. This development highlights China's ongoing interest in gold as a strategic asset. Turkey is set to host the 77th International Astronautical Congress IAC in 2025 in Antalya, as announced by officials from the Turkish Space Agency TUA and the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, TÜBİTAK. Preparations for this significant event are underway, highlighting Turkey's growing commitment to space exploration and technology. Mehmet Nefes, director of the TÜBİTAK Space Technologies Research Institute, emphasized the importance of developing qualified human resources to support space missions. He noted that events like the IAC and Turkey's Technofest are crucial for raising public interest and awareness about space, fostering a new generation of talents. In a milestone year for Turkish space research, two astronauts, Alpa Cerevazi and Tuva Çangir Atsever, completed Turkey's first and second manned space missions. Increased public engagement at events like Technofest indicates a burgeoning interest in space, as seen in the enthusiastic response to their space mission exhibitions. The Netherlands has pledged €400 million to co-develop drones with Ukraine, as announced by Defense Minister Ruben Brekelmans during a visit to Kharkiv. The drones will be produced in the Netherlands, Ukraine, and other countries, continuing Dutch support for Ukraine following previous contributions of F-16s and Patriot systems. These drones will serve versatile roles, including reconnaissance and combat operations across air, land, and sea. Brekelmans hinted at potential additional funding if the project succeeds, underscoring the Netherlands' dedications to bolstering Ukraine's defense capabilities. The partnership also aligns with Ukraine's goal to increase its defense production by 2025. Ukraine has been expanding its defense industry with Western partners, opening new drone factories in collaboration with firms like Rheinmetall and Quantum Systems GmbH, further demonstrating its capacity for large-scale drone production. And in defense, the United States has spent a record of $17.9 billion on military aid to Israel since the conflict in Gaza escalated. According to Brown University's Cost of War project, this aid includes military financing, arms sales, and $4.4 billion in equipment from U.S. stockpiles. Much of the support has gone toward Israel's defense systems, such as the Iron Dome and munitions for ongoing operations. Also, the U.S. has spent $4.86 billion on military operations in the Middle East since the conflict began. These efforts, including Navy-led campaigns, aim to deter strikes from Iranian-backed groups like Yemen's Houthis, who have targeted shipping in the Red Sea. The operations involve extensive U.S. forces, with troop numbers rising from 34,000 to 43,000 at their peak. The military aid and operations are significant amid domestic debates on U.S. spending priorities. But the Biden administration continues to back Israel, citing the importance of stability in the Middle East. The U.S. dollar extended its rally on Monday, reaching a 7-week high against major currencies, driven by strong U.S. jobs data and escalating Middle East tensions. The yen fell to its lowest level since August 16, while the euro and sterling also declined. The U.S. jobs report showed a significant jump in jobs, a drop in unemployment, and solid wage rises, indicating a resilient economy and reducing expectations of Federal Reserve rate cuts. Market analysts predict continued dollar strength, with the Federal Reserve likely to implement a quarter-point rate cut in November. The U.S. 10-year Treasury yields touched 2-month highs, while crude oil prices stabilized after last week's surge. Geopolitical tensions in the Middle East remain a concern, but investors are optimistic about the U.S. economy and equity markets. The dollar's rally is expected to continue, with analysts predicting a range of 145 to 149 against the yen in coming weeks, driven by lower expectations of Fed rate cuts and Japan's dovish stance. And that's all for now on the News Hour. Many thanks for watching. Don't forget that SOUQ Pulse is up next. I am Temitope Omole. Have a very good afternoon.
Concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibafon, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year, was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil plc and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power plc. Geregu Power plc became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank plc. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
we are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we'll talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse. There you already know that we are live on SOUQ News, and here we are all about positivities. So face your day, get all the information, good, bad, whatever. Once you get here, you detox. Then you get on SOUQ Pulse, then we talk. We're taking it a notch further and telling you right now is a crime to keep quiet. So on SOUQ Pulse, we talk. So go ahead. Get your friends. It's talk time. For a while, people have celebrated beautiful things, innovations, inventions, good business, good deals. Some even celebrate loans. Then some celebrated oil exploration. Some celebrated the discovery of solid minerals. Then the celebration had some K-leg if you live in Nigeria. Now that's where we are heading to. We will talk things that have come out of things that are supposed to be a blessing. Still a blessing in some certain places. And we will talk. And we also want you to join us and talk about this. This is SOUQ Pulse. Like you know the basics. Here we talk. It doesn't matter who is favored, who is not favored, who is blessed, and who is looking forward to that blessing. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. And today we will talk. We've got a very short break. And now we'll break down our topic word for word and get to invite our guests on the program today. We are blessed to have players in that particular sector, people that are talking and keep talking. So don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back in your face.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and here we talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Now let's try and go back to some time past. Now, the discovery of oil brought a whole lot of joy, both to the nation and the communities that were told that there is something beautiful under the ground in the land of their fathers and those of their great-grandfathers. But now, over time, that joy has turned to something we might not be able to explain. Because when you ask, have they really profited from what is coming out from that particular ground? That is a story for another day that they only can tell. Now, we've seen this happen with oil over time. We've seen the degradation. We've seen the loss of farmland. We've seen the loss of livelihoods, down to lives. We've seen the environmental impact crude has done to those particular places where that exploration is happening. Now, we are in another boom called solid mineral exploration. So in one word, mining. And Nigeria is also blessed. And communities are also celebrating the discovery of several minerals under their feet. Same ground that belonged to their grandfathers and those before them. Now, joy is gradually turning to things we might not also be able to explain. So that is where we are heading to. We are asking ourselves this direct question. Solid mineral mining and the environment. Who exactly is watching? Are we going to wait and see the repetition of the circle that happened and still happening with crude to these host communities with solid minerals being mined in Nigeria? So that is where we are heading to. We want a situation where both explorer, mining company, host community is happy, where every single one contributes and the nation can smile. But is that where we are right now? So SOUQ Pulse is going to talk, and talk we will. My name is SOUQ, you know the remaining. And your excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to the program today, Mr. Philip Japo. This is the second time, so I'm quite excited. He is the Executive Director of Renewable Development Initiative, Friends of the Earth. He's an environmentalist, and they are looking and showcasing issues coming with mining. That's what we're heading to. Also joining us on Zoom is Barrister Chima Williams. He is the Executive Director of Environment Defenders Network. So we are going to talk. So welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you for having me.
Good. So the first time was on Zoom, and today
physical.
You're live. So to every member of the crew that made this possible, we want to say thank you very much. So we always head and hit it straight. Mining is here. Mining is with us. Mining is supposed to add to our GDP, give us jobs, make our economy better, and also develop the communities where they are. But as we speak right now, how profitable is it to the host community first?
Thank you. I think a good place to start is where you started. You talked about oil and gas, the expectation, the joys that local people in Omibiri felt when oil was discovered in commercial quantity in the late 50s. Within a decade, and then two, and subsequently, the expectation, the joys that they had started fading. Why? Their rivers were getting polluted, their farmlands were getting polluted. They also started noticing that the company that came with smiles suddenly shut its doors to them. They cannot even complain without the harassments that will go with it. Unfortunately, the same scenario has started playing out in communities where solid minerals extraction is going on today. Nigeria is blessed with abundant supply of natural resources, solid minerals, lithium, the latest, gold, lead.
Has always been there.
It's scattered all over the country. Virtually every part of the country is, especially in the north. But like I mentioned earlier, now we've started seeing the same situation playing out. Most of the mining companies going beyond their designated areas designated for mining, encroaching into communities, and in a subtle way, or sometimes forced, displacing local people.
In a subtle way or sometimes forced.
Sometimes
who
forced.
is forcing who?
Well, when you live in a community and every now and then there's rock blasting without notice, and the rocks fly and land on your roof.
When you say rock blasting, I think
Yes.
you need to define rock blasting.
Okay, when in the process of mining, for instance, limestone,
Okay.
The mining companies use dynamites.
Okay, to blow up
things. To blow up rocks. Okay. And then dig what they want or get out what they want. Now, in some places, of course, they give notice to the community that we're going to do it by 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. And unfortunately, what we have in this dispensation in our country, across the country, different parts of the country, is that this is happening indiscriminately, even without notice. So you are in your house, suddenly there's this earth-shaking blast, and then suddenly you see the roofs, your building is cracking. Sometimes the rocks injure community members. Nobody needs to tell you that it's time to leave that community.
It's time to leave your own
you will have to
native
leave that
land.
community.
Okay, let's welcome Barrister Chima to this conversation. Barrister Chima, I hope you're with us.
Sure, I'm here, my brother.
This is SOUQ Pulse, and we welcome you. Now, he has given us an intro and told us this particular, I won't call it a, is an example of people that have to leave their own fatherland because of mining activities. But now let's go straight into it. Who is causing these issues the more? Is it the legal miners or illegal miners?
Well, of course, you know that legal miners will take precautionary steps in their mining activities. But the illegal miners, because they are stealing as thieves, they will not take precaution in whatever step they are taking. Their interest will be to, steal the resources as they get it. So you see that those are the ones that will do their blasting without announcement, without letting anybody know. They will operate nicodemously, and they will steal the resources. So those illegal miners, mind you, there's a difference between illegal miners and artisanal miners. Okay, so those illegal miners, they can be mining in a very large quantum, but because they do not have procedures guiding their activities, because theirs is to quickly grab and disappear. So they will not take steps to ensure that standards are followed. So those are definitely the illegal miners. They are the ones that destroy. They are the ones that steal. They are the ones that does not pay anything to anybody. Rather, they bribe their way through some people, through some military officials, those that are supposed to protect and defend the community people. They pay them to harass the community people on their behalf. And at the end of it all,
some of these allegations that you are dropping down here, hope you know we are not just national, this is an international channel. Some of these allegations, do we have evidence to back them up?
Of course, there are a lot of evidence everywhere. Okay, I can point out to you that
the one that you have, because you are the one that is speaking right now,
that there was a time that the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment in Akwa Ibom State summoned illegal miners, Chinese illegal miners, and they were sanctioned. So we know about this. The people that are involved in these sharp practices, they do not want them to be known. Okay, so you can. I have conducted a research on a Chinese company that is supposed to be operating in the Niger Delta. Of course, the address they gave, while we tried to trace that address, we were taken to a seaside. Okay, So the end point of the address they gave to us, the roads, ended inside the sea in River State, in Port Harcourt. So when we speak, we do not speculate. We say about things that we have empirical facts about.
We will definitely ask for this evidence that you have and also get to see it and also publish it. That is for sure. But now let's look at the illegal miners you're talking about. Do we have more of these illegal miners localized or people from outside this country?
Well, of course, when you talk of illegal miners, because of the resources that are needed for their operations, they are mostly the foreign agents. But of course, partnering with local agents and local people to do it. That is why I drew the distinction between illegal miners and artisanal miners. Okay, because artisanal miners are people that are known, and they may be from some of the areas, from the communities, who sees these resources and take them, to eke out a living. So, and we have been advocating that the artisanal miners should be gathered, just as we have been advocating in the petroleum sector, that they should be allowed citizens to have modular refineries, which will be licensed. Of course, the cadastral zone, the cadastral office is supposed to have a record of both artisanal and large-scale miners. But the record that definitely they won't have is the record of the illegal miners, because they do not want to be known.
Is these illegal miners don't want to be known, but they are working day after day in these particular communities. Let me come to you. Then who exactly is assisting them? Somebody somewhere is giving them that impetus to work.
So
and helping them take something out.
So I want to commend what Barrister Chima mentioned, because that is very, very important. That is the foundation of where the challenges are. Now, I want to draw an example before responding to your issue. I think the Ministry of Solid Minerals 2 months ago arrested some Chinese nationals in Nasarawa State.
Doing what exactly?
Collecting lithium. So they set up a lithium collection point in Nasarawa State. When they were arrested and interrogated, the government learned that they were registered as an agro commodities firm now doing illegal mining in Nasarawa State. They were arrested. They were Chinese nationals. Now back to your question, the response. Of course, we know that these people with the resources needed to do those kind of things, these people cannot come into any community and do those things without some collusion. The collusion with even possibly officials of Ministry of Solid Minerals. Collusion with traditional rulers in some of these communities, of course. That is happening.
Allegedly.
Well, there are many cases where it has gone beyond allegation and proven that they have dealings. Even the engagement we had yesterday, people from the communities where this ruination of the environment is happening, they confess that the traditional rulers are involved in these things.
The traditional ruler in their community.
In their own community. So you can replicate that across board. No company can come into a community and start doing those things without some form of, permission.
Okay. Somebody somewhere is shielding somebody somewhere
is benefiting from what they are doing.
Okay.
Somebody somewhere is being settled.
That's like the West African word. Somebody's being settled.
But
who is losing?
And that's where I'm going. Now, these things can only happen because the proper oversight, the proper monitoring, which government is supposed to do, is not being done, or some people are just looking the other way around because they are also benefiting.
Okay, now let's look at the communities. Let's come back to the effect of this, not just illegal mining, but the degradation of the environment. To what percentage do you know communities that are directly affected? Not from crude, but now let's look at solid minerals now.
Well, I must confess that, for instance, when it comes to gold mining, lithium extraction, lead mining and extraction and processing, virtually every community where extraction is going on, these kind of pollutions are there. The first time I visited a community involved in mining activities was in 2009 in Jos. 2009. I was in a community, I think the area is a Barking Ladi. And this is the same situation. Farmlands belonging to people, miners encroach and ruin those farmlands. People even, because they ate with all this blasting and unnecessary digging, sometimes the earth just caves in. People are just walking and they, sinkhole, they go into the ground. Things like that. That is in Barking Ladin in Jos, Plateau State. I've also been to Zamfara State, where in 2010 and 2010 and 11, kids died from, about 300 kids died from lead poison.
Now, that's one particular one that got me thinking. Was you mentioned mining of lead. How informed are people that lead itself is very poisonous?
I can go the whole hog, this story, because I visited the communities in Bukuyum. I even visited the general hospital where some of the kids who were suffering brain damage as a result of their interaction with these solid minerals, the exposure to the dust affected them. Now the problem, and this information is one information that may not have come out extensively. The problem, what caused that problem in Zamfara State, Bukuyum, and environs, was because Chinese miners came with this innovation of small grinders. Of course, they grind these the rocks from which you extract the lead. The Chinese miners now created small grinders, shared it into the communities. And so the community people take the rocks to their community, they grind.
They grind close to the home.
Close to the homes. I saw these things, I have their images, I took pictures. And then you see dust everywhere. And of course, for little children, it is from hand to mouth. So these children will play around these communities and then they touch these things and his mouth. And that's what caused the problem in 2010 and 11, because I was there in 2010 and the follow-up in 2011. And the Chinese were also responsible because they were the ones that created those small grinders.
If we say this person is responsible, that person is responsible, what about people within the locality?
Well, in the case of Bukuyum, that is Zamfara scenario, one thing I came away from that visit was the fact that a lot of the local people are ignorant to the fact that even lead is poisonous to kids.
But so, somebody somewhere somebody somewhere is paid. Somebody somewhere allowed them to come in.
Of course.
So these are also people who need to also get to find out.
Layers.
Okay.
They are layers. In fact, that community is about 4 hours from the capital, Gusau. Those areas are the same areas today that you cannot even penetrate because of banditry. And the origin of that banditry is this illegal mining. A lot of the local communities where this thing was going on, the miners, they arm some boys because somebody somewhere on top allocated this space to this man, allocated the other space to another man, allocated this space to another man. And so this man must protect his territory the same way the other one will protect the territory, and the third. Now, when these boys are not mining, they use those arms to terrorize. That was the origin of the problem. That is the origin of the problem in Zamfara State.
Okay, Barrister Chima, I'm coming to you now. I hope you're still with us.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Let's get it from this other angle. What exactly is driving this mining activity with no concern for the community people?
Of course, it's a very simple answer. The quest for maximization of profit before human beings, because they do not care about the inhabitants. And as Philip had mentioned, it is that the resource that is under the feet of citizens, that people are collecting that is creating the insecurities in our communities, because the people must have to be forced to leave their environment so that excavation and mining and collection of, these scattered resources in solid minerals will be collected. So they are doing this because they want to maximize profits, and they don't care who pays for it and the price that is paid for it. So it is not the business people who are involved in this thievery that our own concern is on, but the regulators and their, their allies, their collaborators from the communities. Because definitely there is no way a stranger will enter into any community and start doing such type of, business without the knowledge of somebody in the community or somebody in the state. So if the regulators, if our governments do what they are supposed to do, to monitor, to police, to secure the lives and livelihoods of citizens, which is the primary responsibility of government, perhaps this type of scenario may have reduced, if not eradicated at all. Okay, so
It may have reduced or eradicated, but now let's look at it from this other angle. The wheels of government most likely grinds very slow around this side of our divide. But now, if I am a member of a community where this is happening, from your experience, what do you think those communities can do in the interim?
Yeah, of course. Vigilance is key to self-protection. Now, the community citizens, if they are vigilant and they identify strangers in their communities, and there is nobody from the community that is involved, then it becomes an easy task. Because one is that they can use their own local, security system to chase those people away. Or they can make complaints, they can report such incidents and such perpetrators and people involved to the security apparatus of states. And of course, they can make a report to the Minerals and Mining Office through the cadastral office to say that, look, please check, we are seeing these people in our environment and we believe they are not licensed, so they are stealing the resources of the nation off our feet. Can you check that they are illegal operators so that collectively we can chase them away? So this
While
will
they
be
try
the
to collectively
responsibility.
chase them away, is it possible that people that are also legally licensed to do this craft, to do this exploration, to do this mining, are also part of the pollution? And if yes, what can the community do in that sense?
Yes, in that case, okay, because they signed some documentation. Okay, there's the CDA agreement, the Community Development Agreement between the company that is a legal operator and the communities under the Minerals and Mining Act of Nigeria, that, if the people know who is perpetrating, they can make a formal report against such company, first to the company itself, that, look, we have observed that you are not doing this in the right way, and our people are suffering because of this and this and this. Okay, and with that, you have laid a foundation for a formal complaint to the Ministry of Mining, Minerals and Mining, to investigate the activities of this. And once such investigation is conducted and they are found wanting, I think the law provides in sanctions, including imprisonment, terms of imprisonment, fines, including withdrawal of license, and the rest of it. So if they are operating legally, chances are that they can be called to order. But the worst case scenario,
if they are operating legally,
legal
chances
ones.
are that they can't be called to order. Now, before we go on a break, just in 2 sentences, I'll be coming to you second. But first, let me come to the studio. In this scenario, what can organizations like yours do, or what are they doing to assist these communities? Now, let's break it down. When we say communities, it's like far away. To assist these people.
Well, I think what we should do is what we are doing. First of all, we go to those communities, help document these infractions, and then amplify the voices of the local community. That is why we are here. Yesterday, we had a press briefing where we were talking about Abuni community in our government area of Nasarawa State,
Okay,
and with the district.
We will be coming to that after the break. Let me come to you. Let me come to you, Barrister Chima. Now, from all indication, you sound more like an enforcer when it comes to this side. So, what exactly is your own organization doing to make sure that this, going beyond the people now, these human beings don't leave their fatherland?
Yeah, of course, we are involved in, first and foremost, trying to identify with the problem of the people and let the people first understand that this is a problem that they are facing. And then we support them in petition writing, if that is needed. We support them in terms of taking legal steps to stop what has been going wrong and to reverse it.
Now, we are going on a short break, very short break, and we will return and continue this conversation. Remember, this is SOUQ Pulse, and we wish we had 2-3 hours to talk about this, but let's not keep quiet. Someone will be saying, okay, it's somewhere far away in Nasarawa State. Later, we'll get to talk about and ask questions. How does what is happening in Nasarawa State affect you that is in Lagos, or you that is in Ebonyi, or you that is likely going to Jakpa? Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contributes to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, Environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse and we are live on SOUQ News. We are looking at the mining boom that is currently happening in Nigeria, and we are seeing and asking questions stemming from the environment and the devastation some communities are facing. So we are looking at those particular people and we are asking ourselves what exactly is watching. It might not be your brother, but who is watching? It might not even be someone that you might ever meet in life, but exactly who is watching and how do you think it's going to affect you? Because it affected Ogoni, it affected Rivers, it affected a whole lot of states in the Middle Belt, in the Niger Delta. Rivers are polluted all the way to the north from something that is happening hundreds of kilometers away. Now it is solid minerals. And our guest made a mention of a particular one that is being taken from the ground that most people might not really know. But lead is not just poisonous, lead is carcinogenic. And not just even to the child that is born, to the one that is yet unborn. But these are all minerals that will develop a nation, depending on what you use it for, or who you sell, or what you turn it to secondary or tertiary product after getting the raw materials. But how is this exploration done? And the host communities, which is where we are dwelling on today, how are they coping? My name is SOUQ, John Roger SOUQ, and I still have Mr. Philip Jackpot here, and I have Barrister Chima here, and we are talking. So should you. Now, let's go back. Where should we direct advocacy to? To communities or to the activities themselves?
Well, I think our advocacy targets the government, and it is deliberate. None of these mining companies go into those communities without getting some license, federal, state level. So if they are to be sanctioned, of course, it is the same government that will sanction them. So our advocacy at that level on sanctions, of oversight, and things like that is at the government level. But the advocacy, like you rightly heard Barrister Chima also say, that we are doing at community level is to get people to be united, to speak with one voice. We start first of all with educating them. Sometimes the response of community people to this is either through violence, which will not address any problem. Sometimes, in fact, those violence is instigated so that the community can face military repression. And then for the miners, it is business as usual. We have seen it in oil and gas. We saw it in Ogoniland, where the people, for protesting against the despoilation of their environment, many were killed, many were hounded, and fled their community in the 90s, preceding the murder of the late playwright Kensara Wiwa. But for the oil company, companies in the Niger Delta, that is also a strategy. Once the people are displaced, once the people leave, it is business as usual. So we will never recommend community people go taking to violence. But then systematic approach to challenging the impunity of these miners. And it starts first of all, and that is what we do, is education. The people have to report the state of their environment. The water used to be clean, but now it is no longer clean. And how did you determine that the water is no longer clean, okay, or safe for consumption or other uses, is through laboratory tests. The miners, the corporations involved in this business, they are systematic in trying to break down resistance. So you have to also be systematic in being able to document what they are doing to challenge them. Barrister Chima mentioned something about taking them to court. You take them to court.
Why we are being systematic in also addressing this issue? Let's also look at places where these things are. but they have not started exploring it. But Chim, are you back with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Going from what Mr. Philip has said, let's look at communities where the discovery is there. They have the solid minerals, but exploration has not started. Nobody has brought in a digger, dynamite, or a shovel to dig one single strike. What lessons should they start taking from what is happening to other communities that have this issue now?
Well, I think it is something of, when you look at what has happened or what is happening to the others, you will remember that if you allow it come to your own community, the same fate will meet you. Even though some communities think that it is a blessing for them for resources to be extracted from their communities. But at the end of the day, when the stock is taken on cost and effects of such activities, the communities are more ripped off than they were before. So this is where the resource cost syndrome emanates from. And for us, we are thinking, and as we enlighten the people, is no, resist. Do not allow unknown extractors to come to your community. Even those that are licensed, both in the petroleum and the solid mineral sectors, those that are licensed are causing havoc and harm to the environment. What will be the fate of the people and their environment where illegal activities begin to occur? So for us, it is that, look, today we are talking of climate change, talking of climate impacts. And most of our communities are frontline communities. That because of such resource extractions that are taking place in their communities, they are dangerously exposed to impact of climate change. So we see flooding, carry babies, carry old men and women, carry houses, destroy farmlands, destroy fish farms, destroy people's source of livelihood, put people in penury, and nobody comes to their aid, not even the government. Because in some occasions, the government...
Why we keep this particular line and chain of thought? I want to also ask you this. This is where we always have issues when it comes to discussing things like this. Who should we hold responsible? At this point in time, who should I call? Should I say, okay, my state governor, you are responsible for this? Or those representing me at the National Assembly, or the oil company, or those chiefs, or Eze, or Emir, or Oba from my place? Who should we start holding responsible? Or the company themselves? Because we need to start pointing fingers. Who should we hold responsible?
Yes. Yes. As a starter, we should hold our government responsible and accountable to us. Because
there are people in government. So who is the person in government I should hold responsible?
In a state, you should hold the governor first and foremost, primarily, because he is the chief security officer of the state. And during campaign, he promised to protect and preserve citizens' rights. And when that fails to occur, means that the governor has compromised, and the members of the House of Representatives, Senate, House of Assembly, councillors that are representing the people have also failed. So, but you know, if you start from the head, it will make the legs and the hands to, respond quicker. So if you start actioning against the local councillors or local government chairman or the House of Assembly members, leaving the governor, leaving the president, leaving the ministers, then it means that you will still be running round and round and round. And those perpetrators, they will come, they will flash documents and say they have authority from above. Who is that above? So by the time you hold those ones, if our regulators regulate, if our executive executes, and our judiciary do the right thing, and our legislators, why we don't talk so much about legislators is that in most cases, it's not because we don't have laws in this country. It is because that those that are supposed to execute those laws do not take us serious. So you see where the problem is. Now, if you go to
why we look at where that problem is and look for how to solve it and keep talking about it, not just in our closed doors, but openly. Let's now ask ourselves this question.
Yes.
I'm coming back to the studio, sir.
Yes.
To what extent is this degradation, these communities that are losing lands, farms, and their means of income, what impact is it having on first their local economy and the national economy?
Well, for the local economy, people who have been blessed by nature, blessed by God, to have the resources that can transform not only their own local economy, but also the national economy, do not benefit from it. These things are carted away from their communities. Their rivers are polluted, their streams are polluted, their farmlands are ruined, their livelihoods destroyed, some deaths occur, no benefit. And then for the national economy, when the extraction going on at this level, at the community level, which is supposed to add to the pool, goes to the central purse, is not going there, but going to some private pockets or outside the country, then we will remain in this state of underdevelopment. It is as clear as that line. But unfortunately, in all this, there are just a few people, private people, who are benefiting from these things, and the generality of us are losers. Because, like I mentioned when we started this discussion, this nation is blessed. It's almost like God, in his infinite wisdom, dispersed natural resources to every part of the country. There's no part of the country that does not have one or so natural resource, especially solid minerals. Every part of the country. Now you could imagine if we had proper harnessing of these resources for the good of our nation. Nobody will be talking about just oil. We'll be talking about all the natural resources we have, and we'll all be better for it. Our people's life and well-being will be improved.
Okay.
But unfortunately, that's not the situation.
Let's also look at this now. With oil came a boom. With oil came land being lost. People that were gainfully in farming sector and farming, most communities were into that. They didn't even have land to do the farm anymore. Now we are having the same thing play out here. Lands are being lost. The pictures that you were showing us the other day, we saw, you couldn't even identify that this place used to be a farm before. To what extent are we seeing this contribute to food insecurity?
Oh, in fact, you've hit the nail on the head. Now, most of our people are subsistence farmers. They farm, they consume some of what they produce, and they sell to feed their families, to send their children to school. With these kind of illegal mining activities going on, with the ruination of their land, it is affecting them negatively. And this whole thing translates, and it's not happening only in the north. In Enugu, coal mining is still going on. And most locals in the state don't know. They only know that every day trucks leave Enugu, head towards Onitsha. They don't know what is being conveyed. It is still happening. Limestone in Ebonyi State is happening. So it's just like it's a marketplace where everybody goes in, grabs, and disperses. That's what's happening. So the local people are worse off for it, because they are subsistence farmers and their environments are being ruined. So they are subjected to eternal poverty.
Okay. This is not the note we want to end on. And this is not the note we will end on. Now, let's turn these tables. Barrister Chima, I'm coming to you. Let's turn these tables. If you happen to be in the position of authority where you are telling us to hold people responsible, what will you do differently, like now?
Thank you very much. If I am in position of authority, the first thing I will do will be to enlighten the people. Enlighten them to understand the do's and don'ts, what they can do themselves to protect themselves, and what they can do when they cannot protect themselves by themselves, to get the ears of those of us that are in authority to hear and listen to them. Now, with enlightenment comes mobilization. A people mobilized who understands the issue and the reason why they should move will not sabotage the efforts. Okay? And practically, as a person in authority, I will have a listening ear, and I will place the citizens whom I am superintending over above the profits that anybody will make, including myself. Because once you are taking responsibility, you are placing yourself as a servant of the people, not for the people to serve you. Okay? So you serve the people will serve you in return. So we have all the crises and the troubles that we have in Nigeria today because those that we elect turned around to become lords and make us their servants, when they are supposed to be our own servants and we being their lords. So reverse becomes
because
the case.
We don't demand for justice, we don't demand for accountability. We are the ones that give them that particular right to do what they are doing.
Yeah. You are right, because if we do not make demands, they will continue to do whatever they are doing. And this is where we think that Nigerians coming out to protest against bad governance was a right under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and use this opportunity to tell those in government to release whoever had been arrested in connection with the protest. Because that is a fundamental right.
While that plea of yours will still be heard, let's come back home because I'm looking at the clock and we are almost out of time. Now let's come back to the presentation you made. Very, very few sentences. Now, the last part of it was talking about homes losing their younger girls to minors or people coming in for business in this particular place. Now, is this a problem or an issue of moral decadence?
I won't use that word, moral decadence. Now,
were the younger girls taken from the home by force?
Well, look at the community that has been impoverished.
Okay, poverty, money.
There's no government presence.
Okay,
no government presence. No hospitals. No schools, and you have mining merchants who come with expensive phones, who throw cash around, and you have these girls from these poor homes who are vulnerable.
Okay,
so they are victims of the system.
The younger ones are victims.
They are victims. So
of the system.
It's a vulnerability because of what the system has done to them.
Okay, now if you are within that particular community,
yes,
and you can't change things, what exactly will you do?
If I'm in the community and I can't change things,
and you can change.
I can change things.
Yes.
Well, just like Barrister Chima mentioned, the starting point is educating people.
Educating the parents, or the elders, or
parents,
the girls.
yes, the parents, because they are children, they are minors, they don't understand this language.
Okay.
But you see father. So we start with the parents, and then we target the traditional institution. What you are enabling in some cases is going to create a massive problem that the community will not even be able to carry later. I mentioned the issue of Bukuyum. When the mining activities were going on, some people were benefiting. Today, those communities are almost vanquished.
Everybody's on the run.
Everybody's on the run.
At what point in time should we start holding the miners responsible?
Right now.
Okay. Barrister Chima, I'm also trying to end with you with this particular question. At what point in time should we start holding the miners responsible? Be it the artisanal miners, be it the local miners, be it the foreign miners, be it the legal one and the ones that have a license. At what point in time should we start holding them responsible for excesses on the environment?
Of course, like yesterday. They should have been held responsible.
To everyone that has been part of this particular production today, we want to say thank you. To the crew behind the cameras and the control, we want to say thank you very much. And to our guests, thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Barrister Chima. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackpo, for coming.
You, my brother.
Now, this is more of a closing. This is way shorter than a monologue. If we don't take care of this today, is that same monster that we will cry about tomorrow. It is our problem, and we must stand up and solve it. Every single person representing you, from the councillor to the local government chairman, to those in your state house of assembly, to those in the government houses in the state and the federal, hold them responsible. And to the one you see every day in your village, your Oba, your Kabiesi, your Eze, your Emir, in your community, if they are producing or exploring or mining, hold them accountable. Because if we don't do that now, you will definitely lose that land. If you don't lose it by force, you will lose it because it becomes unproductive. And we are responsible. Tomorrow you will leave your community and look for another community to go and live. And there will be a problem because they won't let you, because the land there is not even enough in the first place. So we must secure our environment and take responsibility ourselves. My name is SOUQ. This is SOUQ Pulse. We'll do it again tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful evening. And remember, love your neighbor as yourself. Bye.
We've got just what you need right here. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.